system, apartheid can be conceived of as a set of labor market regulations which exploited black labor for the benefit of white labor. This economic exploitation was made possible by the political system which denied political rights to the black majority. The truth of this view may seem obvious insofar as many of the institutions of apartheid, such as influx control of blacks to the white sector or the job reservation ratio, which mandated that a certain proportion of a firm's employees must be white, appear to be nothing but restrictions on the capacity of black labor to compete with white labor. This is the typical reply of neoclassical economists, e.g. Knight and Lenta 1980, Lipton 1985, to the charge of radical historians, example John Stone 1976, that white capitalists were as culpable as white labor in creating and maintaining apartheid. What the neoclassical argument does not satisfactorily explain is why white capitalists typically supported apartheid until at least the late 1970s and only really began to oppose the system in the 1980s. Why would they lend their support for over 30 years to a system which forced them to buy overpriced white labor instead of cheap black labor? So one problem with the neoclassical view is that it doesn't explain the political behavior of white business people and white business organizations in South Africa. Another problem is the focus, at least in the formal models of the industrial sector initiated by Porter, 1978, on the job reservation ratio, to the exclusion of other, perhaps more central economic institutions of apartheid, such as influx control and the pass system. The literature also lends no insight into the political conflicts in the black population, which are seen as arising separately from apartheid. Finally, the models are either strictly economic or strictly political in character, and so they really cannot address how political changes affect the economic system. In this chapter I try to address these issues in two ways. First, using a variant of the general model of dictatorship developed in Part 2, I present a simple formal characterization of the South African polity as a racial dictatorship which exploited blacks for the benefit of white labor or white capital. This strategy makes it possible to show how political changes affect economic variables, and vice versa. It also shows what a dictatorship looks like which operates for the benefit not of a single individual, but of an economic interest group. Second, I develop an alternative model of the apartheid economy, focusing on the institutions of influx control and the pass law system that were more central than job reservation to the era of so-called Grand Apartheid. In this model, based on Bulow and Summers' 1986 two-sector model of labor markets, apartheid functioned economically as a worker discipline device, and so it benefited white capital and some elements of black labor as well as white labor. Combining this model of the economy with the model of the polity yields a novel neoclassical explanation of apartheid as a politico-economic institution. This provides the basis for a simple autopsy for apartheid. The outline of the chapter is as follows. Section 2 develops the model of the South African polity. Section 3 shows how two central institutions of the apartheid economy, job reservation and the pass system, worked, and it combines this analysis with the model of the polity to show how politics and economics intertwined in apartheid South Africa. Section 4 shows how the operation of the system was affected by increasing black resistance, sanctions, and other variables, and why the system ultimately became unprofitable and crumbled. Section 5 concludes the chapter. 2. The polity under apartheid. Under the apartheid constitution, the South African political regime was divided into two sectors: a black sector, whose members were denied political rights, coloreds and Asians were given limited political rights in 1985, and a white sector, whose members were free both to organize political parties and, more or less, to participate in democratic elections, and independent bureaucratic and judicial systems. However, there was severe media censorship, and beginning in 1948, politics was dominated by the Nationalist Party, which was in office continuously until 1994. A central question is the nature of the objectives of the white regime vis-a-vis the black sector. One possible objective function for the white 166 regime was that its leaders attempted to maximize political power over the black population. This is analogous to the objective function for a totalitarian regime described in Chapter 3. The only fundamental difference between the two types of regimes would then appear to lie in the formal division of the polity in South Africa between elected rulers and those who were ruled, and this division was along racial lines. However, the system was unlike a totalitarian system in another crucial respect: political participation. In totalitarian systems, the population is educated, propagandized, peppered with ideology, and otherwise socialized to believe in and participate in the political system. In South Africa, blacks were severely discouraged from political participation. Relatively tiny amounts were spent on their education, $507 per pupil in the 1987-89 period, compared with $2,538 for whites, and the only political demand made on them was acquiescence. There were also important conflicts within the white regime which the objective of maximizing power over blacks does not capture. White capitalists, for example, want cheap labor, but the policy of apartheid appeared to raise the price of labor. Moreover, accumulating power costs resources, and one would not expect the white regime to have pursued this objective at any cost. In this chapter I will simplify drastically and assume that the objective of the white regime was to accumulate power over blacks in order to exploit them economically for the benefit of whites. Within this context I consider two possibilities. In the first, I assume the regime acted for the exclusive economic benefit of white labor. I follow Porter, 1978, and Findley and Lundahl, 1987, in focusing on the job reservation ratio, which mandated that employers could hire black workers in a fixed N proportion only if they hired white workers as well. Thus, C equals of the total labor force, N, must be white, NW. As Findley and Lundahl show, this policy was equivalent to granting each white worker a license to import black workers, and the white wage was a mixture of a reward for the white worker's own marginal product plus a rent equal to the difference between the black import's marginal product and the black wage rate. In this sense, white workers exploited black workers under apartheid, as discussed further in Section 3A. In this model, then, I assume that the white regime maximized the profits to white workers from this exploitation. In the second model I assume that exploitation of blacks is carried out at the margin for the benefit of white capital rather than white labor. In this analysis I focus on influx control and the pass law system, which, I suggest, benefited white capital by providing a disciplined labor force at a lower wage than would have prevailed in a free labor market. The objective of economic exploitation of a racial majority, in either of its variations, distinguishes the apartheid dictatorship from other types. I hasten to add that whereas economic exploitation of blacks was, I believe, central to apartheid, one need not assume that economic objectives were the sole motivation of apartheid policies. Furthermore, additional objectives, example the utility of racial discrimination per se, as in Becker's 1971 theory of discrimination, can be introduced and their effects can be shown without greatly complicating the model. As in the rest of this book, I will also assume that the main instruments available to the white regime for accumulating political power were repression and loyalty, or continued support. That the South African regime made extensive use of political repression against South African blacks, and against many whites and coloreds who allied themselves with black political forces, is well known. Extensive legislation, including the Suppression of Communism Act of 1950, the Riotous Assemblies Act of 1956, the General Law Amendments Acts of 1962 and 1963, and the Internal Security Act of 1976 and their amendments, gave the government, even before the implementation of the 1985 state of emergency, extraordinary powers. According to Leonard Thompson and Andrew Pryor's 1982 analysis, his mass of coercive legislation gives the government and its agents, including the police, vast powers to arrest people without trial and to hold them indefinitely in solitary confinement without revealing their identities and without granting access to anyone except government officials. p. 212. Accordingly, they described the system as a system of legalized tyranny comparable to that in the Soviet Union, p. 214, and a police state in the true sense of the phrase, p. 217. As widespread and systematic as repression may have been in South Africa, however, we would not expect any dictatorship to find it efficient, cost-effective, to rule by repression alone, and the white regime there did attempt to accumulate loyalty among significant groups within the non-white population. A particularly good discussion of policies along these lines is contained in Harry Burt Adam and Kagula Moodley, 1986, pages 142 ff. They suggest that three groups in particular were selected for preferential treatment: the African bureaucratic bourgeoisie in the homelands, the colored and Indian junior partners in white control, and the permanent urban African working class with Section 10 rights, p. 151. Thus, the relationship of the regime to the bureaucracy in the homelands was essentially a patron-client alliance, with the regime providing revenue transfers. Similarly, much of the administrative bourgeois 168 SIE of the urban community councils was known for achieving personal enrichment through the dispensation of lucrative licenses, p. 179. Many of these beneficiaries were commonly referred to as stooges of apartheid, and they had very little in the way of a power base among their own people. Chief Buthelezi, the leader of the Inkatha, occupied an intermediate position. He clearly did have a substantial political base among the Zulu. On the other hand, the black homeland of KwaZulu's own source of revenue was only around 18% of total revenue in 1981/82, p. 89. Another important device which was used to obtain black loyalty was direct employment. In the early 1980s, 25.5% of the colored, 16.5% of the Indian, and 19.4% of the African employees worked directly for the state, p. 143. Adam and Moodley suggested that this in practice removes them from active resistance, p. 174. They added, black civil servants are on the whole loyal to their employer, not only because of the security that overt loyalty promises, but also because of the status that a steady job and the authority of officialdom bestow. The harassment of black state employees by the revolutionary forces may in fact drive the threatened dependents closer to their masters than to their opponents. After all, they have more to fear after a black takeover. p. 174. Given these attempts by the white regime to co-opt large sectors of the black population, it is unsurprising that there were significant conflicts and violence within the black population, or that the prime targets of black political violence were often other blacks who were seen as collaborators with the white regime. The analysis here shows that this need not be seen as the deflection of political violence away from the real enemy. It may in fact have been the most effective way to attack the power base of the white regime. In this way, the large amount of black political violence which the whites deplored, and which aggravated the whites' fears about the capacity of blacks to govern, was in part the engineered outcome of white policy, which repressed most blacks and simultaneously targeted a few for co-optation, as discussed further in Section 3c. To provide a simple formal description of the South African polity, I assume, as in previous chapters, that the relationship between the inputs of loyalty, L, and repression, R, and their output, power, can be represented by the production function, 1, N equals N, LR. Because apartheid South Africa was, more or less, democratic within the white sector, N here does not mean the same thing as N when used elsewhere in the book. In this chapter, N refers to the power of the white regime over the black population. Similarly, R refers to the level of repression on blacks, and L the number of blacks who are loyal to the white regime. The cost of maintaining N at various levels is the regime's apartheid budget, that is, the expenditure on maintaining white power over blacks. This expenditure function may be described, as before, in Chapter 3, by the equation, 2, B equals PL, LR, L plus PRR, where PR equals the price of repression, which is assumed to be fixed at PR, B is the government's budget, 2 which is equal to its apartheid budget, and where PL equals the price of loyalty. I assume that PLL0 if the supply of loyalty is upward sloping and the government is a large buyer in the loyalty market. PLR0 says that an increase in the level of repression on blacks has a cost in addition to the direct costs of repression, because it raises the price that must be paid for black loyalty, as is generally the case in tyrannies. As in Part 2, see especially Chapter 5, Equations 1 and 2, may be combined into the relationship 3 *= 70, for which shows how spending more resources on R and L yields more power. For reasons which will become apparent momentarily, we will write this relationship in inverse form, i.e. 2 in the models in this chapter, the dictator's profits do not come out of the government budget, but they take the form of private sector earnings, wages or profits. Consequently, there is no variable here corresponding to the C, the dictator's consumption, in Chapter 5. In other words, C is assumed to be equal to 0. So there is no difference, in the models of this chapter, between the government's total budget and its apartheid budget. Note that this assumption is made for simplicity only and to highlight the probability that a regime's rulers will receive rents in this form, private sector earnings rather than from the government budget. Where is just a function which denotes the costs, or budget B, necessary to produce and maintain each level of power TC. This curve is displayed in Figure 8.1. One difference between the apartheid regime and other forms of dictatorship is that the white South African regime was democratic, hence the party in power did not have the luxury of selecting levels of consumption and power to maximize utility, as in the general objective function for a dictatorship described in Chapter 5. There are several ways to model the objective function of a democratically elected political party, including expected vote maximization, median voter analysis, maximizing probability of re-election, and so on. Our concern here, as stated previously, is that the government used its power over the black population to exploit it for the benefit of whites. To sharpen the analysis, we develop two simple polar cases. In the first one, this exploitation is carried out entirely for the benefit of white labor. In the second, for white capital the government acts merely as the agent for one of these two groups, as in the interest group models of democracy of Becker 1983, Olson 1982, or Stigler 1970. How the government can use its power over blacks to increase the white wage bill or the profits of white capital is described in Section 3 on the apartheid economy. Here, we just assume apartheid 171. That this is possible and develop the consequences for the apartheid polity. In the first case, then, I assume the government uses its power over blacks to maximize the white wage bill, net of the costs of accumulating the power necessary to perform this exploitation. In Figure 8.1, then, the WWB-N curve indicates the total gross increase in white wages from this exploitation. So the WWB-N curve is analogous to a total revenue curve. The curve, N, shows the total apartheid budget needed to maintain the appropriate level of power to carry out this exploitation, i.e., it is the total cost curve. An interesting polar case is one in which the white workers who gain from this exercise of power are required themselves to pay the taxes necessary to repress or bribe the black population to obtain its submission. In that case, equilibrium is at the point where the marginal gain from an increase in white wages is equal to its marginal costs, or at N** in Figure 8.1. The equilibrium white wage bill is then WWB \total costs to maintain N at 7 TRB*. So WWB*, B** are the net profits to white workers from this redistribution. What accounts for the difference between a regime like this and other dictatorships that we have analyzed, those in which the equilibrium is at the intersection of the total cost curve and benefit curve? The difference is that when the government uses resources for purposes of redistribution to a private group and when that group pays the costs involved in effecting the redistribution, the group will of course be sensitive to those costs. For example, a redistribution which yields $1 to white workers but which costs, and hence raises their taxes, by $1.25 is not in their interest. On the other hand, if, as in previous models, the government were acting in the sole interests of a single dictator, i.e., it is maximizing his or her consumption or power, that government would be insensitive to marginal tax costs, as long as these costs are borne by the population, not by the dictator. Of course, the assumption that white labor bears the entire burden of taxes to support apartheid is artificial and made for convenience only. It is easy to see the consequences of relaxing that assumption. If white labor were to pay one half of these costs, equilibrium would be at the point at which marginal revenue is just one half the slope of marginal costs, that is, at N2 in figure 8.1. If, at the opposite polar extreme, labor paid none of these costs but shifted all of them onto other groups, equilibrium would be at the point at which WWB is maximized, 7C3 in figure 8.1, provided that there are 172 sufficient tax resources to support this equilibrium. This is true as long as the WWB curve cuts, N, from above, as is the case in figure 8.1. If the WWB curve reaches its maximum beyond the point at which it cuts, N, then equilibrium is at the point of intersection of WWB, N, and TC. This is where the white wage bill is maximized, subject to the constraint that there are sufficient tax revenues to cover the costs of obtaining the necessary power. Note that the definition of equilibrium here, where total revenues equal total costs, is exactly the same as that for an ordinary dictator, discussed in Chapter 5. This is as it should be, because that is precisely what the white labor regime would be if it could divert all of the benefits of the public sector to its own ends, while getting the rest of the population to pay the costs. The analysis of the political sector is virtually identical if apartheid laws operated for the benefit of white capital rather than white labor. In this case, the apartheid laws operate to lower black wages in the white manufacturing sector, as will be described shortly in section 3c. The only change necessary here is that the revenue from the apartheid laws accrues to white capital in the form of profits rather than to white workers as increases in their wages. The curve P, N, in figure 8.2 shows these profits to white capital from the operation of the apartheid system. As before, TI depicts the tax costs of accumulating and exercising this power. Again, there is a useful special case, where white capitalists pay all of these tax costs, in which case equilibrium is at RC*, in figure 8.2, the point at which the marginal increase in profits to white capital is just equal to the marginal tax costs of apartheid enforcement. And, again, if white capitalists can divert the burden of these taxes onto other groups, the optimal level of power over the black population is larger. Finally, in the extreme case in which capital pays none of these costs, equilibrium is again at the maximum of P, N, that is, at nu if revenues there are sufficient to cover this much N, and if not, at the intersection of P, N, and. Before formally integrating this model of the polity with the model of the apartheid economy, let us pause to compare the two systems just described. Which system is more viable, that in which power is exercised for the benefit of capital or for the benefit of white labor? Which system tends to be more repressive? To answer these questions, let us note first that it seems reasonable to assume that the costs of accumulating and exercising power, as summarized in the N curve, are the same under either system. Under job reservation, the enforcement problem is to keep white employers from evading the quotas and hiring cheaper blacks instead of whites. Under IT figure 8.2, dictatorship by capital. The pass law system, the problem is essentially the same. Indeed, the pass law system obviously is one way in which the state polices quotas on black employment by the white sector as a whole, thus controlling the entry of blacks into that sector. So as a starting point, one can postulate that the mechanisms of political domination over the black population cost the same whether they are employed by white capital or labor. The benefit curves are not the same, however. Job reservation raises the price of labor, reducing the efficiency of firms and therefore discouraging capital investment and economic growth, on the one hand, and reducing government revenues, on the other. As we will see, the operation of the pass system lowers the price of labor and therefore has precisely the opposite effects, raising the return to capital, promoting economic growth, and therefore raising tax revenues. So at first blush, it seems that the system which favors capital is more perilous to human rights because it appears more capable of sustaining itself in the long run. The phenomenon of globalization, the fall in transactions costs in international markets and the resulting increased mobility of capital, reinforces this concern, and it further suggests that labor-based regimes, in which economic and political repression is carried out for the benefit of labor, will find it increasingly difficult to survive, whereas those 174 regimes which practice repression for the benefit of capital may have an increasingly bright future. But all of this will be better understood once we describe some of the mechanics of economic repression as used by labor and capital. This is done in section 3. 3. A. Job reservation. To describe the apartheid economy, I first consider a special case of Porter's, 1978, more general model, that is, an industrial sector only, in which, for simplicity, black labor and white labor are assumed to be equally productive, and no distinction is made between skilled and unskilled labor. Labor may be combined with white capital according to the simple well-behaved aggregate production function, for Q equals F, Kn, where Fk0, Fn0, Fkn0, Fkk, Fnn0. Black labor is assumed to be available in perfectly elastic supply from the homelands at the subsistence wage rate WB. The total supply of white labor is NW. If the white economy and the black economy were completely segregated, so that white capital could only employ white labor, the equilibrium would be at ES in figure 8.3, implying a wage of W carat, for segregation, as in Porter 1978, for NW workers. If the two economies were totally integrated and if the black labor supply were sufficiently large, the equilibrium would be at E1 for integration in figure 8.3, implying a wage of WB for both black and white workers. Because the white economy is assumed to be highly capital intensive and the black economy labor intensive, there are large economic gains to be realized by integrating these two economies. However, in the absence of apartheid-type policies, these gains, the area A plus P plus V in figure 8.3, would accrue entirely to white capital. In addition, the area K plus T would be transferred from white labor to white capital. Consequently, as Porter pointed out, if the sole aim of economic policy were to maximize total white income, all that is required is to free white capitalists to hire as much black labor as they like. No apartheid-style intervention would be required, but all of the gains would accrue to white capital and the white wage would fall to WB. Such a policy would have been politically unacceptable to white labor, and a tax on white capitalists would have been required to transfer income from white capital to white labor. Such a tax, however, would have been politically infeasible. Apartheid, seen as a set of policies which restricts the employment of black labor, may also be seen as an inefficient substitute for this tax. To model these policies, Porter assumed that white labor had sufficient political power to impose a job reservation ratio, C equals N, that is, each white employer could hire blacks only to the extent that he or she hired whites, and the proportion of whites to total employment could not fall below C. Equilibrium under an apartheid regime is then at EA in figure 8.3, implying a total labor force of NW, and an average wage of CWW plus 1, C, WB. The gain to apartheid, compared with segregation, is the area A plus P in figure 8.3. Porter, 1978, suggests that one definition, he offers for in all, of how blacks are exploited under apartheid is that all these gains are appropriated by whites, white capital gains K plus A, white labor P, K. Alternatively, Porter compares the apartheid equilibrium to that under integration, E1. In that case the only exploitation which occurs is that of white capital, which loses T plus P plus V, by white labor, which gains P plus T. 176. In what follows, I will suggest that the second comparison is more appropriate, because if apartheid laws or their enforcement is marginally strengthened, job reservation is tightened, this implies larger gains to white labor and bigger losses for white capital. So the comparison to integration is more natural in discussing the strengthening or eroding of apartheid. The equilibrium job reservation ratio is not determined in this analysis. With blacks excluded from the political process, this ratio depends on the relative political power of white labor and white capital. Findley and Lundahl, 1987, using a model similar to Porter's, described an interesting and useful special case. Suppose that white labor dominates the political process, so that the goal of the regime is to maximize the white wage bill, WWB. Then the equilibrium job reservation ratio C** may be described as the solution to 5. Max WWB equals FNNWB. At the new, lower level of NNX rather than 7I0, L has clearly fallen. The effect on R is ambiguous. The cross-substitution effect favors an increase in R. Loyalty is now a relatively more expensive instrument to produce power, but the output effect favors less and less R is an inferior factor of production. The latter outcome is entirely possible, because freedom tends to be income elastic, i.e., in our terminology, less R is used as a country becomes wealthier. 3. B. Some problems with the job reservation approach. The last section linked a simple model of the accumulation of political power with a model of how power can be used in a South African type economy to exploit black labor for the benefit of white labor. This section suggests a number of problems with Porter's model. Section 3C suggests an alternative characterization of apartheid which is not vulnerable to these criticisms. The first, and perhaps the most important, problem with this approach is that, in it, apartheid is represented by a single instrument, the use of which was really limited to the early years of apartheid. In fact, it was never the central instrument of domination or discrimination under apartheid, and it was repealed altogether in the late 1970s when the general practice of apartheid was still very much intact. Thus, in his original formulation, Porter, 1978, himself suggests that access to education the most important means of discrimination today, p. 744. The South African economist Jill Natras, 1981, wrote that too much emphasis should not be put on the removal of the job reservation clauses, since not only did these clauses affect very few workers, but they were also never a key element in the maintenance of the dominant position of the white workers, p. 290. Indeed, it is commonly acknowledged, see Abedian and Standish 1985, p. 141, that by the end of World War II, the South African government had largely solved the so-called poor white problem, which job reservation was designed to ameliorate. Indeed, Lundahl's, 1982, model of post-World War II apartheid assumed whites no longer held unskilled industrial jobs. Rather, he extended the model of apartheid to include the use of other instruments which were more central to apartheid, such as influx control. However, in these models, influx control made no economic sense. Thus, Lundahl concluded that an increase in the influx of African workers to the white economy is beneficial for all white groups, p. 1177, emphasis in original, and he speculated that it may thus very well be the case that the root cause of the segregation of blacks from whites should not be sought in economic rationality, p. 1177, but in white fears of a black political takeover. An alternative way to think about job reservation is that although perhaps not central as a formal institution of apartheid, it may have been important at an informal level, example through pressure on employers by white unions or by the government, as discussed extensively by Lipton 1985, p. 41, and by others. Moreover, and perhaps this is the central point, the job reservation ratio might be useful as a simple analytic way to represent other, historically more important techniques associated with apartheid, such as influx control and the pass laws, or discriminatory access to education. This representation would be useful if the economic effects of the different instruments were similar. However, in at least one important respect, they are not. Under job reservation, the rents arising from restrictions on the inflow of blacks accrue to white workers. Indeed, as especially emphasized by Findlay and Lundahl, 1987, this is how white labor exploits black labor under apartheid. But if the actual technique for limiting black access to jobs is either restricting black education opportunities or influx control, and if no job reservation or other form of discrimination is present, then those blacks who do manage to get an education and those blacks who do succeed in obtaining jobs in the white sector, example those with Section 10 rights, should earn the same as whites. White workers may indeed gain higher wages by limiting black competition for jobs, but there is no way that they can appropriate the rents of those blacks who do gain access to the white sector, as they could through the job reservation technique. Consequently, privileged blacks, such as those blacks with Section 10 rights, who were provided continuous access to jobs in the white sector, would have earned rents under apartheid. To be sure, explicit and implicit racial differences in the salary scales of private companies and government were sometimes imposed, either because of a taste for discrimination, because of pressure from white unions, or for other reasons. These differences, common until the late 1970s, ensured that black earnings were less than white earnings for the same jobs, thus limiting the size of the rents to blacks. But black rents would still have been positive as long as salaries in the white sector were greater than in the homelands, and as long as these rents were not appropriated by white labor. The second problem with this representation of the economy results from the role of white capital. In these models, apartheid was inimical to capitalists' interests, because they would obviously have preferred to substitute cheap black labor, available in infinitely elastic supply, for overpriced white labor. However, the assumption of an infinitely elastic supply of black labor has been challenged by Lucas, 1985, whose econometric tests using data from the 1946 to 80 period showed that the supply of labor to gold mining, at least, was not only not infinitely elastic, but inelastic, and he also showed that this potential monopsony power was in fact exploited. This provides a rationale for a number of the hiring practices of the mining industry, such as the centralized system of recruiting through an employer's organization, the Chamber of Mines, and the imposition for many years of maximum permissible average wages, Lucas 1985, p. 1094. Such hiring practices were long characteristic of the South African mining industry and were not necessarily central to apartheid. For our purposes, the importance of Lucas evidence is that if the supply of black labor is positively sloped in mining, it is probably positively sloped in other industries in the white sector as well. This fact provides a possible explanation of how apartheid could have served the interests of white capital as well as white labor. Such an explanation is needed because although white capitalists may not have been as strong supporters of apartheid as many elements of white labor, and were never in fact unanimously in favor of it, elements of apartheid such as influx control certainly attracted their support. As Leonard Thompson, 1990, emphasizes, the period of most rapid economic growth, in the 1950s and 1960s coincided with the consolidation of the basic elements of the apartheid system, some of the worst political repression and an increase in white income per capita relative to black, p. 135. To summarize, I have identified 4 problems with the job reservation approach. 1. The representation of apartheid by a labor market institution, the job reservation ratio, which had largely disappeared before apartheid began, and whose economic effects do not analytically represent those of the migrant labor/pass law system and other essential institutions of apartheid. 2. The inability of the model to explain apartheid-induced black rents, as well as the conflicts among black groups discussed in Section 1 earlier. 3. Lucas, 1985, evidence that the supply of labor to mining is upward sloping, and even inelastic, and not infinitely elastic, as required by the Porter model, as well as his evidence that the potential for monopsony which this gave to the gold mining cartel was in fact exploited, implying gains to capital that further contradict the model 4. The puzzling acquiescence of white capital. See apartheid as a worker discipline device. All of the problems discussed in Section 3b can be addressed by modeling apartheid in a different way, specifically, by adapting the efficiency wage models of Carl Shapiro and Joseph Stiglitz, 1984, or Bulow and Summers, 1986. Indeed, suggestions along these lines are commonly made, but not developed, in much of the neoclassical literature on the economics of apartheid. 5. The idea is that from an economic viewpoint, the influx control pass law system was a collective means of raising the cost of job loss for each black worker, thus facilitating worker discipline at a lower wage than would be required if each white firm were to act individually. To develop this point, let us consider a simple two-sector model of the labor market along the lines of Bulow and Summers, 1986. Jobs in the primary sector, good jobs with good pay, benefits, and promotion possibilities, are costly to monitor, hence the potential for shirking there, whereas no such problem arises in the secondary sector, bad jobs, with none of these attributes. Equilibrium in the labor market is characterized by two conditions. First, workers in the primary sector, here called M for modern, mining, or manufacturing, are paid their marginal products, 8, WM equals PG, NM, where P is the price of manufacturing output, WM is the wage in the modern sector, NM is the number of workers employed there, and G is their marginal productivity. Second, job effort in the primary sector is costly to monitor, and it is therefore always possible that some workers will shirk. Following the same logic as in our general approach to autocratic economies in Chapter 6 and illustrated in Figure 6.1, we assume that a no-shirking condition replaces the usual supply of labor. For workers not to shirk, the utility of shirking to a worker must be less than or equal to the expected loss from shirking. This condition, in turn, arises from the possibility of losing one's job. The no-shirking condition may be written as, 9, $d, PVM PVH, where, 5 equals the utility to a worker from shirking, D equals the probability that a worker will be discovered, i.e., the level of monitoring, and PVM, PVH equals the present value of income earned in the primary and secondary sectors, respectively, which we label manufacturing, modern, or mining, M, and the homelands. Thus, PVM, PVH represents the costs of losing one's job in the manufacturing sector. Workers who shirk take the risk of losing their jobs. The right-hand side of 9, then, represents the expected cost of shirking, assuming that getting fired is the penalty if the worker is caught shirking. The main difference between this two-sector model and one-sector models incorporating costs of monitoring, see, example Shapiro and Stiglitz 1984, is that the cost of job loss is not the possibility of becoming 184. Unemployed but of being forced to take an inferior job in the secondary sector. However, as long as 9 is satisfied, workers will not shirk, since the expected loss from doing so is greater than the gain, P. The cost of job loss is just WWPVPVWWR plus Q plus X. This is equivalent to the wage differential between the two sectors, WM, WH discounted by the discount rate, R, by the rate of turnover, Q, that is, the likelihood that a worker in the primary sector will drop into the secondary sector, and by X, the likelihood that a secondary sector worker will be able to find employment in the primary sector. 6. So, 9, and 10, state that, in equilibrium, the utility of shirking to a worker in the primary sector must be less than or equal to the expected cost of job loss. The expected cost of job loss, in turn, equals the probability of being caught for shirking, D, multiplied by the difference between primary and secondary sector wages, which is discounted by the interest rate, R, the turnover rate, Q, and the probability that a secondary sector worker can get a job in the primary sector, X. It is easy to adapt this formulation in a way that shows how apartheid facilitates worker discipline. In the free labor market depicted by equations 9 and 10, the opportunity cost of losing a job in the primary sector is determined by market conditions in the two sectors. Apartheid labor market institutions of influx control or the pass system in effect imply collective white control over, or the attempt to control, specific variables in the no-shirking condition. For under that system, the loss of a job also implies the loss of a pass, and therefore of the right to remain in the white manufacturing sector. This gives white employers considerably more power over their employees than they possess in a free market. In a free market, the maximum sanction available to an employer is dismissal from that firm. The influx control pass law system formally empowers the employer to dismiss an employee from the entire manufacturing sector, considerably raising the cost of job loss to the worker. Of course, for this formal power to be effective, the pass law system must be enforced. Black workers clearly have an incentive to evade the regulations, as long as wages are higher in the manufacturing sector. And although the system may benefit white employers collectively, each white employer has no incentive, as far as profits are concerned, to follow the regulations. The system is not self-enforcing, rather, individually each white employer has an incentive to free ride, evade the regulations, and hire cheap black labor rather than expensive white labor. So both black workers and white capitalists will look for ways to circumvent the apartheid regulations. The effectiveness of the system therefore depends squarely on how rigorously it is enforced by the government. It follows that the cost of job loss, PVM, PVH, depends on the level of enforcement of the pass law system, and hence on the level of white power, TT. We can distinguish three separate effects. First, the tighter the level of enforcement, 7 the more that workers fired for shirking are deported to the secondary sector, rather than being allowed to look for another job in the primary sector. Consequently, X, the probability of a dismissed workers finding re-employment in the primary sector is not the market-determined X in equation 10, but it depends instead on the level of enforcement of the pass law system and hence on the level of white power. Thus, under apartheid, X equals Xn, where X is the probability of a dismissed workers evading the pass laws and being rehired in the white sector, and where dx/dn 0. As before, N indexes the level of white power over the black population, hence the level of apartheid enforcement. Second, the system of forced removals to the homelands undoubtedly lowers wages there, WH, by increasing the supply of labor to the homeland area. In this respect apartheid resembles earlier measures, such as land alienation which increased the supply of cheap labor, as discussed by Lundahl 1982, and Lundahl and Andela 1980. Again, the magnitude of this effect depends on the level of white power. Throughout the era of the apartheid laws, blacks attempted to evade the laws and entered the white sector illegally, locating either in the townships surrounding the white areas or living illegally in the white areas themselves. The greater the level of white power, the more whites can prevent the system from breaking down in this way. This effect, lower homeland wages WH, also raises the cost of job loss to black workers in the manufacturing sector. That is, a lower WH allows white capital to obtain black labor at a lower wage, WM, in the manufacturing sector. Finally, there is a third economic effect of the influx control system. This effect arises from the fact that because workers, but not their families, were allowed into the white sector, the system either forced black workers to live away from their families or to commute many hours to work. The natural result was an increase in turnover, Q, as black workers found they could only bear this for a certain period of time before ultimately quitting. So the tighter the application of the pass law system, the larger the turnover tended to be, that is, Q equals Q, N, Qn 0. From 10, this effect would tend to raise, not lower, the manufacturing wage WM consistent with no shirking, that is, it is counterproductive from the point of view of white capital. Indeed, turnover ultimately rose to very high levels, and the problems this created for business, the constant need to recruit, transport, and train huge numbers of workers, was a central element in its turning away from apartheid in the 1980s, Lipton 1985, p. 161, as will be discussed in more detail shortly. In sum, influx control has three effects on the cost of black labor to white capital. 1. It reduces the probability, x, that a worker caught shirking or exhibiting other signs of disloyalty in the manufacturing sector will be able to get another job there, thus raising the cost of job loss in that sector. 2. It reduces the wages in the homeland, WHJ, by increasing the supply of labor there. 3. It increases the rate of turnover, Q, in the manufacturing sector, thus reducing the cost of job loss there. Apartheid makes economic sense from the point of view of white capital as long as the first and second effects dominate the third. These three effects may be incorporated into the no-shirking condition. 10. They imply that each of X, Q, and WH become functions of the level of power, 7c, of whites over blacks. IOEMH. Where n x and 0. PDN equations, 8, 9, and 10, now constitute a model of apartheid as a worker discipline device. As long as an increase in n lowers 10/ it raises the cost of job loss in the manufacturing sector, implying that influx control functions successfully as a worker discipline device from the point of view of white capital. Figure 8.5 shows how it works in this way, and it also displays the resulting distribution of rents. NSCF represents the free market / no shirking condition, which would yield a wage of WF, equal for whites and blacks in the absence of apartheid, other forms of labor market discrimination, or productivity differences. The free market equilibrium is at L, the point at which the marginal product of labor equals the no-shirking wage. At that equilibrium, NM black workers are employed in the goods sector, and NH in the homelands. EA is the apartheid equilibrium, where the marginal product of labor equals the apartheid-induced no-shirking condition. NSC, the successful operation of the pass system, implies that NSCA is below NSCF, implying a lower level of black wages in the white manufacturing sector, WBMWF. Despite the lower wage, more blacks work in the white sector at EA than at E1, NAMNM. Similarly, the wage, WH, in the bad jobs sector in the homelands is lowered to WH, A. 188. This completes the description of the black labor market under apartheid. These policies, by themselves, could never command the support of white labor, because they would lower white wages as well as black wages. However, the influx control and the pass law systems are only one component of apartheid-style regulation of the labor market. The other is provided by a set of institutions which protect white labor: discrimination in education, job reservation, the job bar, formal and informal agreements between white employers and white unions, e.g. the quasi-legal agreements between mining corporations and white mining unions, and various other front-of-the-line queuing arrangements which effectively guarantee full employment to whites at artificially high wages. 8. To model these institutions in the simplest fashion possible, I assume that the support of white labor is obtained because it is treated as a separate labor force and is paid a higher wage, WW, at which the white labor force, NW, is fully employed. 9, 11, NW equals NW, 12, WW equals G, NW. I also assume the total size of the manufacturing, and mining, sector is large enough to guarantee that full employment of whites does not affect marginal decisions with respect to blacks, as was true in South Africa throughout the period of Grand Apartheid. Figure 8.5 illustrates the devil's bargain 10 between white capital, white labor, and some elements of black labor, which characterizes Grand Apartheid. In contrast to the integration equilibrium, is 7, capital gains P plus R, white labor gains black wages in both the white sector and the homelands are lower than they would be under integration, WBMWH. However, black employment in the white sector is higher. Black labor as a whole loses PT. Note that this treatment of apartheid solves all of the difficulties that characterized the Porter model. See Porter, 1990, for a description of the various apartheid constraints. An alternative way to describe the behavior of the white labor market would be to derive a white no-shirking condition, in which the probability of a dismissed white workers being rehired in the primary sector, X, is close to 1, because of the institutions described in the text. High wages to whites are then essential to guarantee no shirking. However, this fact would complicate the story in the text, and figure 8.4, without materially affecting any of the conclusions drawn from it. I owe this phrase to Richard Porter. 1. At its center is the migrant labor/pass law system central to grand apartheid. 2. It explains the support of white capital for the system. 3. It is consistent with an upward sloping supply of black labor. 4. Black workers in the white sector earn rents. The potential problems with the system, and therefore some of the reasons for its ultimate demise, are also embedded in this description, as will be demonstrated shortly. If apartheid in this form were costless to implement, we could calculate the optimal level of apartheid from the point of view of white capital. This would simply put WM as low as possible, consistent with the satisfaction of the no-shirking condition, that is, where DL. At the optimum in this sense, the marginal reduction in the black wage in the white sector, due to apartheid's effect in reducing WH and X, is just equal to its marginal increase, due to the effects of apartheid in raising Q. However, whereas apartheid-style low regulations can be passed in a white legislature at low cost, such regulations are very costly to implement and enforce because although it may be in the collective interest of white capital and of loyal blacks to support the regulations politically, it is in the private interests of white capitalists as individual businessmen to evade regulations when hiring, and of black workers to evade the controls and enter the white sector illegally. To derive the optimum level from the point of view of white capital, which takes into account the costs of policing the system, we need to integrate this model of the economy with the model of the political sector developed earlier. We first restrict our attention to the rational range of apartheid for capitalists, which is where, in this range, an increase in N shifts the black NSC downward, lowering WM and benefiting capitalists. Figure 8.5, with this property, can then be combined with figure 8.2, which shows the optimal level of N from the viewpoint of white capital. The optimal level of power of whites over blacks determines the position of the NSC in figure 8.5, more power implying a lower NSC, and hence the black wage, level of black employment, rents to white capital, and earnings of blacks employed in the white sector. The complete model, incorporating figures 8.2 and 8.5, and incorporating the repression loyalty diagram from Chapter 3 or 5, Figure 3.1 or 5.2, is shown in Figure 8.6. For comparative statics and the fall of apartheid. A. Changes in black resistance. As we found in the analysis of job reservation, we discover that the initial effect of increased black resistance is that PL, the price demanded for black loyalty to the white regime, will increase, and will be smaller in figure 8.6, A, and the N, in figure 8.6, B, curve will shift upward, implying lower profits, P, to white capitalists. The political effects, which are shown in figure 8.6, A, are the same as before, a fall in 7I and L, and an ambiguous effect on R. The economic effects on the labor market, however, are very different. Since the regime has less power, the NSC curve in figure 8.6, C, shifts upward, hence increasing the equilibrium black wage in the white sector from WQ to WF, and decreasing black employment in that sector. So although the political effects of the two models are the same, the labor market effects are very different. Black resistance raises employment of blacks in the white sector in the job reservation model, but lowers it in the efficiency wage model. B. Economic variables. With the present model, we can also derive the effects that changes in the variables in the NSC, 3, R, D, Q, and X, have on all of the endogenous political and economic variables, 71, R, L, NM, and W #. For example, one important factor affecting the profitability of apartheid for white capitalists is the level of turnover, Q. The effects of an increase in Q are illustrated in figure 8.7. The NSC curve shifts upward for any given level of N, as depicted in the shift from NSC 0 to NSCT in figure 8.7, C, thus increasing the wage that must be paid, WM. Consequently, the profits to capital from apartheid, P, shift downward, implying a lower optimal level of apartheid NX rather than TC, 0 and a lower apartheid budget, BX rather than BO, in figure 8.7, B, and hence lower repression and loyalty as shown in figure 8.7, A. Finally, the fall in N implies a further upward shift in the NSC, to NSC2, in figure 8.7, C, implying, in final equilibrium, lower employment in manufacturing, NM, and higher black wages W by. The model thus predicts that higher turnover rates reduce profits, hence, they can be expected to reduce white capital's demand for apartheid policies. Indeed, the increase in turnover rates in South Africa in the 1970s and 1980s is often cited as one of the key elements in the erosion of apartheid over that period. Lipton provides some data on turnover for the mining sector. They reveal that absconders, workers who broke their contracts from chamber-affiliated mines, increased from about 10,000 annually in the early 1970s to 50,000 in 1977, 1 in 8 of the workforce, despite improvements in wages and working conditions. Other changes reduced the attractiveness of the discipline model as well. Lipton, 1985, notes that the more educated Africans entering the mines were also less amenable to the old-style military discipline, barking out orders and wielding the sjambok, stick or whip, p. 131. Moreover, the great shortage of white skilled laborers by the late 1970s also led to an erosion of discipline among these workers. All these factors led to an increased desire on the part of business for a stable labor force in the late 1970s, as noted by many observers, including Knight and Lenta, 1980, p. 174, and Lucas, 1985, p. 1096. An increase in the relative size of the white manufacturing sector. N1 has the same effects on the NSC as an increase in A, because the larger the relative size of the white manufacturing sector, the higher is X, the probability that a worker who loses a good job will be able to find another good job. 11. So the NSC shifts upward as rises, leading to a rise in the equilibrium black wage rate WM. The effects on the apartheid system are identical to those from an increase in turnover, i.e., they lead to the erosion of apartheid. Employment in the manufacturing and mining sectors did increase substantially under apartheid until the late 1970s. Employment in manufacturing, for example, rose from 536,275 in 1951 to 1,362,079 in 1976, Lundall 1982. Growth was particularly rapid during the 1964 to 75 period, see Nat Ras 1981, Table 8.1, p. 165. So the growth of the economy under apartheid is, oddly enough, part of the explanation for the ultimate demise of the system. A related factor is the increased size and bureaucratization of the typical South African firm in the white sector over this period, Table 8.1 in Nat Ras 1981, p. 165, 12, which increased the possibilities of substituting internal promotion ladders or more comprehensive internal monitoring for the collective worker discipline device of apartheid. Finally, the privatization of the worker discipline problem was also favored by the enormous costs of policing the system as resistance mounted, including the costs of forced removals themselves, and of policing both employers and employees to ensure their adherence. 13. See sanctions. The basic effect of an increase in the level of international sanctions, example on exports, imports, or capital investment, which effectively denied South Africa access to international trade, was to lower the marginal revenue product of labor. This was because 1. South African labor had less capital to work with. 2. Productivity fell as imported inputs became less available than before. 3. There was a fall in the demand for South Africa's products. The MPN curve would shift inward in figure 8.7, c, not shown, thus implying a smaller manufacturing sector and fewer good jobs. At every level of 7c, profits P would be lower, leading to a lower optimal level of N, example NX in figure 8.7, B, rather than 7I0, a lower apartheid budget B, and lower R and L. The economic effects are straightforward in this case. As N falls, the NSC shifts upward, thus reinforcing the fall in the MPN in lowering black employment in the white sector. The effect on black wages is uncertain, the fall in the MPN tends to lower them, but the upward shift in the NSC has the opposite effect. So although black employment in the white sector necessarily falls, black wages may either rise or fall. These conclusions differ from those obtained in the job reservation model. In that model, reductions in the apartheid budget and in white power imply a fall in the equilibrium job reservation ratio, C, and hence an increase in black employment in the white sector at an unchanged black wage there. The common argument of opponents of sanctions that they hurt black employment thus receives support from the efficiency wage model, but not from the Porter model. This result is paradoxical, because it says that sanctions hurt black employment in a model in which apartheid furthers the interests of white capital, not white labor, and yet the main argument usually made against sanctions was that capitalist-driven economic growth is the most effective way to get rid of apartheid. The worker discipline model suggests, then, that sanctions also contributed to the decline of apartheid, and they worked in concert with the factors already mentioned, increased turnover, the growth of the manufacturing sector, and increased black resistance. By the late 1980s, as the costs of the system mounted and its benefits declined, business became strongly opposed to the apartheid system. White labor no longer needed its protection. Perhaps for these reasons, in 1991 the South African government formally abandoned apartheid. 5. Conclusion. In this chapter I have presented a simple model of the South African polity as a racial dictatorship, and I linked this model to two models of the apartheid industrial economic system. The first model expands the neoclassical view of apartheid, which originated in Porter's 1978 article, and which is now widely held, as essentially a system by which white labor used its political power and the disenfranchisement of the black majority to exploit black labor in the industrial sector. In the second model, apartheid is seen as the result of a more complex political coalition that benefited white capital and some elements of the black community as well as white labor. The two models are not necessarily mutually exclusive. If skill levels were distinguished, as they have not been in this chapter, the job reservation model might be more appropriate for unskilled labor and the worker discipline model developed here might be more appropriate for semi-skilled or skilled labor. Alternatively, the models may be viewed as concerned with different institutions. The Porter model analyzes job reservation, whereas the worker discipline model analyzes influx control and the pass system. One strength of the worker discipline model is that it provides a more satisfactory economic rationale for apartheid because it can account for both the successes, for whites, of apartheid in the 1950s and 1960s and its decline in the 1980s, as mirrored in the initial support for and later opposition to apartheid by white capital. It also yields some insights into the conflicts among black groups in South Africa, on which the Porter model is silent. 196. Of course, which view of apartheid is more correct rests on the accuracy of its empirical implications. Although the two models yield similar predictions in many respects, they diverge crucially in others. The most important of these differences is that black resistance, or sanctions, tends to increase black employment in the white sector in the first model, but to decrease it, and to increase black wages, in the second one. Consequently, it makes a difference which model is used with respect to our understanding of how apartheid itself worked and how institutions such as influx control work in other societies. Most important, this choice also affects our ability to predict how the South African economy will develop without apartheid. The models have other applications, because job reservation is commonly practiced in many non-democratic countries, and in some democratic ones, so too is influx control, especially with respect to the toleration of illegal immigration, see Hillman and Weiss 1996. Finally, the models show what a dictatorship which exploits one economic group for the sole benefit of another looks like, and they suggest that this exploitation is more viable when it is done more for the sake of capital than labor. 9. The bureaucratic economy the model. 1. The Soviet experience. This chapter and the next one are devoted to the economics of communism. In an attempt to understand how these systems work, one good place to start is with the fact that within the planning sector, comprising, for example, roughly 80% of the 46,000 industrial enterprises located throughout the former Soviet Union in the mid-1980s, the use of money is severely circumscribed. Thus, in the Soviet banking system the absolute order to pay is unknown. Payments from any account are made only if in agreement with the applicable rules and authorizations too. Similarly, in China prior to 1979, only currency in circulation was considered by the authorities to be money, and monetary policy consisted primarily of regulating the amount of currency in circulation. Individual households could hold savings and time deposits in banks, but not checkable deposits. The transfer balances of government agencies and enterprises were transferable only with explicit hierarchical approval. Before giving approval, the banks in each case had to ensure both that the transaction had received prior authorization by the proper authorities in accordance with the economic plan and that all papers relating to the transaction were in order. See Chen 1987 for details. Consequently, a distinction became popular between active money and passive money, Wiles 1962. Passive money, the transfer balances of enterprises, may be a decision-making criterion for the planners but not for the enterprises. As Grossman, 1966, defines the distinction, it hinges on whether magnitudes expressed in monetary terms directly influence economic decisions or whether such magnitudes are employed for controlling compliance with directives only. The spheres of circulation of the two kinds of money correspond respectively to the domains of the market mechanism and the command principle, p. 216. To understand the distinction, consider the case, discussed by Kroll 1987, of a Soviet firm which sued another firm in court for non-delivery of input. The firm won its suit, but it never bothered to pick up the money. What value would it have? The firm could not spend the money without the prior authorization of the authorities for spending it that way. If it had been capable of receiving that authorization, the authorities would also have been willing to provide the money balances. As Grossman explains it precisely, money in the production sector of the Soviet economy was rendered passive in order not to challenge the regime's political authority, 1966, p. 234. Alternatively and most simply, the planning sector may simply be thought of as demonetized. Of course, consumers used money to some extent, but as is well known, markets did not clear in the former Soviet Union. Rather, the distribution system was characterized by pervasive shortages. Indeed, a fundamental characteristic of the Soviet-style economy was the extent and persistence of shortages throughout the system. There has been much speculation and theorizing about the causes of these shortages in the former Soviet Union, most famously by Janos Kornai both in his 1980 book and in his latest, 1992, comprehensive treatise on communist economics. Kornai explained shortages with his concept of a soft budget constraint, the fact that the state will make up for the losses of as well as extract the profits from the enterprise. Consequently, there is no economic limitation on a firm's demands for inputs, it can always get the money to pay for them. So firms always want more inputs than are available. Undoubtedly, this is an important part of the explanation. However, this still does not explain shortages in consumer markets, which were equally legendary in the former Soviet Union. So one central question for any theory of the system is this one: how can the prevalence and persistence of shortages be explained? Another characteristic feature of Soviet-style systems is the explicit political control and direction of the growth process. Growth was organized in 5-year plans. The society was explicitly mobilized for growth, which was extensively promoted by tasks and campaigns. A third feature, partially related to the second, was the institution known as the party purge. At periodic intervals, the suitability of large numbers of individuals for membership in the party and participation in its decision-making was explicitly called into question. Often, a number of individuals' memberships were not renewed. Sometimes, much more dramatic steps were taken, as in the famous Great Purges of the Soviet Party under Stalin in the 1930s or in the anti-rightist movement and the Cultural Revolution in China under Mao. But lesser purges, which could simply the bureaucratic economy the Model 199 take the form of a general calling in of party cards, a number of which were then not sent back, were a regular feature of the system. A fourth feature, and a most important contemporary issue, is the dynamics of the reform of such systems. From its inception, the former Soviet Union was characterized by the periodic introduction of important and fundamental changes in the production system. There was the early period of war communism, followed by the new economic policy, the Stalin industrialization drive, the Khrushchev reforms, and finally the period of perestroika and glasnost under Gorbachev, which ended by virtue of the fact that it reformed the system out of existence. The Chinese system was subject to a dramatic reform beginning in 1978, and it has been steadily evolving on a more gradual and experimental basis ever since. One important issue to which a good deal of attention has been paid is the spectacular success of the Chinese reforms, on the one hand, and the failure of reforms which appeared very similar in a number of respects under Gorbachev in the former Soviet Union, on the other. Is this difference due to the adoption of a gradualist policy in China compared with the Big Bang approach adopted in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, as some, example Jefferson and Roski, 1994, Macmillan and Naughton 1992, contend? Or is it due to the fact that China maintained political repression while the Soviet Union relaxed it, as others, Murphy, Schleifer and Vishny, 1992, Sachs and Wu, 1994, suggest? A fifth feature is the peculiar pattern of Soviet growth. The best Western scholarship on Soviet affairs, including the path-breaking and important work on the Soviet economy by noted specialists such as Abram Bergson, example 1978-1987, and Raymond Powell, 1968, followed by Ger Ofer, 1987, and others, all painted an impressive picture of Soviet growth from the 1920s to at least the 1960s. It is worth briefly reviewing the evidence on the growth rate of the GNP and on the growth of factor productivity to see the solid grounds on which this belief was based. Once this is understood, the question becomes not one of the perpetual flaws in the Soviet system but why it could not continue to replicate its early success. Consider first of all the evidence on the growth of Soviet GNP. As late as 1987, Ofer estimated the annual average growth rate of GNP during the 57 years from 1928 to 1985 to be 4.2% per year. Comparing this experience with that of other countries, he declared Soviet performance to be among the best for such an extended period, 1987, p. 1777. GNP per capita grew over the same period at the rate of 3.1%. During the post-war period, 1950 to 80, GNP per capita in the Soviet Union grew at a 3.3% rate, but compare this to the 1.9% rate for the United States, Table 2, p. 1780. Ofer also points out that most other Western estimates were close enough to these figures. On the growth of factor productivity, Abram Bergson, 1978, summarized his findings as of 1978. Soviet net national product per unit of factor input grew over the period 1928 to 1958 by 1.4 to 1.9% yearly, with output valued at base year prices, and by 3.5 to 4.1% yearly, with output valued at given year prices. The United States during 1929 to 1957 must have nearly matched the foregoing Soviet performance with valuation for both countries in base year prices. With valuation for both countries in given year prices, the USSR must have appreciably surpassed us. p. 144, he then compares Soviet growth during the 1928-58 period with US growth from 1869 to 1908, i.e., at a time when the United States was at a comparable state of development. He says, consider now the period 1869 to 78 to 1899 to 1908 in the United States. With output in both countries valued in base year prices, we should have at least matched the Soviet 1928 to 1958 rate. With output in both countries in given year prices, the Russians during 1928 to 1958 may possibly have outdistanced us, p. 144. For the post-war period, from 1955 to 1970, Bergson estimated average annual rate of growth of real national income per employed worker in the USSR at 4.2%. The corresponding figure for the United States is 2.1%, p. 153. 3. Martin Weitzman, 1983, looks at the growth of Soviet industrial output for the 1950 to 78 period using a synthetic series constructed by the Office of Economic Research of the CIA. The average annual rate of growth over that period is 7.4%, which, he concludes, is more than respectable by world standards. p. 81. A similar conclusion is reached for the growth of labor productivity in industry. So in the late 1970s and even into the 1980s, the Soviet system did not appear at all like the bumbling behemoth it had apparently become by the late 1980s. Indeed, in 1988, Edward Hewitt, 1988, suggested that the Soviet economic system works reasonably well by world standards and has done so for over half a century, p. 158. Earlier, of course, the scare caused by the USSR's apparent achievements was much more vivid. Barrington Moore, Jr., 1950, described the Soviet system as an organizational weapon. Grossman, 1966, described the Soviet system as the union of a particular authoritarian ideology and the logic of hasty industrialization, p. 228. Peter Rutland, 1985, approvingly quotes John Fisher's, 1947, description of the Communist Party as the most efficient machine ever devised for the governing of men. Rutland, p. 174. One lesson of all this, as if the reader needs any reminding, is that statistics should be handled with care, especially statistics that emanate from dictatorships. That this lesson has not been learned is amply shown by the fact that contemporary observers treat the figures on Chinese growth with the same respect as figures from other, more reliable sources. 4. Of course, considerable revision of the statistics on Soviet economic performance is now underway on the basis of new evidence emanating from the now mostly democratic republics of the former Soviet Union. See, example, the evidence discussed in Easterly and Fisher 1994. But although the new evidence will undoubtedly lower the estimates of growth, it is doubtful that the progress of the system at least up to the 1960s will ever be able to be dismissed. 5. Moreover, there are two more positive lessons that emerge from these studies. One is the widely accepted proposition that growth in the USSR was peculiar because it was almost all extensive growth, i.e., it was almost completely accounted for by growth in factor inputs, mainly capital accumulation. This fact suggests that there was little or no technological progress under the system. Thus, according to Ofer, 1987, during the entire period but more so with time, Soviet growth is generated by high rises in inputs and declining growth of overall input productivity. During the entire period 1928 to 1985, inputs grew at 3.2% and contributed 76% of the total GNP growth, while factor productivity grew 1.1% a year, accounting for only 24% of total growth, p. 1782. G.B. Powell, 1986, in a much earlier study estimated that capital accumulation in the USSR had averaged 16.5% a year for 38 years, and he concluded that more than half and perhaps upwards of 3/4 of Soviet growth has been achieved by the essentially mechanical and ruthless process of forcing out of the economy ever greater supplies of productive resources, p. 23. These figures show a systematic difference between the pattern of growth in the Soviet Union, which is based almost entirely on growth in factor inputs, and growth in the United States and other Western democracies, in which most of the growth is growth in factor productivity and is attributed to technological progress. However, Alwyn Young, 1992-1995, and others, Krugman 1994, provides additional references to this work, present surprising evidence that documents a pattern in the growth of the East Asian NICs that is similar to that of the former Soviet Union. The extraordinary growth in those countries is also due to their capacity to mobilize resources for the accumulation of capital and for the reallocation of inputs from less productive to more productive uses. Once these sources of growth are removed, the growth rates of total factor productivity in these countries appear, on this analysis, to be entirely normal, that is, well within the range experienced by other Western countries. The second point about Soviet growth on which all the main analysts seem to agree is that it has declined over time. Ofer, 1987, shows Soviet growth rates declining from 4.7% during the 1950-80 period, to 4.2% during the 1960-80 period, and to 3.1% during the 1970-80 period. By comparison, the United States grew at 3.3% per year from 1950 to 1980 and at 3% from 1970 to 1980, p. 1780. Soviet growth continued to decline, and by the late 1980s it appeared to many to have largely stopped. According to Ofer, the relative contribution of inputs to growth grew to 80% in the post-war period and became its sole component from 1970 on, when productivity completely stagnated or even retreated, LOCCIT. Easterly and Fisher, 1994, attempt to explain the decline. The general story they tell is one of limits to extensive growth aggravated in the USSR by the low elasticity of substitution between capital and labor. The basic question which remains in this framework seems to be whether it is negative total factor productivity growth or falling returns to capital which explain the dramatic decline in performance after 1970. But a more basic question is this one: what feature of the Soviet growth process is it that limited extensive, the bureaucratic economy, the Model 203 growth? Easterly and Fisher speculate that it was due to the fact that the Soviets accumulated a narrow, rather than a broad, range of capital goods, for example, no marketing skills, entrepreneurship, distribution, or information-intensive physical capital. Ofer points out that one reason for the low elasticity has to be that research and development in such a society doesn't work properly to make capital a better substitute for labor. The more general problem with approaches like these is that they do not explain very much. The growth accounting approach is useful in isolating the sources of growth or decline, and the general story that it tells about the pattern of growth in Soviet and other authoritarian societies, which are based on extensive growth of inputs rather than technological progress, is an important contribution. But it is limited. Although not inherently unmeasurable, many inputs to the growth process, most important, the pattern of political decision-making, the nature of property rights and their evolution, and changes in organizational structure, are hard to quantify, and they do not make any appearance in the growth accounting framework. They are buried, along with technological progress, in the residual. Turning to the various approaches to the economy of autocracy which were reviewed in Chapter 6, we see that the command model can easily explain the ultimate collapse of the Soviet Union, but taken literally, this model implies that the Soviet Union should have collapsed much earlier. That is, it cannot explain the pattern of above-average growth which persisted from the 1920s right through to the 1950s. Similar problems bedevil the shadow economy approach as a general explanation of the workings of the system. The kleptocracy model is accurate in pointing to the enormous redistributive impact of communist economics. However, the redistribution seems to have been a fairly broad one, which is not what the kleptocracy model is about. On the other hand, if, as is postulated in the model, the kleptocrats were really simply the ruler and his cronies, the party elite, what allowed the Soviet regime to survive so much longer than other kleptocracies? What was the source of its undoubted ideological appeal? And after the revolution, why have reformed communist parties been returned to power everywhere in Eastern Europe? Are their members reformed kleptocrats? If so, how do kleptocrats reform, and how do they do so with such credibility that their former victims choose to vote for them and their party in a reasonably free election? And why would those who were presumably the most victimized, the older generation, be their strongest supporters? So each of these explanations appears flawed as a general account of the workings of communist economics. Nevertheless, each contains 204 important insights. A good theory would incorporate them and also explain all the facts about the system discussed in this section. In sections 2 and 3,1 approach these issues with a model which assumes front and center that there is a logic to communist economics, a logic which is basically similar to that of any bureaucratic organization. The purpose of demonetizing the production system was to make it possible to politicize the economy. Given political control of the economy, the system, like any bureaucracy, does not run primarily by command but through exchange. The difference between it and a market economy is that exchanges under communism are supported by party loyalty rather than by law-based property rights and money. However, the system contained a central flaw that ultimately destroyed it, namely, the tendency for relations of loyalty of the wrong or unproductive sort to ultimately clog the system and undermine control from the top. Section 2 describes the working of the system in both its productive and unproductive phases. Section 3 shows how each of these phases can be generated from a single model of the communist system. To rents, shortages, and bribes in Chapter 6 I suggested one simple explanation for shortages and rents in the former Soviet Union, namely, that they were an excellent device for building party loyalty. By creating shortages the party created a difference between the value of the goods, services, jobs, apartments, and so on, which were distributed, and the official price charged for such goods and services. Because the demand for these goods and services exceeded the supply, the party could extract a political price on top of their money price. One way it did this, for example, was by giving out the rationed goods and services in return for investments in loyalty by the recipient, a system which was described in our basic model of autocratic economics outlined in Chapter 6. As suggested there and as depicted in Figure 6.1, or in Figure 8.5 on the apartheid system, shortages and rationing of jobs in the labor market implied a wage premium that could be used to deter cheating. Cheating included shirking, lack of discipline, disloyalty, drunkenness, or any other form of behavior disapproved of by the party. Other features of the Soviet system, such as tasks and campaigns, analyzed by Ferrero 1994, served the function of screening applicants. Those who demonstrated the most loyalty, for example, through productive effort, were entitled to a premium. This premium was exactly analogous to the market premiums that were analyzed in the reputation models discussed in Chapters 2 and 3, it cements loyalty provided the present value of the premium stream is larger than the potential gains from cheating the party. The same model can be used to explain shortages of consumer goods, as depicted in Figure 9.1. Because the good, Q in Figure 9.1, is rationed, its marginal value, P plus B, exceeds its official price, /. Those who actually obtain the good at its official price earn rents equal to the shaded area S. By creating these shortages and then distributing goods in exchange for loyalty to the regime, the government creates a powerful economic lever which can be used to enforce compliance with its goals. So this model explains how an autocrat might rationally create shortages of jobs or of goods and services. But another explanation of shortages, one put forth by Andrei Schleifer and Robert Vishny, 1992, interprets shortages as a symptom of precisely the opposite phenomenon, a lack of central control. In their model, shortages are created by enterprise managers in order to collect bribes from customers. Schleifer and Vishny assume that the bureaucrats in the supervising ministry and the managers collude to maximize their take at the expense of both their customers and the state treasury, p. 239. In our terms, this assumption is equivalent to the idea that the government's mechanisms of control over 206 officials in the supervising ministry and the enterprise have broken down. Free from any hierarchical constraint, the ministry and enterprise can pursue a different objective. So this model also illustrates the power of the regime to affect the workings of markets, only here it illustrates the power of the bureaucracy instead of the dictator. The model provides a particularly useful way to think about Soviet enterprise in its final, degenerate phase, when the political apparatus had largely lost control of the bureaucracy. The rest of this section describes the Schleifer-Vishny model. Section 3 shows how these two alternative visions of the Soviet system can be combined into a single model. In the Schleifer-Vishny model, prices of goods are set centrally, so the colluding enterprise manager and ministry do not control the official price at which products can be sold. They can, however, control the quantity sold at that price. In Figure 9.1, adapted from Schleifer and Vishny 1992, Figure 3, p. 243, the official price is given by /. The value of the good to consumers is given by the D/Q curve, which is equivalent to an ordinary demand curve. Schleifer and Vishny assume that the industry acts as a monopoly, so MRQ is the monopolists, i.e., the colluding officials and managers of the state enterprise who are acting as a single entity, marginal revenue curve. The peculiar nature of the state firm under these conditions is the cost curve. To see the central point, assume that the firm has a soft budget constraint. It effectively need not worry about its costs of inputs, which are paid for by the state. Nor is it concerned with its profits, because all profit is turned over to the state and all losses are made up for by the state. Under these assumptions, from the point of view of the firm manager who wants to maximize personal income, the firm's costs are in fact its official revenues. Why? If the firm charges a bribe, which is the difference between the value of the good to consumers and its official price, the total amount of bribes collected is the area S, for surplus, and the total price of the good is equal to its official price plus the bribe, P plus B. The barrier to collecting more in bribes, apart from the constraint of the demand curve D/Q, is thus the firm's price /. This is because whatever the firm receives in official revenues, PQ, belongs to the state and not to the officials in the firm, and it is therefore a cost to the firm's manager because it diminishes the total amount of bribes that could be collected. So the total costs to the firm are its total revenues. Similarly, the marginal cost of production to the firm is / the official price of its output. Therefore, the firm maximizes profits, bribes collected, by setting marginal revenue equal to marginal cost, or / as depicted by point E in Figure 9.1. A special case of the model is one in which the firm is free to set its price as well as its output level. In that case the firm will set a price of the bureaucratic economy I, the model 270, and it will simply produce the revenue maximizing output level, where marginal revenue equals 0. Output expands to the point at which the marginal revenue curve cuts the horizontal axis and at which the bribe price is the full value of D, Q, above this point. The model is not just a theory of the Soviet firm, it can also be applied to any manager of a public enterprise, and indeed to managers of private firms as well. The model is relevant to their behavior if 1. Individual managers have some freedom to set the quantity of output that the firm produces 2. At the margin, bribes are worth more to these managers than the official revenues of the firm 3. Monitoring is sufficiently lax that they can get away with taking a bribe. These 3 conditions imply that even a manager of a private firm, one which is not 100% owner-controlled, for example, will be tempted to create a shortage and collect a bribe. Indeed, if managers of private enterprises are less closely monitored than those in public ones, it might appear that private managers would be more likely, ceteris paribus, to engage in bribe-taking. However, to a private firm, there is an additional cost in collecting a bribe. This cost is the possible effect of this action on bankruptcy. This cost is obviously smaller, the softer the budget constraint. Budget constraints are typically softest in socialist enterprises and hardest in purely private enterprises. So this 4th condition, 4, the budget constraint is soft, implies that the model applies more closely to socialist enterprises than to public enterprises, as well as more closely to public enterprises than to private ones. One way to extend the theory would be to apply it to the theory of regulation. I will only sketch this possibility here. Presumably, regulators of firms are also interested in collecting bribes, and they are capable of collecting them under the corrupt circumstances described by Schleifer and Vishny, i.e., perfect collusion between the manager and his supervisors. The difference is that regulators can collect bribes by granting exemptions from regulations, not by producing more of them. The same logic that suggests that producers of goods and services will create shortages in order to extract bribes implies that producers of regulations will produce surpluses, that is, over-regulation. The reason is simply that the larger the quantity of regulations, the greater the value of the bribe which can be extracted in exchange for exemptions from them. In summary, this section has looked at 2 alternative models of shortages. In the first, the government created shortages of jobs or goods and distributed them in exchange for political loyalty. In the second, 208, shortages were created by enterprise managers in order to collect bribes. Both models illustrate the power of autocratic governments to affect the working of the economy. In the first model, they behaved this way to further the ends of the political leadership, in the second, to further the aims of the bureaucracy. Section 3, which follows, uses bureaucratic theory to determine which of these outcomes occurs. 3. A. The general approach. The peculiar feature of the Soviet system, compared with other totalitarian societies, is that production in it was organized within a single bureaucracy. This organization was to a considerable extent driven by the ideology of communism, which dictated the abolition of private property. Without capitalists or their agents to manage enterprises, some other institution had to be found to perform this task, and the solution chosen was the system of central planning, meaning, in practice, management by a giant bureaucracy under the control of the party. Juskow, Chmelansky, and Sukhanova, 1994, speculate that the origins of the system are also to be found in a conception of the optimal structure of the production system that is modeled on the early Ford factories of the 1920s. The most important requisites for growth and efficiency were, at that time, conceived to be economies of scale and specialization. Accordingly, the industrial organization of the USSR was modeled on the principle of gigantism to take advantage of this conception. By the same token, the firms in the USSR were unusual because they were monopolies, again, presumably on the notion that this was the most efficient way to organize production. It follows that one way to understand how the Soviet system worked is to use bureaucratic theory. But there are many models of bureaucracy. In economic theory, one example is the model of William Niskanen, 1971, which stresses the incentive for bureaus to maximize the size of the budget under their control. However, this model is best thought of as a special case, as discussed elsewhere. 6. In sociology and organization theory, stress is often put on the importance of the bureaucracy's formal structure, along the classical lines invented by Max Weber. 7. Indeed, the command model commonly used by economists is just a variant of the bureaucratic economy the model 209 Weberian model of bureaucracy. The sway which Weberian thinking still holds may also be illustrated by the fact that the preeminent historian of the Soviet Communist Party in the West, Leonard Shapiro, found it necessary to reject the bureaucratic model as applying to the Soviet Union, on the grounds that the system was clearly not a bureaucracy in Weber's sense. Shapiro, 1971, stated, in place of officials with clearly defined and enforceable rights within the hierarchy, office is dependent on favor. In place of competence and efficiency, the prime qualification for office becomes loyalty. Never, at any stage in Soviet history, have these distinctive features been absent from the party machine, p. 623. However, as I have discussed in many other works, example Breton and Wintrobe 1982, McKee and Wintrobe 1993, Wintrobe 1982, Wintrobe 1997, Wintrobe and Breton 1986, few bureaucracies behave the way the Weberian model predicts. Private enterprises, state enterprises, political parties, unions, and governments are all bureaucracies that can be better understood by using the concepts of exchange and competition rather than of command. Like other forms of non-market exchange, bureaucratic exchange is based not on legally enforceable property rights but on networks or loyalty. So the observation that the Soviet system depended on loyalty rather than rigid Weberian rules does not mean that it was not bureaucratic, quite the contrary. Few bureaucracies work by command or rigid rules. Section 3b, which follows, shows why. b. Networks. The importance of exchange within bureaucracy derives from the fact that rules and regulations which can be formally or contractually specified are inherently rigid, so that a bureaucracy which actually operated according to its formal structure would be extremely inefficient. The goals of superiors would be drowned in red tape, control loss, administrative overload, inflexibility, and so forth. Because formal rules and authority are limited, there are always numerous ways in which subordinates, could be induced to perform their tasks with greater efficiency, example knowing that they would be rewarded for doing so. Thus, a subordinate could offer extra effort, more accurate information, more inventiveness at getting the job done, and so on. S's superior, B, for boss, typically also has many things to offer in exchange, more rapid promotion, bigger bonuses, a larger budget, travel privileges, and so on. Such trades between S and B may increase organizational productivity, in which case they are efficient trades, that is, they raise organizational productivity. Alternatively, subordinates may attempt to collude to OB. 210. Obtain resources by deception, information distortion, trickery, example agenda manipulation, sabotage, or through formal collective actions such as strikes or slowdowns. This class of behavior was studied by Niskanen, 1971, and in other models which emphasize the pathology or the inefficiency of organizational behavior. In these latter cases, the agreements or trades are obviously inefficient from the organization's point of view. Whether the agreements are efficient or inefficient, they are not contractually enforceable, so either party faces the prospect that the other could cheat or renege on his or her, possibly implicit, obligations, hence, the demand for some guarantee that the parties be repaid. Albert Breton and Ronald Wintrobe, 1982, posited that trust or organizational networks are capital assets accumulated by subordinates with each other, as well as by subordinates and superiors, to fill this gap and allow exchange. He and I suggested that this asset may be accumulated by foregoing opportunities to cheat, hence, making an investment in the future relationship. Salmon, 1988, described an alternative process based on conjectures and refutations. The next step is to derive a link between the level of these investments and organizational productivity. Breton and Wintrobe, 1982, see also Wintrobe and Breton 1986, assumed that superior-subordinate, vertical, trust links tend to enhance productivity, whereas subordinate-subordinate, horizontal, links tended to diminish it. This assumption permitted the development of a number of comparative static implications. It may be difficult to measure trust, but one can derive a theoretical link between various aspects of organizational structure, example levels of turnover, monitoring, perks, supply of promotions, and so on, and productivity if these variables can be shown to affect the incentives to accumulate vertical and horizontal trust in plausible ways. For example, an increase in promotion possibilities increases vertical and decreases horizontal trust. An increase in demand for the organization's output increases the supply of promotions within the organization, hence, the model predicts a positive relationship, ceteris paribus, between demand and productivity. So this model provides a simple explanation for the well-known procyclical behavior of productivity. Some evidence of the existence and importance of bureaucratic networks was provided by McKee and Wintrobe, 1993, in support of Parkinson's law, that is, the observation that the administrative component of an organization, A, sometimes expands at the same time as the organization itself is contracting and as its direct labor force, L, is declining. The law is a simple implication of the existence of vertical networks, combined with the assumption that the organization is sufficient. The bureaucratic economy I, the model 211 sciently large so that cuts in personnel are made according to formal criteria such as seniority. Thus, when the organization declines, subordinates who are in vertical networks with their superiors will demand protection from dismissal. This protection can be provided only by promoting them to a rank, example administrators, from which they can't be dismissed. Because subordinates demand this protection and because superiors want to provide it, to protect both the capital value of their networks and their reputations for rewarding loyalty, the result is an increase in A at the same time as L declines. McKee and Wintrobe, 1993, tested both the law and this explanation of it on two rather different sets of organizations, the U.S. steel industry and the Canadian school system. They found that the law held in both cases, and in one case, the steel industry, they were able to show that the decline in L and the increase in A were strictly contemporaneous, an implication of the Breton-Wintrobe version of Parkinson's law, not of other possible versions related to budget maximization. In the former Soviet Union, for example, one institution which facilitated the development of trust links among officials was the nomenklatura. This is the name originally invented to describe the lists of party members considered reliable enough and fit enough to fill the positions in every walk of life controlled by the party, government officials, managers in industry and commerce, publishers, army officers, judges, union leaders, headmasters, and so on. The name eventually expanded to describe all those who had access to the special privileges available in the Soviet system, such as special hospitals, special shops in which foreign goods could be bought, apartments, and so on. The nomenklatura trade favors among one another, and to the extent that the group formed a closed clique, many of the exchanges among them should be classified as corrupt or inefficient exchanges. See competition. The other principle emphasized in the Breton-Wintrobe model is bureaucratic competition, the most neglected aspect of bureaucratic behavior in command models of bureaucracy. In general, competition within any bureaucracy takes several forms. There is competition between bureaus for resources as well as competition among bureaucrats for jobs and for membership in bureaucratic networks. Much of this competition is likely to take the form of coming up with new ideas, new initiatives, new policies, or projects, or what is sometimes called Schumpeterian competition or entrepreneurship. To see the importance of competition within the bureaucracy, we will 212. Consider the Schleifer-Vishny analysis of bribes once again. Recall that in their model, enterprise managers and bureaucrats in the supervising ministry collude to maximize bribe collection. Implicitly, the model also assumes that bureaucrats and managers do not compete with each other, otherwise, the rents received through bribes would be bid down. Yet this assumption hardly describes the Soviet production system, which was for much of its history, as described in the next chapter, the locus of fierce competition for plum managerial posts and for the special privileges that went with them, including access to special shops and to special schools and hospitals, travel privileges, the right to a car and chauffeur, and so on. A Soviet manager faced competition for his or her job, not only from underlings, but also from managers in other enterprises. It follows that even in cases in which monitoring of managers broke down and in which there was collusion between the minister and the enterprise manager, as assumed by Schleifer and Vishny, this is insufficient to demonstrate that managers there received rents at the expense of the party. The Schleifer-Vishny equilibrium for the Soviet industry, in which the manager received all the rents, represents a special case not only in which these two conditions hold but also in which it is necessary to postulate that enterprise managers did not compete among themselves but colluded in some fashion. In other words, they made agreements with each other, based on horizontal networks. D. A simple formal model. To describe the Soviet-style production system formally in terms of this model, we will let TV denote vertical or party networks and TH represent horizontal networks that, on balance, reduced productivity. The collusion among managers which lies behind the Schleifer-Vishny model is then simply an illustration of a particular use of horizontal networks to obtain non-party sanctioned goals, bribes in this case. Assume further that there are diminishing marginal productivity gains to vertical trust and increasing marginal productivity damages to horizontal trust, see Wintrobe and Breton 1986. This last assumption implies that firms and other organizations have an inherent tendency to decline, as suggested by writers as diverse as Marshall, 1961, with respect to firms, Robert Michaels, 1959, with respect to political parties, the so-called iron law of oligarchy, and, more recently, Manker-Olson, 1982, with respect to nation-states. The reason for this decline is that as an organization ages, its members come to know each other better, and therefore both TV and TH continue to rise, where TV and TH are the aggregate quantities of vertical and horizontal trust, respectively. As TV and TH. The bureaucratic economy the Model 213 continue to rise, diminishing returns to TV eventually set in, so too do increasing damages from TH. Eventually, the loss in output from the change in TH outweighs the gain from TV. This completes the theory of the relationship between trust and productivity. Productivity tends to be positively related to TV and negatively related to TH. The growth rate of productivity tends to be related to the growth rates of these variables, positively related to TV and negatively related to TH, but it will also be related to their levels, because a high level of TV and a low level of TH tend to permit a relatively rapid accumulation of conventional inputs such as physical and human capital. It also permits more rapid technical change. For example, the higher the amount of TV, the greater the willingness of employees to absorb changes in machinery and methods for using it. The smaller the amount of TH, the smaller their capacity to disrupt or block them if they choose to do so. It follows that an organization's rate of growth of output will tend to be higher as vertical trust is higher and lower as horizontal trust is higher, as in 1. Q equals Q, TVTH, where Q is the rate of growth of output of the firm, and DQ/DTV0, DQI/DTH0. The levels of TV and TH, in turn, tend to be related to various characteristics of organizational structure. Organizations can encourage subordinates to invest in more vertical and less horizontal trust by 1. Providing bonuses, perquisites, and opportunities for rapid advancement within the organization. 2. Monitoring or policing or otherwise, example by transfers or reorganization, discouraging horizontal associations, collusion, among subordinates. We would also expect political dictatorships to use these instruments. In addition, political dictatorships possess a larger variety of sanctions to deal with horizontal associations, and they are of course much less restricted in their capacity to use them. Finally, the destruction of alternative opportunities for advancement in competing organizations, which is characteristic of one-party states, is obviously a powerful weapon that encourages subordinates to further their careers by investing in loyalty to the regime. 8. Applying this theory of bureaucratic production to the former Soviet Union is straightforward. If TV is high and TH is low, exchanges within the enterprise and the ministry are primarily based on vertical trust, or loyalty to the party. The system tends to operate relatively efficiently, and its rate of growth, ceteris paribus, will be relatively high. If TH is high, exchanges tend to be inefficient or corrupt, as in the Schleifer-Vishny model, and growth is accordingly low. The command model applies when there is little trust of either kind within the system. In that case, efficiency, and the rate of growth of output, presumably lies in between the two cases just mentioned. These considerations also reveal the basic contradiction of communist rule. The ideological basis of communism is solidarity. In order to promote that solidarity, markets and private ownership are suppressed. But in order to make the system work, it has to function as a bureaucracy that is under political control. But in any bureaucratic system, vertical control is paramount, and solidarity among the workforce interrupts this control and lowers output or productivity. This result is especially likely when the whole society is organized as a single bureaucratic system, such as in the former Soviet Union and other communist countries. The more the system operated as any bureaucracy must, the more the contradiction between its reality and its promises, as embedded in its ideology, became apparent. We can complete the theory of the Soviet production system by introducing these ideas into our general model of the relationship between power and economic growth, as outlined in Chapter 5. For this purpose it seems reasonable to assume that the greater the power, 71, of the party, the greater its capacity to discourage horizontal associations and to reward vertical trust through the use of bonuses and monitoring, as just described. So TV equals TV, N, DTV/DN0, and TH equals TH, N, DTHLDN0 as depicted in Figure 9.2. 9. Equation 2 is simply a variation on the general model developed in Chapter 5, with the government budget be replaced by economic growth 0. Recall from our discussion in that chapter that a relationship like 2 describes a system in which, as in the former Soviet case, the vast majority of production was organized through a plan. In a system like the current Chinese system, which combines both plan and market, it is easy to imagine that this relationship could be reversed. When the government is the sole producer of goods and services, an increase in the power of the government implies that the government is more capable of making its wishes effective on the bureaucracy. If part of production is organized through markets, then it is easily possible that an increase in government power can reduce the rate of growth of aggregate output. This can happen either if there is an overregulation of the market sector or if the increase in government power causes a substitution of plan for market and the market is more productive than the plan. So the upward slope of the Q-N curve only pertains to a system in which, effectively, all production is organized through the government bureaucracy, as in the classic Soviet system. That this relationship can be reversed in a system that is partially based on markets is of considerable importance, as we shall see in the next chapter when we turn to our discussion of the reforms of the system. But first, let us turn briefly to the other relationship in Figure 9.2, the N-Q curve. The upward slope of the curve N-Q may be derived along the same lines as those discussed in Chapter 5. First, increased economic growth. 216. Obviously raises the government budget b. The larger the government's budget, the more that can be spent on either repression, r, or loyalty, l, to increase n, as also described there. Second, increased economic growth may be expected to increase the level of loyalty to the system. This result lowers the price of loyalty, PL, and raises the level of N which can be purchased with any given budget B. Both effects therefore imply, 3, N equals with dN/dq0. Once again, it seems reasonable to suppose that both curves display diminishing returns, as shown in figure 9.2. Equilibrium is at EQ, with economic growth QOA and d power Tc. 0 that EO is an equilibrium can be demonstrated with an argument like the one used in chapter 5. Thus, at a lower level of N, example 7.9, economic growth is Q but Chi yields a higher level of power, 7I2, which in turn yields more growth, J2, and so on until EO is approached. Similarly, any point to the right of EO, implying higher levels of N and Q than N0 and QO, is unsustainable. There is not enough growth to generate the power needed to sustain that growth, and the system returns to EO. The complete model of the Soviet system is easily summarized. The power of the party determines the balance between party networks and non-party networks, vertical versus horizontal trust, in the system. This, in turn, determines the extent to which a typical firm behaves according to the loyalty model or the bribes model, and therefore the rate of growth of the system's output. On the other hand, how much power the party has itself depends on the rate of growth of output. So Q and N are simultaneously determined. In the next chapter we will put some flesh on this abstract model by using it to explain the classic features of Communist Party organization, central control, the prohibition against factions, exclusive membership, and the party purge. I also use the model there in an effort to understand a number of events in Soviet and contemporary Chinese history. For conclusion, the approach to the communist economic system taken here is based on the notion that what distinguishes the system is the replacement of money and monetary incentives, as a means of allocating resources, by a single bureaucratic system under the control of the Communist Party. This idea is not uncommon in the literature. What distinguishes this approach from others is the conception or model of bureaucracy used here. The most common approach in the literature is the central planning. The bureaucratic economy the model 217. Or command economy model, in which orders are given from the top and filter down to the bottom, where instructions are carried out. This model easily explains why the system collapsed, since any bureaucracy which operated in this way would obviously be drowned in red tape, would lack information and incentives to innovate, and so on. What it cannot explain is why the system did not collapse much earlier but managed to survive for more than 60 years and to prosper for a good part of that time. The same problem bedevils other points of view, such as the rent-seeking model or the Schleifer-Vishny model. These models prove useful in trying to understand the operation of the system in its final or degenerate phase. They cannot explain the appeal of the system in many parts of the world in its first 50 years or so of operation, or just what it was about it that so frightened the citizens of democratic countries for so long. In this chapter I have suggested that the classic Soviet system, like any bureaucracy, did not run primarily on orders or commands but on exchange. The basic difference between a bureaucratic and a market system is that exchanges within bureaucracy are based not on laws but on trust or loyalty. Under communism, loyalty to the party combined with the party's capacity to repress opposition became the source of its power. Consequently, when the party was strong, either because it was ruthless in its use of repression or because it was believed to be capable of fulfilling its promises, the system was capable of good economic performance. The fundamental prediction of this model is therefore that in a Soviet-style system, there is a positive correlation between the power of the party and measures of economic performance such as economic growth. The basic problems with such a system as an economic system lie in the conditions for running any large bureaucracy efficiently. Bureaucracies require vertical or hierarchical loyalty and not horizontal solidarity among co-workers, which can be used to escape party control and therefore tend to lower productivity. In turn, this implies that there is a fundamental contradiction between the promises of communism, essentially, equality and solidarity, and efficiency. As we will see in the next chapter, over time, this contradiction became more and more apparent, and the system could only maintain itself, Stalin style, through the use of the purge and other techniques for breaking up the horizontal networks and other non-sanctioned alliances which tended to grow up within it. The next chapter also describes the period of Soviet decline after Stalin's death, Gorbachev's attempts at reform, and how and why the Chinese were able to reform this system successfully while the Soviets could not. 10. The bureaucratic economy. 2. Rise and fall. 1. The working of the system. We will now apply the model of the preceding chapter. The basic conception of the way the classic Soviet system is intended to work that will be advanced here is that the entire Soviet system of production may be likened to a giant bureaucracy. Within this bureaucracy, the Communist Party serves a function which is analogous to private property rights in a capitalist economy, insofar as it enforces trades. When the system functions as it is supposed to, subordinates within it compete with each other to advance the goals of their superiors by showing initiative, enterprise, dedication, and flexibility, just as they do within any successful large firm, government bureau, or other form of bureaucratic organization. Successful performance, not obedience to orders, is rewarded with, exchanged for, bonuses, more rapid promotion, and so forth, all of which are ultimately under the control of the party in the classic Soviet system. The party leadership sets the goals of the system, and through its vertical network, it enforces trades which advance those goals. In this sense, commentators such as Aleknov, 1964, are correct in saying that it is, most of all, the party which, by its decisions at all levels, replaces the operation of economic forces, p. 61. But they are, in our way of thinking, wrong to conclude that this primacy of political decision is necessarily inconsistent with economic rationality, p. 62. The political articulation of economic goals and the replacement of economic by political forces through the mechanism of party control is the basic modus operandi of the system. Within this framework, this or that decision may surely be irrational or inconsistent with the leader's goals, but to criticize the system on this ground is to miss its basic logic. Property rights are not free. Spending resources to maintain political networks in the Soviet-style system, trust-based property rights, is, in principle, no more irrational than spending resources on the courts and on the enforcement of laws which maintain exclusivity of ownership in a capitalist economy. It is possible that trust or loyalty-based property rights are 218. 219. Less efficient than law-based property rights. But first we have to understand how they worked. This is the task of Section 1, which describes the workings of the system, its central dilemma, and Stalin's solution to that dilemma, the party purge. Section 2 describes the decline of the system between Stalin's death and the era of Brezhnev. Section 3 describes the attempts to resuscitate the system in the Soviet Union and China, and that section explains why the Chinese attempt succeeded while the Soviet one failed. A. The Communist Party as an enforcement mechanism. How does the Communist Party operate as a vertical network? As discussed briefly in Chapter 2, it has three basic features: 1. Exclusive membership. 2. Centralized control and internal discipline, the prohibition against factions and other horizontal associations. 3. An exclusive ideology. We explain the role of each of these in turn. L. Exclusive membership. Although any political party may be fruitfully viewed as a trust network in some respects, this view is developed in Galeotti and Breton 1986. Certain features of the Communist Party of the former Soviet Union, henceforth, CPSU, make this interpretation especially useful. Foremost among them is the fact that unlike membership requirements in democratic political parties, membership in the CPSU has always been an exclusive privilege, see Friedrich and Brzezinski 1965. The principle dated from Lenin, Skapiro 1971, p. 50. Under the last set of rules, in the 1980s, for example, membership required that the individual works actively for the construction of communism, works inside one of the party organizations, carries out the decisions of the party, and pays his dues. Scapiro 1978, p. 70. New members had to pass through a probationary stage of 1 year. A candidate had to be recommended by 3 CPSU members of not less than 5 years standing, who knew the candidate and his or her work for at least a year, and the admission of the candidate required the approval both of the primary meeting and of the appropriate city or district CPSU organization. Scapiro 1978, p. 71. Exclusivity of membership makes expulsion possible, and the threat of expulsion, whether on an individual or a mass, the party purge, basis, was obviously a powerful weapon in the hands of the leadership to encourage loyalty. Again, the principle dated from Lenin, who in 1921, 220, demanded a widespread purge of the rascals, bureaucrats, dishonest or wavering communists, and of Mensheviks who have repainted their facade but who have remained Mensheviks at heart, v.i. Lenin, quoted in Hoff and Feinsod 1979, pages 323-4. Making political opposition by communists inside the CPSU the subject of an open criminal charge, punishable by death, was, of course, Stalin's invention. Scapiro 1971, p. 406. Though their violence diminished, party purges continued as long as the system survived. More than 500,000 members were expelled between 1951 and 1956, more than 400,000 between 1956 and 1964. A calling in of party cards was ordered by the CPSU in 1971, and 347,000 were not renewed as a result of this operation. Shaprio 1978, p. 71. The principle of exclusivity, the demand for participation on the part of members, and the use of expulsion all imply that the CPSU was a trust network in the classic sense of that term. What about its vertical character? That is established next. 2. Central control and internal discipline. The principle of central control and internal discipline was the cardinal one in the Leninist theory of organization, and perhaps it was his most important departure from Marx. Lenin understood the logic of collective action not from the point of view of an economic theorist but from that of a revolutionary actor. The committee should lead all aspects of the local movement and direct all local institutions, forces, and resources. Discussion of all party questions, of course, will also take place in the local circles, but the deciding of all questions of the local movement should be done only by the committee. The independence of local groups will be permitted only in questions of the technique of transmitting and distributing. The composition of the local group should be determined by the committee which designates delegates to such and such a district and entrusts these delegates with setting up a district group, all the members of which must in turn be confirmed in their positions by the committee. The district group is a local branch of the committee which receives its powers only from the latter. Wolf 1969, p. 171, emphasis added. These principles remained a feature of Soviet political organization up to its collapse. Thus, the party organizations of the Union republics were in no sense national parties but branches of the All-Union Party, and they were subject to central discipline and direction like any other subordinate party organization. Decisions of the higher organs of the party were unconditionally binding on lower organs. All factions and groups within the CPSU were officially prohibited in the party's statutes. The prohibition against factions, the vertical control of appointments, and the vertical control over resources were ways of ensuring that vertical network links, not horizontal ones, predominated throughout the system. In simple terms, they increased the attractiveness of investments in vertical as opposed to horizontal trust. An exclusive ideology. It is a commonplace that ideology played a very important role in the former Soviet Union. Just what that role was, however, is very difficult to determine. Concepts such as brainwashing are not easy to fit into the theory of rational choice. Friedrich and Brzezinski, 1965, p. 22, list an elaborate ideology, one that consists of an official body of doctrine covering all vital aspects of man's existence. As the first in their 6 characteristics of totalitarian government, yet the role that ideology plays in the model is not at all clear. On their view, the population does not believe in the ideology. Indeed, one of their central propositions is that a vacuum increasingly surrounds the leadership because the monopolistic control of the media creates in the general public a profound distrust of what it is told. But if the ideology is not believed, what purpose does it serve? We have already mentioned, in Chapter 3, Section 3, the basic and important notion that ideology serves as a set of promises, which codify the goals of the regime and against which performance could conceivably be measured. Ideology also promotes exchange in the same way that commercial advertising does, through repetition. The more the message is repeated, the greater the stake the state has in fulfilling the promises implied by it. Consequently, when the performance of the system declined in the 1970s and 1980s, and the gap between promises and reality widened steadily, the regime was stuck. As Gianfranco Paggi, 1990, nicely put it, the promises had been made for too long to be believed, and for too long to be surrendered, pages 168-9. Other aspects of ideology are less easy to explain. To illustrate the magnitude of the problem, let us listen to Milovan Djilas, the former vice president of Yugoslavia, speaking in a radio interview before his fall from power. Can there be any greater honor and happiness than to feel that one's closest and most beloved friend is Stalin? Stalin is the bitterest enemy of all that is inhumane, he is deeply concerned, he is the wisest person, he nurtures human kindness. Stalin is the only statesman with a pure conscience and an unselfish heart. Stalin is Marxism-Leninism revitalized and enriched. He 222 is a man who never wavers, a man before whose eyes are unraveled future events, entire centuries. He knows all and sees everything, nothing human is alien to him. There are no riddles in the world Stalin cannot solve. Stalin, he is an epoch, the most crucial epoch in the history of mankind. Milovan Djilas, in Urban 1982, p. 214. The interviewer then inquired whether Djilas really believed this at the time, seeing that some 20 years later he wrote that Stalin was the greatest criminal of all time, for in him was joined the criminal senselessness of Caligula with the refinement of a Borgia and the brutality of Tsar Ivan the Terrible. Loccit. Djilas replied that, broadly speaking, he did believe it, but he qualified this by saying that one had to conceive of this praise at a higher level of political consciousness, p. 215. What does that mean? Perhaps the role of ideology may be clarified with the aid of our conception of the CPSU as a vertical trading network. For one thing, network links are easier to establish, and the transactions costs of trade are reduced, when members of a network or potential network share a common language, ethnicity, kinship, or other trait. In the terminology of Breton and Wintrobe, 1982, such traits are called indicators. These indicators make the signals and responses which are part of the process of trust formation more precise, thus reducing the cost of communication and therefore of forming trust. Ideology is clearly an indicator of this type. Moreover, in the former Soviet Union, in China, and in similar types of societies, ideology has the special property that it is controlled from the center, hence Gianluigi Galeotti's, 1987, useful definition of ideology as a set of opinions controlled by a party apparatus, p. 125. From these 2 points, the importance of obedience to the party line is immediately apparent, dissidence threatens exchanges, and therefore the efficiency of the system, in the same way that crime threatens property rights and efficiency in a capitalist economy. Changes in the content of ideology therefore play a role analogous to prices in a market system in communicating information, because they signal the direction which investments in loyalty should take. When the ideology of equality was de-emphasized by the CPSU in the course of industrialization in the 1930s and replaced by the encouragement of inequality that was accompanied by a multiplication of ranks, titles, uniforms, and other visible accoutrements of status, Byler 1980, pages 23-4, it was plain that different types of behavior were henceforth to be rewarded by the state. Similarly, when Stalin began the deification of Lenin in the 1920s, this was a prelude to the later deification of himself. 223. And a fundamental part of his takeover of the CPSU. The object of loyalty was henceforth to be not the Bolshevik Party, nor the ideology of Marxism-Leninism, but Stalin himself. Ideology is, finally, a way of framing the goals and actions of the state in order to build support for them. It is a form of what Milan Kundera, 1995, calls lyrical talk. He explains the peculiar conjunction of terror and lyricism under communist rule in his native Czechoslovakia this way. After 1948, through the years of communist revolution in my native country, I saw the eminent role played by lyrical blindness in a time of terror, which for me was the period when the poet reigned along with the executioner. I would think about Mayakovsky then, his genius was as indispensable to the Russian Revolution as Dzerzhinsky's police. Lyricism, lyricization, lyrical talk, lyrical enthusiasm are an integrating part of what is called the totalitarian world. That world is not the Gulag as such, it's a Gulag that has poems plastering its outside walls and people dancing before them. 1995, p. 157, emphasis added. B. Competition. Although most existing models of the Soviet system form one variant or another of the directed society paradigm, it has not been uncommon among scholars to take note of a great deal of competition within the Soviet state. According to Barrington Moore, 1950, the spurs and checks found in a capitalist democracy which are largely the product of the division of authority and economic competition are replaced in the Soviet system by pitting the various sections of the bureaucracy against one another, p. 286. Similarly, the former dean of American Sovietologists, Merle Fainsod, 1967, wrote, by pitting the competitive hierarchies of administration, party, and secret police against each other at lower levels of the government structure, the leadership frees itself from exclusive dependence on any single channel of fact-gathering and encourages rivalries among the various agencies to correct distortion and prevent concealment. In this fashion, it mobilizes the cumulative resources which competition sometimes generates, p. 341. 224. This system of overlapping multiple control, of checks and balances, one might say, was one of the basic features of Soviet organization. Like other features we have examined, it also dates from Lenin, Moore 1950, p. 170. In its final form it implied that a factory director, say, is responsible not only to his or her ministry but also to the regional party, oblast. This regional party was charged with responsibility for everything in its area, including industrial undertakings, but it also answered to the primary party organization, the party unit within the factory itself, which was charged with the duty of exercising control over the enterprise in which it was formed, Scapiro 1978, p. 68. A similar system of multiple control existed in the various government offices, see Moore 1950, pages 289-90, Hoff 1977, p. 65. So the Soviet state may have been a directed society, but the directions came from many directions at once. The various agencies tried to form protective alliances, horizontal networks, in response to this competition. The party officially discouraged this, branding it as the sin of familyness, Moore 1950, pages 290-1. Thus, instead of the single chain of command which the command model would have predicted, at least four separate hierarchies with, to a greater or lesser degree, overlapping responsibilities can be distinguished, 1. The economic hierarchy 2. The Soviets 3. The Party 4. The Party Control Commission. Another important form of competition in the Soviet system was what was often called centralized pluralism, the fierce competition, Hoff 1977, p. 84, among ministries for resources from the center. This competition was exactly analogous to competition among bureaus for resources within any bureaucracy, such as those in the US or Canadian federal governments or in any private business firm. This process, in which bureaus competed by inventing new projects and policies, resembles nothing more than a process of Schumpeterian competition or entrepreneurship. A more common view is that the ministries acted like interest groups, pressing for the allocation of scarce funds to projects originating within their individual ministries. A similar form of competition prevailed among the oblasts, regions, and obkom, districts. As long as this competition was conducted within the framework of loyalty-based property rights established by the CPSU, it was reasonable to assume, see Wintrobe and Breton 1986 for justification, that this competition was efficient in meeting the goals of the Soviet leadership. I. 225. Suggests that it was the system, competition based on vertical loyalty, which essentially characterized the Soviet system of production when it functioned well, and that it was the efficiency of such a system which up to the 1970s accounted for the strength of Soviet economic performance. The system, however, had one central flaw. That is examined in section C, which follows. See the central dilemma. The central problem of any bureaucratic system, as pointed out in the summary of the theory in the preceding chapter, is that over time, horizontal trust, as well as vertical trust, tends to accumulate, and the accumulation of horizontal trust is ultimately very damaging to the efficiency of the system from the point of view of its leaders. We would predict that this problem was particularly acute in the Soviet system, with its intertwining of the Communist Party and the state, as well as the consequent absence of an institutionalized takeover mechanism, such as general elections in politics or hostile takeovers in business, or any other mechanism which could shake up the loyalties which tend to accumulate within such a system. Consequently, the only weapon available for this purpose was the purge. The most infamous example of the use of this technique in Soviet history is, of course, the Great Purge of the party launched by Stalin in the late 1930s. The purge was undertaken after the decision to industrialize, the introduction of 5-year plans, and the liquidation of the kulaks. It is the momentous events of this period for which Stalin is widely credited for fully turning the USSR into a command economy. This is odd, for as we shall contend in this section, the experience of the USSR in its most authoritarian or totalitarian period shows precisely the opposite conclusion, the importance of competition and loyalty. First of all, the bureaucracy under Stalin was competitively organized. Byler, 1980, writes, the proper picture would encompass a number of major and lesser bureaucracies encroaching on each other's territory, fighting for their share of the bureaucratic empire, and duplicating each other's efforts. If the party apparatus was empowered to organize and supervise political indoctrination, it competed not only with the military's separate political department. It also competed with the 226 police and even the Ministry of Railroads. The prerogatives of the planners were constantly challenged by the ambitions of the police to expand their own economic empire. The rights of local party secretaries to control local party enterprises were effectively countered by the managers' recourse to the influence of their respective ministries. The extent of the control by industrial ministries over their key enterprises was undermined in turn by the rights and actions of the party's Central Committee organizers. And so on. Pages 16 to 17. This picture of interagency competition applies as well to the Great Purge, as discussed in Chapter 3. The extent of Stalin's attack on the CPSU in the 1936–38 period was enormous. Out of the 139 full and candidate members of the Central Committee elected in 1934, at least 98 were arrested and shot. Of the total of 1,961 voting and non-voting delegates to the 17th Party Congress, no fewer than 1,108, or more than half, were arrested on charges of counter-revolutionary crimes. The turnover of CPSU and Soviet officials during the main years of Stalin's campaign against the CPSU, 1937–38, can probably be reckoned in the hundreds of thousands. Shapiro 1971, pages 420–1. Many explanations have been offered for the Great Purge. Without dwelling on them, there is one point which should be made clear: no explanation is possible using the command model. No evidence has ever been adduced of any major disobedience among the accused or to substantiate the existence of any of the plots and conspiracies of which they were accused. The bulk of the evidence consisted solely of the admissions of the accused made under interrogation during their confinement in the hands of the NKVD. As Adam Ulam points out, 99% of the people liquidated in the Great Terror were totally innocent of any opposition to the Soviet system and, a fortiori, of the charges brought against them. Urban 1982, p. 119. This yields a simple explanation for the infamous confessions of the accused, in which Stalin in effect demanded adulation from his victims before shooting them. Stalin needed these people's confessions and adulation precisely because they were innocent. LOCCIT. There is obviously no place for any of this behavior in the command model. In that model, orders are given and carried out. Sanctions may be imposed for disobedience. There is no need to sanction those who do not disobey, and indeed it is probably counterproductive to do so. If one is to be shot for obedience as well as disobedience, there is little point in choosing the former over the latter. Accordingly, there has been much 227 speculation about Stalin's behavior, including the characterization of it as pathological behavior. One, Stalin may have been extraordinarily ruthless, but he was not irrational if we look at the effects of the terror from his point of view. First, he transformed the CPSU, especially its upper echelons, from an organization dominated mainly by old Bolsheviks whose loyalties were primarily to the CPSU itself, or to each other, into an elite which was entirely of Stalin's own making. Thus, tens and hundreds of thousands of new elite members from predominantly low-class origins, acquired positions of power during and as a result of the Great Purge of 1936–1938. They owed to Stalin, directly or indirectly, their meteoric rise into the middle and upper levels of the power structure from almost total obscurity. Byler 1980, p. 44. So the purge opened up vast new opportunities within the system, and it allowed Stalin to fill these ranks with those who were loyal to him and not to the CPSU. Thus, it is not uncommon to refer to the events of the late 1930s as Stalin's victory over the party, see Shapiro 1971, chapter 22, or to declare that under mature Stalinism the Communist Party became extinct as a political movement, Byler 1980, p. 14, henceforth, it was simply Stalin's party. I suggest that the depth of the purge reflected not merely the extent of Stalin's ruthlessness but also the strength of the loyalties which had evolved among the old Bolsheviks, horizontal trust, and which could only be eradicated by Stalinist means. Finally, as Shapiro, 1971, points out, broke up, effectively and for a long time to come, all possibility of cohesion or solidarity. For the purge of the party was accompanied by much more extensive terror against all important sections of society. No one, in any walk of life, that had for some time past become entrenched in a position of authority and had surrounded himself with compliant subordinates or congenial colleagues remained unscathed. In the wave of panic, denunciation, hypocrisy, and intrigue which was unleashed, no one could trust his fellow or feel secure in the protection of any institution or individual on whom he had hitherto relied. The atomization of society, which some have seen as the most characteristic feature of totalitarian rule, was completed in the years of the terror, pages 434–5. To sum up, the central dilemma in any bureaucracy is the tendency for loyalties to accumulate which reduce the control of the leadership over the bureaucracy. This dilemma is obviously particularly acute in the one-party state, which forecloses the possibility of rejuvenation by means of the takeover of the state by a different party or by means of the shifting of the functions of the state bureaucracy to the private sector. The bizarre and grotesque events of the late 1930s are therefore at least in part explainable within the framework of our model of bureaucracy. Whether the degree of violence used by Stalin was really necessary for the performance of the system is not a question which could ever be definitively answered. But, however cruel, the destruction wreaked on the party and the country was not necessarily irrational from Stalin's point of view. To the decline of the system, the USSR changed a great deal between Stalin's time and the era of Brezhnev and his successors. However, the main features of the system, exclusive membership, centralism, ideology, and the multiplicity of control systems, were still in place up to the 1980s. The major change after Stalin's death was the reduction in the degree of repression, both against the general population and especially within the higher ranks of the CPSU. The last point can be strikingly illustrated by the fall in the turnover of leading personnel from the 1950s to the 1970s. Thus, turnover among Politburo members in the 1956 to 61 period was 70%, the corresponding figure for the 1971 to 76 period is 27%. Turnover among full members of the Central Committee fell over the same period from 50% to 16%, among secretaries of the Central Committee, from 75% to 20%, among members of the USSR Council of Ministers, from 67% to 17%, among Republic First Secretaries, from 79% to 29%, and among Obcom First Secretaries, from 86% to 21%, Hoff 1977, p. 29. The reduction in repression against the population is harder to document precisely, but mass political terror had been abolished, and the role of the secret police had certainly been considerably reduced even before the advent of glasnost and perestroika. This reduction in the level of repression implies the withdrawal of a major instrument for encouraging the accumulation of vertical trust and for discouraging horizontal trust accumulation. And it is obvious that by the 1980s the time for a major purge, especially among the members of the aging leadership, had come and gone. Perhaps one reason for the purge's loss of appeal, even for those who might have had the stomach for it, was its essential unpredictability. It can never be clear ex ante just who will end up being caught in the web of accusations once the process has been unleashed. And both the Great Purges under Stalin and the Great Cultural Revolution in China suggested that the bigger the purge, the more likely it was that many of the perpetrators themselves would have to be counted among its victims for the slate to be wiped clean at the end of the process. In any case, no purge took place. So it is no surprise that the performance of the system deteriorated. The rate of growth of output and of productivity began to fall off in the late 1970s and continued to decline in the 1980s, as discussed earlier. In the absence of the purge and with the concomitant reduction in turnover among managers at higher levels came a steady decline in promotion possibilities. As David Granick, 1983, suggests, the political purges of the second half of the 1930s brought into office a generation of young executives who were to grow old in their posts, thoroughly clogging the lines of promotion during the entire third period. The previous practice of widespread and rapid demotion for failure was abandoned, and managers were provided with a degree of security in their current job never granted in large American companies, p. 242, as a consequence. Perhaps the greatest achievement of the Soviet system over the period from about the 1960s onward was to provide security, not only for its managers but for its entire workforce. Anders Eslund, 1989, echoed the views of many when he wrote, "The one achievement a majority of Soviet citizens seem to appreciate is the high degree of economic security. Jobs are easily found and maintained. You are paid approximately the same whether you actually work or not." p. 20. With the increase in economic security, the absence of upward and downward mobility, and the withdrawal of political repression in the form of the purge and other sanctions, the natural result was an increased tendency to collude, that is, to form, strengthen, deepen, and solidify horizontal network links at all levels of the hierarchy. For example, the nomenklatura increasingly turned into a closed elite. Perhaps the most detailed account of the privileges available to the nomenklatura is contained in Mervyn Matthews, 1978. These privileges included the 13th month, an extra month's pay for a year's work, sometimes described as hospital or cure money, reportedly received by party. 230. Functionaries in Central Committee apparatuses in Moscow and the Union Republican capitals and others. p. 36, the party packet, which was a sealed envelope containing sums of money delivered monthly, access to restricted consumer outlets, foreign currency or certificate shops, which sold a wide range of Western and superior Soviet goods that were sold at prices which were a quarter or fifth of Soviet prices at the official rate of exchange. p. 41, special housing, access to private transport in the form of an official vehicle with a chauffeur, a closed system of hospitals, clinics, and dispensaries, the Fourth Directorate of the Ministry, special educational facilities, and holiday facilities, and foreign travel. All of these privileges were obtainable only through blat, the use of personal contacts, influence, or even bribery to make life easier. p. 52. Timothy Garton Ash, 1983-1991, describes the situation of the nomenklatura in Poland on the eve of the 1980 Solidarity Revolt. The nomenklatura can accurately be described as a client ruling class. Its members enjoy power, status, and privileges, in varying degrees, by virtue simply of belonging to it. They may not individually own the means of production, but they do collectively control them. In the 1970s they were popularly known as the owners of People's Poland. By contrast with other class systems, economic and political power concentrated permanently in the same hands. Neither is this a purely functional elite. The children of the nomenklatura enjoy automatic advantages, so long as they remain loyal to the system. In the 1970s these advantages were comparable with heredity privileges in the West. If you were the son of a senior apparatchik, you had a much higher standard of living, better education and career chances than your contemporary, the son of a worker. If one includes families, perhaps 500,000 people depend directly on the continuance of party monopolies for their jobs, power, or privileges. p. 9. The difficulty for the party posed by the growth of these networks at every level of the hierarchy was that it brought with it a steady loss in party power. This point can be seen with the aid of figure 10.1. The restriction of privilege to a few contradicted the CPSU's basic promises of equal opportunity and rewards. The result of these broken promises was a rise in the marginal costs of accumulating loyalty, as depicted by the leftward shift of N, Q, in figure 10.1. Second, the efficiency of enterprises declined because of the increased importance of horizontal as opposed to vertical network links. This implies that any given level of power translated into a smaller rate of economic growth, as shown by the downward shift of the curve Q, N, in figure 10.1. Both of these shifts reinforce each other in lowering equilibrium power, N, and the rate of economic growth Q. Thus, in figure 10.1 the decline of the Soviet system is depicted by the downward shift in equilibrium power and economic growth from a point like EO to a point like X. The symptoms and results of this decline in party economic and political power were, 1. Increased shortages as more and more firms escaped the control of the leadership and moved from a mixture of command, party-induced shortages, and corruption-induced shortages to an all-bribe equilibrium. 2. Increased overregulation, for the same reason. 3. Softer budget constraints as the nomenklatura in the ministries more and more often traded extensions of credit to the firms in exchange for bribes. 4. Budget deficits, because of the fall in productivity and the loss in revenues to the center, a result which was exacerbated by the growth of the second economy, another symptom of declining CPSU power. 232. 5. Monetary overhang, because there was nothing to buy. 6. Declining growth, for all the reasons already discussed. Although official Soviet statistics do not suggest it, a number of economists, including Abel Aganbajian, Alec Nove, and Michael Ellman, maintain that there was no growth in the Soviet Union after 1978. 3. Aslund suggested, shortages permeate Soviet life to such an extent that the words buy and sell have largely been replaced by give and take in everyday parlance, p. 18. The most startling symptom was that Soviet male life expectancy actually declined in the 1970s, cited in Easterly and Fisher 1994, p. 9. Aslund quotes the Soviet economist Mikhail Shmelev on the possible reasons: apathy and indifference became mass phenomena, theft, disrespect for honest work, and a simultaneous aggressive jealousy against those who earn a lot even if they earn honestly. Signs appeared of almost physical degradation of a sizable part of the population on the ground of drinking and idleness. Shmelev, quoted in Aslund 1989, p. 18, into the sea of totalitarian torpor stepped Comrade Gorbachev, who was bent on reform. What was his reform strategy, and why did it result not in reform, but in the demise of the system? The next section takes up these subjects. 3. Soviet versus Chinese reform strategies, or the totalitarian twist in the mid-1980s. Faced with all the problems alluded to at the end of the preceding section, Gorbachev launched his well-known perestroika and glasnost campaign. As will be discussed in more detail shortly, the twin pillars of the campaign were a loosening of central control over state enterprises and a considerable relaxation of restrictions on freedom of speech in order to allow for feedback, criticism, and discussion. The strategy raises a major problem for our analysis of totalitarian rule. Why would a totalitarian leader, who is assumed to be maximizing power, react to a loss in power by giving up more of it? To understand the strategy, we should find it useful to look first at the Chinese model. The Chinese reforms began in 1978. Broadly speaking, the strategy there was strictly economic, and it has been variously characterized as the introduction of product market competition while retaining socialist ownership, Macmillan and Naughton 1992, or a strategy of marketization without. 233. Privatization, Berliner 1994. There were 4 basic elements of the strategy. 1. New forms of independent enterprises were allowed, which could operate outside the plan. The strategy began with the decollectivization of agriculture, beginning in 1979 with the introduction of the household responsibility system, in which peasants were given multi-year leases, wide latitude over their own operations, authorization to sell portions of their output on the market, and the right to retain profits after the payment of taxes and crop delivery obligations to the state. Berliner 1994, Perkins 1994. Subsequently, a category of non-agricultural enterprises began to be organized by lower-level units of government, town and village governments, or TVGs. These enterprises, known as town and village enterprises, TVEs, are nominally owned by the citizens of the township or village, but they are controlled by the township or village government. Chang and Wang 1994. As mentioned in Chapter 6, they have been spectacularly successful. The annual average rate of growth of output in TVEs was 25.3% per year over the 1979-91 period, Weitzman and Su 1994. One reason may be that they operate under a budget constraint that is as hard as that faced by the typical capitalist enterprise. Berliner 1994, p. 251. But they are not private enterprises, and privatization has not been a central element in the Chinese strategy. Perkins 1994. 2. The second component of this strategy was greater autonomy for state-owned enterprises, SOEs. Thus, managers of these enterprises acquired the right to sell over-plan output on the market, production quotas were reduced, and managers were allowed to retain a substantial portion of their profits, sometimes as high as 100%, after making a fixed payment to the state. 3. There was a dual pricing system, in which products produced for the plan were sold at officially determined state prices, whereas over-plan output could be sold at market prices. 4. Finally, the Chinese economy was opened up to the world market. Enterprise rights to export and import without having to get permission from the authorities were introduced and foreign investment was encouraged. Why would a totalitarian government relinquish its powers in this way? One obvious rationalization of the strategy is that a partial but not 234 complete withdrawal of central control will induce greater efficiency on the part of the SOEs and other enterprises, thus spurring economic growth. This idea is depicted in Figure 10.2a. The reduction in state powers is shown by the shift to the left of the N-Q curve, that is, any given level of economic growth Q yields a smaller level of the government budget B, hence, there is less which can be spent to produce 71 than before, and there is therefore less N. This seems a reasonable description of fewer legal powers. The strategy presumably is to prevent the regime's collapse by inducing greater efficiency and causing economic growth to increase, thus ending up at a point like E2 rather than E3 in Figure 10.2a, and it should accomplish this goal with a smaller decline in power than would have happened in the absence of these measures. Figure 10.2 shows that for the strategy to work, it is essential that the QN curve be downward sloping and not upward sloping over the reform range. The introduction of marketization, product market competition, in order to deal with the twist in the QRI curve is what I refer to here as the totalitarian twist. Note finally that if the reforms worked well and stimulated enough economic growth, it is possible that the supply of loyalty to the regime would rise, reducing the price of loyalty and shifting the N-Q curve back in the direction of E4. Even if this doesn't occur, the general idea is that by giving up state powers, in this case, control over enterprises, the regime may end up with more power than it would otherwise have had without the reform. This explains how a power-maximizing totalitarian regime can pursue a reformist strategy like this. For in the former Soviet Union, the strategies pursued by Gorbachev during the Glasnost and Perestroika period were, as has been forcefully pointed out by Berliner, 1994, basically the same as those pursued by the Chinese. Like the Chinese, the Soviets provided for the introduction of a sector of independent enterprises that operated outside the state plan, and these enterprises could sell over-plan output on the market. The enterprise law allowed firms to keep their own profits after the payment of taxes and other obligations to the state. A dual price system was introduced. State enterprises were given the right to export and import directly, and they were encouraged to form joint ventures with foreign firms. Berliner 1994, pages 253-5, Sachs and Wu 1994, pages 120-1. Thus, as Berliner emphasizes, the difference between the reform strategies adopted by the Soviets and the Chinese was not a difference between gradualism and the Big Bang approach. A gradualist approach was tried in the Soviet Union for several years, presumably for the same reasons as those that were discussed above for the Chinese case, namely, that more power would be achievable in the long run if formal controls over state and other enterprises were partially relaxed and if product competition were allowed then would be obtainable if powers of central direction and control were clung to. 236. In the Soviet Union there was an additional rationale behind the reforms. By the 1980s the powers of the CPSU to create shortages and to distribute rents had increasingly been abused due to the growth of collusion or horizontal network trading. Consequently, the rents arising from the shortages were increasingly diverted into bribes and horizontal trades and were not contributing to the goals of the state as such. The situation was different in China, which had experienced the Cultural Revolution for a decade or so prior to the onset of reform in 1978. During that period 60% of Chinese party officials were purged, Fairbank 1992, cited in Sachs and Wu 1994, p. 111. Although this is usually interpreted as meaning that party control had been undermined in China, the interpretation suggested here is very different. As a result of the purge, everybody was suspicious of everybody else, and network links not tied to the party apparatus in China were weak and fragile, thus making it easier, not harder, for the Chinese party apparatus to maintain control during the reform process. Perhaps it was for this reason that Gorbachev launched glasnost along with perestroika while the Chinese didn't. They had already had their glasnost, in terms of the desired effects of weakening non-party links that could support bribes, corruption, and other forms of trade which did not advance the goals of the party. However, although the reform programs under Gorbachev in the Soviet Union and Deng in China may have been similar, the effects were very different. From the economic point of view, in China the result was a long period, which persists to the present, of sustained economic growth at very high levels. Total official budgetary revenues grew at rates of 10% a year. Extra budgetary revenues grew even faster, secular 1992, p10. 5. In the Soviet Union the ultimate effects, by 1991, were a macroeconomic breakdown, the breakdown of the planning system, an explosion of government deficits and inflation, and the collapse of communism after more than 70 years in power. In terms of figure 10.2, the Chinese performed the totalitarian twist successfully, moving from a point like X in figure 10.2, A, to a point like E2. In the Soviet Union, budgetary revenues collapsed after the onset of reform, and the regime traveled down the 2Ti curve in figure 10.2, B. From a point like E 1986 to 87 the central government announced that grain and cotton procurement contracts were no longer voluntary. In ensuing years the government reinstated its monopsony on rice and cotton, and it prohibited grain trade on free markets unless local, county, quotas had been met. Mandatory production targets, which had been abolished in 1985, were revived so as to ensure contract fulfillment. The need to reassert controls over prices and markets was a major theme of Li Peng's government work report, in March 1985. Emphasis on enforcement of mandatory procurement quotas was renewed, and by early 1985, 29 of China's 35 largest cities had reintroduced grain rationing, pages 5, 7. On the other hand, according to Murphy, Schleifer, and Vishny, 1992, in the Soviet Union after 1988, traditional suppliers to many of these state firms broke their ties and sold or bartered their supplies to private or state enterprises were able to offer better deals. The chief of a large oil distribution concern, for example, complained that refineries sold the oil to cooperatives were then reselling it to Con. 240 consumers at triple the state price. At the same time, state firms were unable to replace the diverted inputs because they had no access to markets. As a result, state firms often cut output, broke contracts themselves, and by doing so created further bottlenecks downstream, pages 890-1, emphasis added. 3. Inflation. The third critical problem which arises during the transition process is inflation. Fundamentally, this is due to the remonetization of relationships among firms, because they are now allowed to make independent contracts with each other and to buy and sell on the market. The introduction of a dual pricing system allows the suppressed inflation typical of the shortage economy to appear openly. The potential for inflation is compounded by the fact that prices are liberalized in the absence of experience with or an adequate framework for monetary and fiscal management. These problems were exacerbated in the Soviet Union by the fact that reform began in the presence of a large monetary overhang and budget deficit. Even in China, however, major mistakes were made. For example, in 1988 the government announced a series of price reforms that would eliminate price controls entirely on most commodities. According to Berliner, 1994, the announcement set off a chain of inflationary expectations causing large withdrawals of bank deposits in response to panic buying. Between August 1 and 15 the banks issued an amount of money equal to about one-third of the entire U.S. targeted amount, P263. However, in China, again, even though the central government was steadily losing power to the provinces, it retained enough power to control the process. Extensive price controls were reintroduced, deep cuts were made in state spending, and a severe austerity program was introduced which succeeded in controlling inflationary pressures. Berliner, 1994, nicely summarizes the difference between the capacity of the two governments to control the inflation problem. He writes, "The Chinese government was no doubt better able to impose its will on local government than was the Soviet, for it continued to maintain its power while the Soviet government steadily lost its power. The difference is apparent in the ability of the Chinese government to raise consumer goods prices on various occasions in the 1980s, which contributed in many ways to the control of inflationary pressures, by reducing subsidies and therefore the size of the budget deficit, and by narrowing the gap between controlled and market prices, which reduced the gains from arbitrage and fostered the development of productive independent enterprises. In contrast, when Gorbachev was advised to 241. Raise consumer goods prices, he responded that any Soviet government that did that would be out of office in 2 weeks, pages 270-1. Of course, there are many other factors which contributed to the divergent outcomes of partial reform in China and in the Soviet Union. Perhaps the most important is that production in China had never been as centralized as in the Soviet Union, and so there were very few products in China that were produced in only 1 or 2 plants in the country, the typical situation in the former Soviet Union. This made it easier to devolve power to the provinces and to other lower-level governments in China. Thus, it was easier to debureaucratize the Chinese system, with the central government maintaining its hold on the repressive apparatus while control over many economic functions was devolved to the provinces. This shift of power to lower-level governments is particularly emphasized by Gabriela Montanola, Ying Iiqian, and Barry Weingast, 1995, who trace much of the dynamism of the system to the resulting competition among provincial and local governments. 6. Another important difference is that there was no pressure for reform from below in the Soviet Union, where an extensive system of social protection, much of the benefits of which were linked to the side of employment, Sachs and Wu 1994, pages 108-9, Aslund 1989, p. 20, gave managers and workers a great deal of economic security, even though they were neither very productive nor very well paid. Finally, in China, communes had largely been left to themselves in managing their economic activities as long as their production quotas were met. Thus, rural reform was relatively easy to achieve there, and the spontaneous decollectivization and rapid economic development in agriculture which resulted provided an important cushion of economic growth against which the more difficult task of reforming urban enterprises could proceed. Comparable developments did not take place, and could not have taken place, in the former Soviet Union. Despite these caveats, it still appears that the Soviet attempt at simultaneous economic and political liberalization was a mistake from the point of view of the party wishing to keep its hold on power. Although the Chinese reform succeeded from this point of view, the Russian attempt disintegrated into hyperinflation, and the regime collapsed. From another point of view, of course, matters are not so clear. Communism as an integrated politico-economic system is dead in Russia. Democratic political structures are being erected there, and democratic politics is progressing. In China it is worth emphasizing that although the Chinese reform strategy has often been described as one of implementing economic reforms prior to the implementation of political reforms, after 19 years of reform there is not a trace of civil liberties, competition among political parties, free elections, or any of the other attributes of democracy. For conclusion, in the preceding chapter and in this one I have used bureaucratic theory to model the Soviet system of production. Applying that model makes it easy to see that the characteristics of communist economics, central control by the party over the distribution of economic rents, intensive monitoring of individual behavior, and the threat of expulsion from the party, the purge, give the party tools to discipline workers which are well beyond that available to the typical firm in a market economy. Hence the basic characteristics of the system: shortages, to create rents, demonetization, to allow political control, extensive promotion of loyalty to the party through ideological indoctrination and forced political participation, to facilitate loyalty, and so on. So the system was not deficient because it lacked incentives, as is often claimed. The basic problem with it was the same one that is faced by any large bureaucratic organization as it ages: the tendency for loyalty to the top to erode over time. Stalin solved this problem with the Great Purge, but after his death, the arbitrariness and uncontrollability of the process was revealed. No leader arose with the necessary courage and ruthlessness to repeat the operation, and the system declined. This chapter examined the decline of the Soviet system and showed that its problems were magnified by a fundamental contradiction between its promises, essentially, equality and solidarity, and the conditions necessary for running any large bureaucratic system efficiently, which dictates vertical or hierarchical loyalty and not horizontal solidarity among co-workers. Over time, the discrepancy between the promises and the reality of the system, combined with these problems, continued to erode the loyalty within it, which is the basis of party power. As the system deteriorated, pressures for reform grew. Why would a totalitarian government, bent on maximizing power, be interested in reform? The basic difference between the former Soviet Union and China is not that reform was gradual in one case and precipitous in the other. Gradual reform was tried in both the USSR under Gorbachev and 243. In China under Deng. The basic difference is that reforms in China were accompanied by the maintenance and possibly the intensification of political repression, whereas repression was relaxed in the Soviet Union. Moreover, China had undertaken a large-scale purge of the party prior to the initiation of market reforms. I analyzed three critical problems accompanying the transition process: the control of managers, supply diversion, and inflation, and I showed that tight political control is necessary to solve all three. Through the use of repression, China performed what I have dubbed the totalitarian twist successfully, that is, by giving up formal controls over enterprises, its leaders made it possible for these enterprises to become more efficient, and as a result growth resumed and the revenues of the state increased. In the former Soviet Union, the attempt to perform the same delicate operation without the anesthesia of repression resulted in the collapse of government revenue, a descent into hyperinflation, and the breakdown of the regime. Part 4. 11. Democracy in the Inaction Zone. 1. This part of the book looks at some aspects of the dynamics of dictatorship, that is, its origins and some of its consequences. 1. This chapter is concerned with political inaction, the conditions under which democratic politicians may fail to respond to or provide leadership on important political issues, thus effectively suppressing the demands of their constituents to do something about them. The inertia or powerlessness of democracy under certain conditions is one of the seeds of dictatorship, since dictators can act under many circumstances in which democratic politicians cannot. I show the forms of social structure which are particularly likely to result in this pathology, for example, polarized political parties, rigid political preferences, and lack of trust in politicians and in the political system. Another germ of dictatorship is ethnic conflict and nationalism. These phenomena are modeled in Chapter 12. Ethnicity is modeled as a capital good which reduces the transaction costs of market and political exchange within the group. Investments in ethnicity have two peculiar features. 1. Much of the investment is done by parents for the benefit of their children too. The payoff to an individual depends on investments made by others in the group and on the group's collective, political, choices. Hence the potential for conflicts of various sorts, both between groups and between generations. I show that neither market nor democratic political mechanisms can easily resolve these conflicts. The analysis in both chapters is illustrated by the breakdown of the Weimar Republic, in which these seeds or germs were present in particular. 248. Largely virulent form. The regime proved itself unable, or unwilling, to respond to demands for action on unemployment, which rose to particularly high levels in Germany during the Great Depression, or to curb political violence in the streets, on both the left and the right, a violence which apparently terrified many voters. Ethnic and intergenerational conflicts exacerbated these difficulties. From these weaknesses, conflicts, and distempers of Weimar, Hitler and the Nazi Party forged the machinery of an extraordinarily powerful dictatorship. How this machinery worked, How policy was made and carried out, is discussed in Chapter 13, with special reference to its most terrible and incomprehensible feature, the Nazi solution to the Jewish question. Once the operation of this bureaucratic machinery is understood, it becomes easy to answer one important question related to the fall of dictatorship: who was and should be held responsible for the crimes against humanity committed by the regime. Although the specific application in much of what follows is to the Nazi regime, much of the material is abstract, especially in this chapter, in which a new analytical tool is introduced to explain the allure of dictatorship. So the models developed are quite general. And perhaps it is unnecessary to emphasize that the themes of this part, democratic political inaction, ethnic conflict, and the responsibility of bureaucrats for crimes committed by an authoritarian regime, of which they are a part, seem to be as prominent in the world at the end of the 20th century as they were in the 1930s and 1940s. To political inaction in any democracy, it is easy to think of particular issues on which people have very strong political views, such as government deficits or abortion, but about which politicians are often loath to do anything despite the demands of their constituents. The result is that the political preferences of the constituents are suppressed. The issue just never appears on the political agenda. Since political parties only compete when issues are raised, this constitutes a limitation on the effectiveness of democratic politics. Under some circumstances, this problem may become particularly severe, thus contributing to the breakdown of democracy. This is the basic argument of this chapter. This result illustrates the fundamental attraction, what I like to call the allure, of dictatorship. Dictators can easily solve the conflicts which give rise to inaction, and other problems, by simply repressing those elements in the population that oppose their solutions. The result is that there is a fundamental trade-off between the democracy in the inaction zone 249 capacity of a political system to represent different points of view and its capacity for political action. To illustrate how one might think about the problem of inaction in theoretical terms, it is useful to ask whether the suppression of political preferences can occur in the standard two-party convergence or median voter model. In that model, it is easy to see that although only one political viewpoint, that of the median voter, is ever expressed, all issues are raised. This is so simply because unless the status quo on some issue or public policy is exactly at the median, the issue will be raised by either party, because both prefer the median to the status quo. So this kind of preference suppression cannot occur in the median voter model. To model it, I therefore follow the tradition initiated by Donald Whitman, 1973-1983, and recently developed further by Alberto Alzina, example 1988A and 1988B, and others, in which parties are policy-oriented and do not converge but offer distinct policy platforms in equilibrium. This section shows how political inaction can occur in this type of model. Section 3 examines both the precise costs imposed on citizens by this behavior of political parties and who, i.e., what kind of political preferences, are particularly likely to get suppressed. Section 4 applies the model to the fall of the Weimar Republic and, more briefly, to other classic instances of democratic breakdown. Section 5 shows the circumstances under which inaction is inefficient. Section 6 relaxes some of the assumptions of the model. Section 7 describes the trade-off between inaction and representation and concludes. More formal parts related to the argument of this section and Section 5 can be found in the appendix. To proceed, let us assume that the political system contains only two parties. They face an election, in which an issue X may or may not be raised by either party. The parties offer distinct platforms in equilibrium, as in the class of models developed by Douglas Hibbs, 1977, Whitman, 1973, 1983, I. Hansen and C. Stewart, 1984, Randall Calvert, 1985, and Alzina, 1988a. Assume that Party R is the right-wing party, Party L is the left-wing party, and XR and XL are their respective platforms on some issue X. Higher values of X are preferred by the right. Think of X as the level of defense spending, for example. Suppose that a policy is already in place on some issue X, which will be referred to as S, the status quo. Either party can then raise the issue by proposing a different level of X as part of its platform. If it does so, the other party will also propose a policy. Alternatively, both parties can choose to do nothing about issue X. If neither party raises the issue, the existing level or status quo S is then its position on that issue. A party may prefer not to raise the issue because doing so carries risk. The risk is that 250. The party will not end up with the policy it desires on that issue. The most obvious way this can happen is that when one party raises an issue, the other party will also propose a policy on that issue which, in the end, could prove more popular with the voters. However, there are other possible risks. The attempt to change any policy in a democratic system usually galvanizes opposition by interest groups, legislators, bureaucrats, and others who would be adversely affected by that change. The possible risks then include the failure to change the policy and the resulting loss of credibility or reputation, or even the possibility of losing an election over that issue. For simplicity, assume to begin with that there are only two possibilities. 1. Party R wins the election and implements its preferred platform if the issue is raised, with probability P2. Party L wins and implements its platform, with probability 1p. Assume further, for the moment, that each party has complete credibility with voters. Each party can then compete for votes by 1. Raising an issue or not. 2. Devising platforms which deviate from the preferences of its own members in order to appeal to centrist voters. Assume the two platforms satisfy the conditions of Nash equilibrium, that is, each party chooses that platform which maximizes its expected utility, given the position of the other party. Conditions for the existence of equilibrium platforms, assuming all issues are raised, are given in Aelzina, 1988a. However, parties also have the option of not raising an issue, which voters will interpret as a binding promise to leave the status quo unchanged if elected. If XR and XL would be the equilibrium platforms if the issue is raised, it follows that party R will prefer not to raise the issue if 1. UR, S, per, XR, plus, LP, UR, XL. Similarly, party L will not want to raise the issue if 2. UL, S, pool, XR, plus, LP, UL, XL. If both inequalities are satisfied, then neither party will raise the issue during the campaign, and whichever party is elected will maintain its implicit promise to do nothing in that policy area to disturb the status quo. However, some voters, including members of both political parties, would prefer that action be taken on that issue. The desires of these voters are suppressed, not in the overt sense that they are not allowed to speak, to make demands, to organize protests, and so forth, but in the democracy in the inaction zone 251 sense that although they are free to speak, there is no one listening who is willing to put their demands on the political agenda. Neither party wishes to raise the issue during the election campaign, and neither party will do anything to disturb the status quo if elected. Consequently, although the means of suppression are different, the policy outcome is the same as if the voters were never allowed to utter their demands in the first place. To depict the magnitude of suppression in this sense, consult Figure 11.1. The area labeled DNZ, the do-nothing zone, is the zone in which, if the status quo S were located there, neither party would want to raise issue X. To interpret the figure, consider party L's inaction threshold first. Along the threshold line, party L is indifferent between raising and not raising the issue. The threshold line slopes upward, because for a given status quo S, measured along the horizontal axis, an increase in P implies that party R's probability of election victory increases. Consequently, so does the likelihood of XR occurring rather than XL. If party R was just at the threshold of inaction at the initial slash, an increase in with S unchanged implies that the loss from the status quo is greater than that from raising the issue, and the party will thus prefer action to inaction. For the party to remain indifferent between acting and not acting, therefore, S will have to increase as P increases. So party R's threshold of inaction is upward sloping in /S space. The same argument implies that party L's threshold is also upward sloping. Moreover, since party L's platform, XL, is to the left of party I, S, its threshold must generally lie to the right of that of party R. For a given the left-wing party will only wish to act when the status quo is sufficiently far away and to the right of its platform, example at Y in figure 11.1, and the right-wing party will only prefer action when S is sufficiently to the left of its platform, example W in figure 11.1. To see the shape of the DNZ, note that the two thresholds intersect at P equals 1, S equals XR, and P equals 0, S equals XL. At 1, XR, the status quo is located just at party R's platform, and party R is guaranteed election, so the same outcome XR will obtain whether the issue is raised or not. Hence both parties must be indifferent between action and the status quo and so must be on their threshold of inaction at that point. A similar argument shows that the two threshold lines must also intersect at P equals 0, S equals XL. This argument proves that there is an area in which both parties prefer not to raise the issue, the DNZ in figure 11.1. Inside the DNZ are all the combinations of P and S at which both parties prefer to live with the status quo rather than announce a policy. How big is the DNZ1? We will see that it will be larger, the smaller the degree of credibility of the parties' platforms, the less that voters trust. 252. Equals L asterisk L. Figure 11.1. The inaction zone. Politicians, the smaller the willingness of the parties to compromise, hence making the DNZ larger for divisive issues like abortion or capital punishment, and generally, but not always, larger, the greater the level of polarization of the parties' platforms. To see these points, let us first restate conditions, 1, and 2. In more precise language. Each party's utility function is 3, UT equals, an avoidable failure in political leadership, defined as a situation in which democratic parties pursue goals of some power elites, but disrespect the electorate's primary concerns. They thus drive voters into the arms of extremists who are clever enough to lure them by offering radical solutions to the public's most pressing needs, p. 73, J.M. Enelo and M.J. Heinich, 1982, model the rise of extremist candidates or parties as the consequence of voter cynicism. However, their analysis is different from the one presented here. Voter cynicism in their model implies that voters essentially don't believe what politicians say, so when voters become more cynical, they are more likely to vote for extremist candidates, because they believe the extremists to be less extreme than their statements imply. Enelo and Heinich suggest that this accounts for the rise of extremism under some circumstances. As an illustration, they cite the case of Germany in the early 1930s. However, the key factor they point to in explaining the rise of Nazism was government inaction. They wrote, "It was widely thought that the inability of government to solve the society's basic problems was so deep-seated that only a candidate of the extreme right could do anything to bring about a desired change in the status quo, p. 499. The analysis of this phenomenon offered here appears more satisfactory. Voters switched to extremist candidates not because they didn't believe any of the parties, as Enelo and Heinich suggest, but because they believed the extremists would act and centrist parties wouldn't, and they preferred extremist action to no action at all. For example, the parties in power were unable to curb political violence on both the left and the right, a violence which terrified many voters. We have already emphasized the strong popular demand for government action to stimulate the economy, which Chancellor Brüning and practically all non-Nazi parties were loath to satisfy. Hitler, on the other hand, promised a job for every German, Hold Frerich 1990, p. 73. Why would voters prefer extremist action to no action at all? The next section addresses this question. To do so, we return to our static model of inaction and extend it to show the inefficiency of inaction. 5. The inefficiency of inaction. This section extends the analysis of political inaction to cover the case in which the status quo is regarded by many voters as not just unsatisfactory but as actually Pareto inefficient. In that case, the suppression of demands for action represents not just the imposition of a minority view. Democracy in the inaction zone. 263 point in favor of the status quo, but also a failure of the political system to take advantage of an opportunity to improve everyone's lot. To deal with the inefficiency of inaction, we have to extend our analysis to two dimensions. With one dimension, one can have either more or less of a policy X, but at least two dimensions are needed, a production possibility curve, to show inefficiency. So we will consider an issue to which there are two dimensions that concern voters, XX and X2. For example, the issue might be abortion, with XX the rights of the unborn and X2 the rights of women. Government policy can be used to select any combination of SU X2 from a compact, convex feasible set whose northeast frontier, henceforth the efficiency frontier, is strictly concave to the origin, as shown in figure 11.4. All voters' preferences are strictly increasing in both dimensions. Thus, any point inside the efficiency frontier, like S in figure 11.1, represents an inefficient policy in the sense that all voters could feasibly be made better off. As before, the two political parties, L and R, are each motivated by a concern for the actual policy, XL9X2, that will be implemented according to a utility function uj, SU x2, / LR. This function represents the policy preferences of the activists, those who join parties, in each party. The functions U are assumed to be smooth, strictly concave, and strictly increasing in each dimension. Party L has a comparative preference for x2, in the sense that its indifference curve at any point in figure 11.4 is less steep than party I, S. It follows that within the feasible set, party L's most preferred policy, CL, lies to the northwest of party R's, CR. Again, electoral competition between the parties can be seen as a game in three stages. First, each party chooses whether or not to raise the issue. Then both parties prepare platforms and fight an election on the issue if it has been raised. Then the winner implements the policy to which it is committed. Now consider the payoffs to each party prior to the election. If neither party has raised the issue, then each party will attain the utility level UJ, S, with certainty. If the issue has been raised, then the party will attain the expected utility, where P is the probability that R wins the election and XR, XL are the parties' respective platforms. Part 3 of the appendix shows that, in equilibrium, these platforms remain divergent. Will either party choose to raise the issue? Consider the situation of party Y. If the other party has raised the issue, will have no choice but to go into an election over the question. If the other party has not raised the matter, can choose between the status quo and an election over the issue by deciding whether or not to raise the issue. It will not raise the matter if its expected utility is greater under the status quo than under an election over the issue. 6. If 6 holds for both J equals L and equals R, then the issue will not be raised. On the other hand, if the inequality in 6 is reversed for either party, then the issue will be raised. Define the inaction zone as the set of feasible policies S such that 6 holds for both parties. This zone is depicted by the shaded area in figure 11.5. If the status quo lies in the inaction zone, then it will remain even if the status quo is inefficient, because neither party will raise the issue. The central result of this section is this theorem: the inaction zone contains inefficient policies. The proof of this theorem is straightforward and can be given geometrically in terms of figure 11.5. Point X represents the expected policy if the issue is raised. If this were the status quo, then 6 would hold for both parties because of strict concavity of utility. That is, both parties would strictly prefer to have the status quo X with certainty than to have the same expected outcome with the risk of something worse. Because the feasible set is convex, therefore, X is feasible. Hence, X lies in the inaction zone. But because the efficiency frontier is strictly concave, X is inefficient. 6. Relaxing the assumptions, it may be worthwhile to discuss in some detail the precise nature of the forces which lead to these results and to see what happens if some of our assumptions are relaxed. 7. Several issues are considered, including 1. The role of multidimensionality in generating inaction. 2. Why a new party doesn't arise to fill the policy gap between the parties and eliminate inaction. 3. The relationship between political inaction and political ambiguity. 4. The consequences of relaxing the electoral rules assumed in sections 2 and 5. 5. The effects of cooperation versus competition between political parties. Note first that the analysis assumes that neither party has the ability to unbundle the different dimensions of the issue. That is, there is no instrument available to either party which is capable of increasing XX without at the same time decreasing X2, or vice versa. Otherwise, it would be in each party's interest to raise the sub-issue of increasing JQ whenever the status quo was inefficient. With the sub-issue of X2 not raised, political competition would cause each party to promise to increase X1 right up to the efficiency frontier. This result would obviously yield higher expected utility to both parties than the status quo. To illustrate this point, let us consider the abortion issue in some more detail. The two dimensions are the rights of the mother and the rights of the unborn child, as shown in figure 11.6. There are many possible instruments which can be used to deal with this issue, including the accessibility of abortion clinics, the level of public subsidy given to them, how much police protection is offered to protect women who are entering them and doctors who are working in them from anti-abortion activists, the nature of the examination a woman has to submit to before she can legally have an abortion, the number of doctors whose agreement is required, whether the father's consent is also required, the maximum number of weeks a woman can be pregnant and still be allowed to go through with one, and so on. Consider just two of these instruments, for example, the accessibility of clinics, LT in figure 11.6, and the maximum number of weeks of pregnancy within which abortion is allowed, /2. As in the figure, assume that increasing accessibility increases the rights of women, X2, but reduces those of the unborn, JQ. Reducing the number of weeks has the opposite effects, i.e., it reduces X2 and raises JQ. Note that as depicted, the trade-off between XX and X2 differs between the two instruments. As long as this is the case, the status quo is inefficient, because by using both instruments, it is possible to tack up to a point like B, at which both target variables are raised, implying Pareto improvement. 8. However, political competition between two parties, one of which is relatively more sensitive to SU and the other to JC, may second easily figure 11.6. The necessary condition for inaction. Plus, LP, K. Ailzina, 1988a, presents conditions under which equilibrium platforms exist with CL. Assume that whenever an issue is raised, we will observe equilibrium platforms which satisfy this condition. However, parties also have the option of not raising an issue, which voters will interpret as a binding promise to leave the status quo unchanged if they are elected. If neither party takes a stand on an issue, they are indistinguishable, both are implicitly promising the status quo S. In that case, the probability that party R wins is given by PS. The gain to party R from raising the issue is then the difference between its expected utility going into an election over the issue and its expected utility going into an election in which the issue isn't raised. So the gain to party R from raising the issue, GR, is A.3, GR equals P\K dash, XRCR, A plus, XLCR, A caret dash, XLCR, APSK. The right-hand side of A.3, except for the last two terms, may be interpreted in the same way as equation 5, that is, as the expected utility to party R if the issue is raised. The last two terms, PSK plus SCR, A, give the negative of party R's utility if the issue is not raised. A similar equation may be written for party L. A.4, GL equals LP. The conditions under which party R will be indifferent between raising and not raising an issue is simply that GR equals 0, or A.5. Similarly, for party L the condition that GL equals 0 may be written as democracy in the inaction zone 275. A.6, L, P equals carrot. These two equations define each party's threshold of inaction, as illustrated in figure 11.1 under the simplifying assumption that PPS, K equals 0. The area where both parties prefer not to raise the issue is the DNZ in figure 11.1. Note that in this analysis, the policies XT do not depend on P. Rather, the figure simply displays all the possible values of XT and P, where inaction would be preferred to action, assuming the two variables can be varied separately. Put simply, the DNZ answers the question, for any status quo S1 how high does P have to be? 1, P for the left party, before action, a platform proposing X equals X, is preferred to the status quo. Alternatively, for any given P, the DNZ shows how large the distance she, S has to be before a party is willing to announce a policy rather than stick with the status quo. Let us briefly note the consequences of relaxing the assumption that A equals P, PS, K equals 0. If A were 0, party R clearly would have an additional incentive, higher likelihood of election victory, to raise the issue, so its threshold would shift downward. However, party L would have less incentive to raise the issue, so its threshold also would shift downward. In general, then, the effect of it on the size of the DNZ is ambiguous. But in the limit, as O, it is clear that the DNZ would disappear. In other words, sufficiently high spoils of office or a high enough popularity to be gained from raising an issue will cause the issue to be raised by one party or the other. The size of the DNZ is affected by the relative willingness of the two parties to compromise, as measured by the parameter A. Higher values of A imply, formally, that utility decreases more rapidly as the platform becomes more distant from the party's ideological position. Rewrite equation, A.5, as A.7, dash, SCR, A equals P, XRCR, A dash, LP, XLCR, A plus, PPS, K. And, A.6, as A.8. Assuming the platforms themselves are unchanged as the result of the increase in A, we find that an increase in A reduces the right-hand side of each equation relative to the left-hand side, that is, it increases the loss from gambling by raising the issue, relative to maintaining the status quo. 276. In general, we would also expect the platforms themselves to change as a result of an increase in A, becoming more polarized as each side's unwillingness to compromise reduces the utility of any movement away from its ideological center. This increased polarization would likely further increase the size of the DNZ, as shown in section 2. I am indebted to an anonymous referee for this last point. Part 2. This appendix demonstrates that if 1. Preferences are quadratic, A equals 2, 2. There is no value to winning per SE, K equals 0, and 3. The polity is symmetric, CR, XR equals XL, CL. Then the area A of the DNZ equals. Demonstration, from 5 and 6, in the text, we get SCR, dash, XLCR, XLCL, SCL, A equals, XRCR, dash, XLCR, XLCL, dash, XRCL, DS. By symmetry, 3, XR, CRF equals, XL, CLF and, XL, CRF equals, XR, CLF. Therefore, A equals, SCR, dash, XLCR, dash, XLCL, plus, SCL. XRCR, dash, XLCR, dash XLXR, XLCL. J. RCR, XL, CR, caret, XRXL. Since X2, Y2 equals, X plus Y, X, Y, therefore, A equals, XR plus XL2CR, XRXL, equals XRXL, by symmetry. Slash underscore. Caret 3 underscore backslash XRXLJI7. Slash I slash backslash V3, CRCL. Therefore, Part 3. This part describes the two parties' equilibrium choices of non-convergent equilibrium platforms, XL, XR, in the two-dimensional. 278. Policy space as depicted in Figure 11.4. Using the same notation as in Section 5 of the text, assume that the probability P depends upon the two platforms according to the smooth function P, XL, XR, which satisfies for all feasible XR, XL, A.9, 0. Assumption, A.LL, states merely that a party will be more likely to win if it unambiguously improves its platform. This assures that if the issue is raised, each party will propose an efficient policy. Assumption, A.12, the probabilistic analog to the result in one-dimensional deterministic spatial models, can be interpreted to mean that moving closer to its competitor allows a party to capture some of the voters in between without losing any on its other side. Although the policy space is two-dimensional, competition in this model occurs on the one-dimensional efficiency frontier. If the issue has been raised, each party chooses its platform so as to maximize its expected utility given the other party's platform. That is, XR, XL, must satisfy the Nash equilibrium conditions, A.13, NRXR, XL, NL, XL9X2, for all feasible X, where New Jersey denotes party, S payoff function, N, XR, XL, equals P, XR, XL, U, XIR, plus U, XL. Assume that the two preferred policies CR and CL are in the interior of the efficiency frontier as shown in Figure 11.4. Then it can be shown by standard methods that a pair of platforms, XR, XL, exists on the efficiency frontier, which satisfies the equilibrium conditions, 18, and, A14, XR lies strictly between CR and XL. XL lies strictly between XR and CL. Assume that such a pair of platforms will be announced if the issue has been raised. Democracy in the inaction zone 279. As shown in Figure 11.4, result, A.14, implies that each party will be induced by electoral competition to compromise, moving away from its preferred position in the direction of the opposition. This is because a party that was contemplating proposing its preferred policy could raise its probability of winning by compromising. The cost of utility in the event that it wins, given that it is starting at its most preferred policy, would be second order. As Figure 11.4 also shows, result, A.14, implies furthermore that electoral competition will not lead to convergence of platforms as in other spatial models of competition. XR will lie to the left of XL. This is because if the two policies were identical, then either party could gain utility in the event it wins by moving its platform in its preferred direction. The cost of such a move would be a reduced probability of winning. But this is a second-order cost, because assumption, A.12, implies that, given the other party's platform, each party's probability of winning is maximized when it offers the same platform. 12. Ethnic conflict and nationalism, from Expressionism and Futurism to Kitsch. 1. The preceding chapter examined one important element in the breakdown of democracy and the rise of dictatorship, the possibility that democracy will become trapped in inaction. This chapter examines a second historically important element in the rise of many autocracies, ethnic conflict and nationalism. Again, the classic example is Nazi Germany, and again the analysis is conducted with special reference to it. Although the word is much bandied about, the concept of nationalism remains largely shrouded in mystery and it is little understood, especially from the point of view of rational choice. In this chapter I will therefore proceed step by step. I begin with an analysis of the economic value of ethnicity, explaining why people form ethnic groups, and I will then proceed from there to the connection between ethnicity and nationalism, and finally to that between nationalism and fascism. I then try to analyze the origins of prejudice and hatred of other ethnic groups. Finally, I begin to address the most difficult question of all, how these attitudes could result in a willingness to take part in crimes against humanity or genocidal actions against minority ethnic groups, in this chapter, and to explore it further in the next one. The next section of this chapter suggests that in both public and private life, one particularly cost-effective way to provide a foundation for exchange under many circumstances is to invest in ethnic networks or ethnic capital. The central feature of ethnic capital is the peculiarity of blood as a basis for network membership. To the extent that this criterion is used, entry and exit from the network, within a generation, are blocked. I argue that this criterion provides a number of advantages to ethnic networks as a support for exchange, and it partly explains the persistence of ethnicity in modern societies. But if ethnic capital cannot be moved from one group to another, it also follows that competition. A recent collection which does apply rational choice methods to the understanding of nationalism is A. Breton, G. Galeotti, R. Salmon, and R. Wintrobe, 1996. 280. 281. Among ethnic groups does not equalize returns among them. Consequently, differences in returns and therefore in incomes will persist. The result is that successful ethnic groups tend to engender fear and jealousy in outsiders, whereas members of ethnic groups with low returns tend to become stigmatized. These disparities, combined with the zero-sum nature of economic rents, imply that there is an inevitable potential for conflict among ethnic groups, if you can't join them, beat them, one which is not regulated or reduced by market forces. This analysis is the focus of Section 2. I also look inside the ethnic group, in Section 3, and, in particular, at the process of formation of ethnic capital, investments which are largely made by parents for their children. I assume for the purpose of analysis that parents are selfish and that they invest in their children in the hope of being repaid in later life. I show that a second peculiar feature of ethnic investments, in contrast to other kinds of investments in children, such as general human capital, is that they are self-enforcing, because the children cannot get the benefits of the capital without exposing themselves to ethnic pressure to repay their parents for their sacrifices. This self-enforcing feature makes ethnic investments very attractive to the parents, but not necessarily to the children. Consequently, parents will tend to overinvest in their children's ethnic capital, from the children's point of view. I then speculate on the circumstances under which this intergenerational conflict can lead to authoritarian attitudes in the children, as originally described in the classic work on the authoritarian personality syndrome by Theodore Adorno, Els Fenkell-Brunswick, Daniel Levinson, and R. Nevitt Sanford, 1950, and as extended in more recent work, notably by Bob A. L. D. E. Meyer, 1981, 1988, 1996. Finally, I apply these concepts, in Section 4, to the collapse of Weimar Germany, Expressionism, and the emergence of Nazism, Kitsch, in the 1930s. To the value of ethnic capital. The starting point for our analysis consists of two assumptions, which will be maintained throughout this chapter, except in Section 3b, where, as noted there, Assumption 1 is relaxed. They are, 1. All individuals are rational, in the standard sense of that term in neoclassical economic theory, that is, Faced with any two alternatives, the individual is capable of making a choice between them, and his or her choices are consistent. Two property rights or contracts are not costlessly enforceable, and sometimes they may not even exist. 282. As has been repeatedly emphasized, the second assumption implies that in any exchange there is the possibility that one of the parties will cheat or renege on his or her commitments. Earlier, we looked at the solutions put forward initially by Benjamin Klein and Keith Leffler, 1981, Carl Shapiro and Joseph Stiglitz, 1984, and Carl Shapiro, 1983, which involved a price or wage premium. The existence of the price premium provides the consumer with a reason to trust the firm. In this way, markets can solve the trust or contractual enforcement problem even in the absence of legally enforceable property rights. One problem with this solution from the buyer's point of view is that it is expensive. For example, in consumer markets buyers are forced to pay a premium. In order to deter the firm from cheating, this present discounted value is at least as large as the gains to the firm from cheating. Consumers willing to pay this premium are not cheated, but they do not get good value for their money. Such people stay at Holiday Inn, buy Bayer aspirin, IBM computers, Sony stereo equipment, and so on. An alternative solution for the consumer is to establish a trust relationship with a local seller, the local drugstore, computer hack, and so on. The costs of signaling or building trust on a one-on-one basis may be reduced considerably when there is genuine interaction between the parties, as opposed to when impersonal market signals prevail. In these cases, trust can describe a relationship which is, at the limit, completely private. It exists between a seller and only one buyer, a network. The same choices apply in other markets, such as labor markets or political markets. It follows therefore that a typical individual who wants to buy goods and services at reasonable prices and not be cheated, who wants or wishes to keep a good job, and who wishes to get his or her share of the largesse being distributed by politicians, or even to have his or her views reflected in public policy, has a very complex pattern of network investments to make. For each good or service or political service that such consumers wish to purchase, namely, in situations in which there is some prospect of being cheated, they may wish to invest in a specific trust relationship. Some goods and services will be bought so infrequently that such investments will not be worth their cost. In many cases, also, the individual has to calculate that investments in these relationships will be lost if the person moves to another jurisdiction. In these situations, the individual is stuck with the market, and market premiums. In others, the individual may try the networking strategy just discussed. So the optimal investment strategy, distribution of investments in trust among all the different possible relationships involved, can be complex, and what many individuals really want is a mutual fund. These funds exist in the form of ethnic networks. 283. The central feature of ethnic networks is that membership is held to be determined by blood, making it very difficult for outsiders to enter and, often, for insiders to truly exit, within a generation, a characteristic that I will refer to as blocked entry and exit. This method solves one of the problems characteristic of networks, namely, the fact that if the returns turn out to be substantial, others will want to enter, and hence it will lower the yield on the initial investments of insiders. Moreover, since membership is to some extent at least not subject to choice, part of the difficulties normally encountered in establishing a trust relationship is resolved. Thus, a German, say, who meets another German and contemplates a transaction with him or her, one that requires trust, does not have to worry that the other party is only German temporarily, because the yield on German capital is temporarily high. The level of Germanness exhibited, the extent to which the other person uses German phrases, pretends to like potatoes with whipped cream, 3 goes to German social events, and so on, may be precisely subject to such calculations, but, fundamentally, either he or she is German, or French, or Jewish, or Italian, or not. In part, This is because one's ethnicity is not completely subject to choice but is also determined by the attitudes of others, as members of minority ethnic groups, example the Jews under the Nazi regime, tend to discover. Just as it is difficult, if not impossible, for an outsider to enter an ethnic group, it may also be difficult, if not impossible, for insiders to exit. A black man can marry a white woman, live in a white suburb, work for an all-white firm, and so on, but he can still find himself greeted by shouts of "Hey, brother!" when he finds himself in the wrong neighborhood. And he may also find, to his surprise, that whereas other connections come and go, the permanence of the ethnic connection can sometimes come in handy. This is particularly likely to happen if he discovers that just as insiders would never completely let him go, so outsiders never really let him in, and he is passed over for promotion or turned down in romance because he is black. To be sure, any individual is free to forswear association with other members of his or her ethnic group. Such individuals can tell their friends and family to get lost, they can move to another city and refuse to give out their addresses, they may never phone their mothers again, even on their birthday, they can change their names to Smith, and so on. Even if they did all these things, however, they will still not be in the same position vis-a-vis their ethnic group as outsiders. Their ethnic networks. 2. Of course, how much blood is required for admission is, in general, an open question, and we expect standards to vary in accordance with economic forces. 3. I am indebted to my friend Hans Schiele for this illustration. 284. Will depreciate through lack of use, but they will not depreciate to zero. This zeroing out takes a generation or more. And should such individuals have a change of heart later on in life and decide to recontact the old network, they will be able to rebuild their capital at less cost than outsiders would incur. It is in this sense that exit from ethnic networks is blocked. An individual is free to reduce his or her gross investment in this form of capital to zero, but he or she cannot sell, transfer, or dispose of the sunk capital which has been accumulated through upbringing, socialization, and ascription by others. Of course, in reality it is easier to enter and exit some types of ethnic groups than others. Moreover, ethnicity is subject to manipulation, as is nationalism, its sister concept, which is usually defined, example by Rogowski 1985, as the striving of members for territorial autonomy, unity, or independence. p. 8. In the present context, nationalism is naturally interpretable as the claim that the return to ethnic capital can be raised if the group in question were to form a sovereign state or, more generally, to acquire more territory. Ernest Gellner, 1983, emphasizes that nationalism is essentially deceptive. As he puts it, a modern, streamlined, on-wheels high culture celebrates itself in song and dance, which it borrows, stylizing itself in the process, from a folk culture which it fondly believes itself to be perpetuating, defending, and affirming. p. 158. Michael Hector, 1987, suggests ways in which groups can manipulate exit barriers to encourage loyalty, so too does Lawrence Iannacone, 1992, who explains the often bizarre practices of cults as ways in which the cult tries to lower the marginal rate of substitution of ordinary goods and services to cult members, hence making it more difficult to leave the cult. From our point of view, what matters is only that people believe that there is something special about blood or ethnicity. If they do, the barriers are generated, whether real or not. A more general analysis than that offered here would allow the level of barriers to entry and exit to vary and to develop into an industrial organization of ethnic groups. In this chapter I will simply assume blocked entry and exit in order to bring out the implications of this assumption. Indeed, several other characteristics of ethnic networks follow from the property of blocked entry and exit. Thus, ethnic networks are multipurpose, and they can be used for finding a job or an apartment, a good plumber, a mate, and so on, not necessarily in that order. Ethnic networks also have an infinite life, indeed, they go backward as well as forward in time. This means that ethnic networks solve the hangman's paradox often discussed in game theoretic analyses of the cheating problem. Thus, if a game is finite, cheating is guaranteed on the last play. 285. Because there is no possible sanction after the end of the game, if the second party, who has the last move, is going to cheat the first party on the last move, the first party should obviously cheat the second one on the next to last move. Hence, the game unravels and cheating takes place on the first move. Whatever importance this analysis has in real life, and there are many who believe it to have some, the problem raised is solved by ethnic networks, because blood ties may thin out but they never disappear. Because of this longevity, there is always the prospect of punishment if one ethnic member cheats another in the same group, and there is always the prospect that members of one ethnic group will punish the descendants of another for some transgression or other. In these and other ways, ethnic networks often have a superior capacity to sanction transgressors, both by insiders and outsiders. Thus, the Serb leader Slobodan Milosevic was able to raise genuine fears of conquest and occupation by reminding the Serbs of what the Ottomans did to them at the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. The tactic was apparently effective in building his power base, Ramat 1992, p. 228. A fourth property of ethnic networks is, relative, homogeneity of tastes. Jews like Chinese food, tend to be in favor of human rights, and feel comfortable in big cities. Germans and Asians are more willing to work hard than Americans. Of course, such ethnic stereotypes are often invalid, but to the extent that tastes do tend to be relatively more homogeneous within ethnic groups than between randomly chosen individuals, collective decision-making within the group is made easier, and the capacity of the group for collective action is enhanced. Finally, the costs of forming trust will be lower if signaling and communication are easier, as it often is between members of the same ethnic group. Landa 1981, Breton and Wintrobe 1982. Finally, ethnic capital investments are subsidized through inheritance and upbringing. An individual whose parents are members of an ethnic group will, by the time he or she becomes an adult, have already accumulated a substantial amount of ethnic capital. Some of it is in the genes, some will have been accumulated through education and forced socialization with other members of his or her ethnic group. Of course, at some point the individual is free to choose a different ethnic identity, but in that case he or she will have to accumulate all of the costs at his or her own expense. A French man who decides that he really wants to be a Korean can of course try to be, but his parents are unlikely to help him, and he will be throwing away all of those French connections. There are also of course disadvantages to ethnic networks. The most important of them also follow from the central assumption of blocked entry and exit. In the standard economic theory of markets, too broadly. 286. Conceived assumptions are necessary to ensure the efficiency or, Pareto, optimality of competition. 1. The absence of externalities, publicness, or other factors which would lead to the systematic under or overpricing of economic costs or benefits. 2. Free entry and exit of capital. As is well known, the second assumption implies that capital will flow out of those industries from which its yield is relatively low and into those industries in which its yield is relatively high. So rents will not persist in long-run equilibrium but will be eliminated as capital flows to those industries in which it is most valuable and as the supply of goods and services from those industries expands, thus driving down prices and reducing economic rents. This mechanism assures the efficiency of competition in economic markets. As discussed earlier, entry to or exit from ethnic networks is blocked. Consequently, if one ethnic group experiences abnormally high returns, example US Jews, and another group abnormally low returns, example US blacks, there is no mechanism whereby the returns to ethnic capital can be equalized across ethnic groups. To illustrate this point with a simple model, let us suppose that there are only two ethnic groups, the Grails and the Snails. Assume that all individuals of either type are identical. However, although the individuals are identical, the yield to forming network capital need not be. Suppose that the returns to network capital formation are higher among the Grails than the snails. The Grails might have a superior capacity to sanction deviant or non-participating members, or they may be able to communicate better with each other, or they may be more isolated from the rest of society and therefore interact with each other more, and so on. Finally, assume that for either group there are diminishing returns to aggregate ethnic capital. To derive the simplest possible model of the optimal formation of ethnic capital, let's see the marginal cost of this capital's formation. The benefits are the increased likelihood of obtaining a rent, multiplied by its value, R. The return to ethnic capital is the sum of these rents _PTRH where / denotes all the uses of ethnic capital, jobs, apartments, plumbers, mates, investment counselors, political patronage, and so on. Each member of the Grails will invest in ethnic capital to the point at which the marginal return just equals its cost, that is, I. 287. Where G indexes variables for the Grails, R is the interest rate, and D is the depreciation rate for ethnic capital. The same equation holds for the snails. Individuals in either group will invest until their marginal yields are equal to their costs, and therefore to each other's costs. However, if inframarginal yields were high for the Grails and low for the snails, the total amount invested would be high for the Grails and low for the snails. In equilibrium, therefore, the average yield is high for the Grails and low for the snails. Grails will get more of the good jobs, good apartments, and so on than the snails. If mobility were possible between groups, snails would enter the Grail network and average yields would fall there and rise among the snails. However, blocked entry and exit prevents this mechanism from operating. Returns could be equalized by differential rates of population growth, if the high yield to Grail ethnic capital resulted in high population growth rates there and if the low yield to snail ethnic capital resulted in low rates of population growth for that group. However, if anything, this mechanism appears to work in reverse. High-income groups appear to have low rates of population growth, and low-income groups high rates of growth. Consequently, high yields among some ethnic groups will persist, giving rise to fear, envy, and possibly hatred among other groups who will never share those yields. Low returns among other groups will result in stigmatization or statistical discrimination, Arrow 1972, as individuals within an ethnic group are judged on the basis of the performance of the average for that group. For in short, the phenomenon of blocked entry and exit explains why market mechanisms do not eliminate ethnic conflict and why competition among ethnic groups has the potential to breed conflict. Individualism is devalued as the characteristics of the group become more important as determinants of individual welfare. The absence of the market regulating mechanism implies its replacement by evolutionary or conflict mechanisms, as groups either prosper or decline as a whole. And there is a natural demand for leadership in the management of ethnic capital. In extreme form, all these characteristics, the importance of the group over the individual, the leader and evolutionary principles, and the stress on struggle and the inevitability of conflict, are precisely the characteristics of fascism, in both its Italian and German manifestations. To illustrate this point, let us consider A. James Gregor's, 1969, description of the intellectual roots of fascism in the thinking of early 20th century sociologists like Gumplowes, Mosca, and Pareto. He quotes Mosca. Human beings have a natural inclination towards struggle. Even when he fights, man remains primarily a social animal. Ordinarily, therefore we see men forming into groups, each group made up of leaders and followers. The individuals who make up a group are conscious of a special brotherhood and oneness with each other and vent their pugnacious instincts on members of other groups. Mosca, quoted in Gregor 1969, pp. 42-3. Similar ideas can be found in the work of Pareto and Gumplowes, and later in the work of Roberto Michels and, of course, Mussolini. See Gregor for an extensive discussion. Although anti-Semitism was not important in the formation of Italian fascism, ethnocentrism was, as was the idea that ethnocentric dispositions had a high survival value because they facilitated the survival of the group. Now the central problem with such group survival explanations is the free rider problem. See Becker 1976 for a good exposition. In biology, this means that even though a gene, example 1 for altruism, might contribute to the survival of the group as a whole, such a gene will nevertheless be selected against within the group if it reduces the individual's fitness. This is the central problem in explaining altruistic preferences, which increase the welfare or fitness of the group at the expense of the individual altruist. Those who possess selfish genes do not give to others in the group, but they will free ride on altruistic genes. As a result, the selfish genes will tend to be selected for, and the altruism genes will be selected against and disappear. The same problem arises with any other trait which contributes to group survival while reducing these chances for an individual. The biological free rider problem was not identified in fascist thinking. However, the related idea that the masses were incapable of mobilizing themselves but required a vanguard or an elite leadership to mobilize them was a central theme, as, of course, it had been earlier in the thought of Lenin and was to be in Hitler's thinking. 5. For all these 20th century revolutionaries, the leader principle was central. The majority was the fodder, rather than the conscious agent, of social revolution. The most important idea in fascism, of course, was nationalism. As 289. Lenz, 1980 in Larson, Hagtuit, and Michael Bust 1980, points out, if there is one characteristic of fascism on which all analysts agree, it is the central place of nationalism in its ideology, particularly the type of nationalism that goes as far as placing loyalty to the nation ahead of the state. P. 161. How does nationalism arise out of ethnicity? In part, nationalism arises naturally out of a framework which stresses the competition among ethnic groups, in which ethnic groups are divided into states, and in which the leadership of the ethnic group is institutionalized in the political leadership of the state. Thus, E. Hobsbawm, 1990, defines the principle of nationality as the idea that the boundaries of the state should be linked to those of the nation or ethnic group. P. 15. But there is a further link between the concepts of ethnicity, nationalism, and the free rider problem, one which arises wherever the boundaries of the nation are not those of the state, and which can sometimes give rise to a more virulent form of nationalism. For whenever these boundaries do not coincide, groups that are not part of the nation but exist within the state are easy to single out as the poison within the state. They, like the selfish individual who decreases the fitness of an otherwise altruistic group, are the source of many of the nation's difficulties and its inability to compete against other nations. This notion is central, I believe, to explaining the extremity or the viciousness of ethnic conflicts, such as the one under the Nazi regime or the contemporary conflict between the Serbs and the Croatians. In order to explore it further, we will have to look more deeply inside the ethnic group and to investigate in more detail how ethnic capital is formed. 3. Intra and intergroup ethnic conflict. A. Overinvestment in ethnicity. So far, I have suggested that ethnic investments can yield a positive return, and I assumed in the last section that individuals accumulate the optimal level of this form of capital. Intergenerational harmony was thus assured, despite the fact that much of the investment in ethnic capital is performed by parents for their children. I also assumed that entry to and exit from the network are blocked. In this section I want to elaborate a more complicated model, one in which parents make investments in their children in exchange for control over the behavior of their children in later life, and in which this exchange is enforced by the pressure that can be brought upon the children by other members of the ethnic group. 290. Thus, suppose that parents invest in the ethnic capital of their children by sending them to ethnic schools, inculcating ethnic customs and rituals, language and other communication techniques, restricting their socialization while young to other members of the ethnic group, and so on. Parents expect to be repaid for these sacrifices through the obedience of the children in later life to the norms of the ethnic group, which presumably include support and attention to their parents in their old age, but which may also encompass other aspects of their children's behavior, example that they will marry within the group and raise children who will continue to participate within it, that they will participate in ethnic cultural activities, rites, and rituals, that they will respect and/or worship ancestral heroes, take credit as members of the group for the accomplishments of their forefathers, assume the debts of previous generations, and so on. In short, children may repay their parents not only directly with support, but also indirectly by making decisions based on their parents' wishes or utility functions and by participating in the activities or adhering to the norms of the ethnic group. But what mechanism can parents count on to enforce the implicit contract between them and their children? The children can't be sued in court if they don't repay. There are obvious reasons for this. One reason is surely that the contract may not be voluntarily entered into by the children, or, even if it is, the children may be too young to be deemed capable of credible or enforceable commitments. Another is that the preferred form of repayment can take subtle forms, for example, that the children's career or marriage choices are those that their parents would have liked them to make. With these forms of repayment, it may be difficult for an outsider to ascertain whether repayment has in fact occurred and to adjudicate disputes between parents and their children over this matter. Yet both parents and children might prefer these forms of repayment to, say, cash repayments. So how can parents be confident that their children will in fact repay them for the sacrifices they have made on their behalf? Clearly, the problem is a general one, that is, it applies to all forms of parental investment, example to investments in general human capital, such as the children's education or occupational training, and to gifts of land, houses, cash, and so on. I can think of at least 5 mechanisms which can act as substitutes for legal enforcement. 1. Altruism. 2. Bequests. 3. Trust. 291. 4. Guilt. 5. Shame. Gary Becker, 1974-1976, Robert Frank, 1988, and others have argued that altruism is a powerful force in family life. As discussed earlier, in Chapter 4, when talking about the famous rotten kid theorem, I cited Becker's, 1974-1976, argument that under certain conditions one-sided altruism, i.e., the parent loves the child but not vice versa, is sufficient to motivate the child's cooperation. But sometimes altruism within the family is insufficient. Gary Becker and Kevin Murphy, 1988, explicitly acknowledge this fact and suggest that state intervention, compulsory schooling, pension plans, and so on, often mimics the kinds of contracts that the family would have entered into if legally enforceable contracting were possible. However, they do not inquire into the private behavior that ensues when love is insufficient, that is, there is no analysis of alternative bases for exchange within the family. Yet even when love is plentiful, as long as it is not complete, that is, when the children do not care for the parents as much as they do for themselves, Becker 1974 calls this full caring, interaction will sometimes occur between parent and children on the basis of self-interest. For all these reasons, it is necessary to look beyond altruism in discussing family interaction. B. Bernheim, A. Schleifer, and L. Summers, 1985, suggested that in addition to caring for their children, parents want attention from them, especially when they get older. Children may not mind visiting their parents at first, but after a while, they get tired of it, and additional visits bring disutility. Parents never tire of seeing their children, at least, never before their children tire of visiting them, and so at the margin, parents are willing to trade larger bequests for more visits. So the strategic threat to withdraw the bequest is used by parents to enforce their wishes on their children, as discussed in Chapter 4. Note that the bequest mechanism does not precisely mimic legal enforcement, since with legal enforcement, it would not always be necessary to give all the bargaining power to the parent. Perhaps it is this problem which explains why in some countries, Germany, France, a parent is legally proscribed from depriving a child of the parent's estate beyond a certain point, Example: in a two-child German family, each child is entitled to a minimum of 1/4 of the estate. Both the analysis and the evidence on bequests show that family relations can be illuminated using the model of exchange. However, it still appears that poor parents with no planned bequest have nothing with which to protect themselves in their old age. One other possibility is that the parents might simply trust their children to look after them. 292. However, if we rule out the altruistic and economic motives already discussed, and if we also assume that the children are rational, then there must be some explanation of why the children would behave in this way, i.e., visit their parents. The most obvious motives are shame and guilt. The two are commonly distinguished, see, example Freud 1929/1991, Candle and Laser 1992, on the basis that shame, external pressure, requires external observability, whereas guilt, internal pressure, does not. Freud interprets much of the advance of civilization to this economy of guilt as a mechanism in enforcing behavioral codes and norms. I will not attempt a comprehensive analysis of the operation of these two motives here, but I will suggest that ethnic capital is an investment vehicle for which they are particularly suited, and I will discuss their operation in this context. In brief, the argument is that parents can partly bind their children to them by ethnic capital investments in them while they are young. The children are bound not just because the yield on this form of capital is specific to the ethnic group in question and not just because it cannot be sold or otherwise transferred. The reason is that in order to obtain the yield on this form of capital, the grown children will have to associate with other members of the ethnic group. They, in turn, can be counted on, in the course of normal association, to pressure or shame each other into repaying debts to the parents and to adhere to the other norms of the group. So the contract is self-enforcing from the parents' point of view. The children can only obtain the benefits from this form of capital to the extent that they use ethnic networks and therefore subject themselves to ethnic pressure to repay their parents for the investments made. To illustrate, let us imagine a mythical ethnic group, the Harriets. Two Harriets, Harry and Larry, are discussing a business deal over lunch. Because they are both Harriets, it is easy for them to communicate, and they feel free to ask personal questions. Here are some standard ones. Harry is the interlocutor, Larry is the respondent who would be answering the questions. Of course, Larry, your wife is also a Harriet. How many little Harriet children do you have? Your mother lives with you, or did you put her in a home? If the answer to questions like these create a negative impression, the respondent may find the deal coming unstuck, as the interlocutor discovers that he is not maintaining his ethnic capital. Why does the interlocutor, Harry, want to enforce the norms? Even if they are beneficial to the group, why doesn't Harry freeride and leave it to other members of the group to police behavior? Although I will not give a comprehensive analysis of this problem here, 7.1 will suggest 3 reasons why other members of the ethnic group can often be counted on to apply the required pressure. 1. Ordinary self-interest. If the respondent, in this case, Larry, didn't honor his implicit contract to repay his parents, there is, ipso facto, some reason to believe that he is more likely to renege on his current obligations. Hence, it is worthwhile to get this information. 2. Guilt. By pressuring other members of the group to honor their obligations, a group member, in this case, Harry, in part fulfills his own obligations and thus lessens his sense of guilt. 3. Sanctions for not enforcing the group norm. Ethnic groups may have a particularly powerful capacity to use sanctions effectively. The reasons are implicit in their value as exchange networks, as discussed earlier, namely, subsidized early socialization with other members, hence facilitating mutual monitoring, infinite life, therefore, implying common ancestry and descent and, therefore, a long period over which transgressions can be punished, multipurposeness, and so on. To the extent that members of the ethnic group, for these reasons, can be counted on to encourage, pressure, or police each other's obedience to group norms, parents who invest in the ethnic capital of their children can count on them to repay. Hence ethnic investments are self-enforcing. 8. In this respect ethnic networks differ from other forms of parental investment, example general human capital, for which parents may have to rely entirely on the affection of their children, or on internal pressure, guilt, to be repaid. It follows immediately that, in contrast to other types of capital, there will be overinvestment by parents in the ethnic capital of their children. Because no other form of capital has this self-enforcing aspect. 9. 294. Parents are guaranteed a return on ethnic capital investments, but for other forms of investment in their children, they are forced to rely either on their children's affection for them or on guilt or trustworthiness to be repaid for their sacrifices. Consequently, this biases their investments in the direction of ethnic capital investments. Given two investments of equal yield to their children, parents will strictly prefer the ethnic over the non-ethnic investment. Indeed, they will prefer an ethnic investment of lower yield, and the potential differential will be larger, the more militant and committed are members of the ethnic group, i.e., the more that members are willing to act to enforce the repayments of debt. 10. Of course, to the extent that the parents love their children, they will take their children's welfare into account in deciding on their investments. Here, we have assumed that the parents are entirely selfish and that they decide on the level of investment which is optimal from their point of view alone. It is worth noting, however, that the overinvestment theorem will still hold in the case of altruistic parents, although the level of overinvestment will presumably be smaller as the degree of genuine altruism, concern for the welfare of the child, 11 gets larger. In any case, at some point the children will reach maturity, and at that point they will find that they have involuntarily been made a partner to these contracts with their parents, and perhaps with other relatives. Unless the child's preferences are identical to those of the parents, the mature child will find that he or she is out of equilibrium, his or her desired level of ethnic capital is different from the stock which has been accumulated for him or her. From the overinvestment theorem, it follows that typically the individual will want to allow some of his or her ethnic capital to depreciate, although those children whose tastes or opportunities lie heavily in the direction of the ethnic group may want to invest more. The overinvestment theorem only holds on the average. Perhaps it is for this reason that many ethnic groups have institutionalized rites of passage that signal the onset of maturity. At this point the individual, by participating in the ritual, indicates his or her acceptance of the responsibility for the debts that have been incurred on his or her behalf. It is peculiar, and it deserves further exploration, that although these rites are common to many ethnic groups, the age at which they take place appears to vary enormously among different groups. Thus, for some Chinese groups, it only takes place just before marriage, hence never at all for those who don't marry, whereas for Jews, it happens at the age of 13. The strategic aspects are obvious enough. In the Chinese case, the pressure to marry, and perpetuate the group, is increased, as the individual who never marries is in effect considered never to have grown up. In the Jewish one, maturity, and the onset of responsibility for debt, is deemed to have taken place at an age when the individual is too young to resist. Note that the overinvestment theorem obviously neglects possible external effects due to ethnic capital. Thus, if, as de Tocqueville suggested and as Hector, 1992, has recently re-emphasized, ethnic groups impart useful social values to their members, which contribute to the creation and maintenance of social order, overinvestment from the viewpoint of the children who are invested in might be an underinvestment from the social point of view. On the other hand, to the extent that ethnic investments create prejudice and hostility among groups, thus raising tensions, creating hostility, and leading to wasteful expenses on rent-seeking, the criterion of optimal investment used here could easily be an overestimate of the socially optimal level. In that case the level of overinvestment would be even larger from the social viewpoint than from the children's. b. A speculation on the authoritarian personality. So far throughout this book, I have held to the principle of rationality in explaining behavior. However, the extremity of some ethnic conflicts, such as the behavior of the Nazis toward the Jews and perhaps the contemporary conflict between Serbians and Croatians, is 296. Difficult to explain with a strictly rational approach. The fundamental problem in explaining these conflicts is that the ethnic group which is the object of conscious hatred is, to an outside observer, obviously not the real enemy. Indeed, this is one reason why acts of hatred and destruction toward the conscious enemy are inherently unsatisfying and result only in frustration, thus breeding further hatred and violence. 12. In what follows, therefore, I accept this element of irrationality, and I introduce it into an otherwise straightforward economic model. My purpose is to explain a prejudicial syndrome, as initially described in the classic work by the research team headed by Nevitt Sanford and published as The Authoritarian Personality, the now classic work by Adorno, Fenkel Brunswick, Levinson, and Sanford, 1950. The authoritarian personality is a personality structure or constellation of attitudes which is believed to show, as one of the concept's inventors later described it, a potential for fascism, a susceptibility to anti-Semitic propaganda, and a readiness to participate in anti-democratic social movements. Sanford in Adorno et al. 1950, p. 142. The essential technique used in the original work was to discover, on the basis of interviews, attitudes that linked, in a non-obvious way, with general prejudice, anti-Semitism, or fascism. These discovered attitudes gave rise to the pound, ethnocentrism, as, anti-Semitism, and fascism, scales. As might be expected, the scales are highly correlated with one another. To proceed, let us first express the model of parental investment in ethnic capital described in the preceding section with a simple equation, in which n equals the gross yield of ethnic capital to individual / at his or her maturity. Subscripts are suppressed for notational simplicity. R equals the rate of interest on the debt which must be repaid to the parents, and K equals Fs stock of ethnic capital. Let P equals the level of ethnic peer pressure on / to repay his / her parents for their investments in ethnic capital, so R equals R, P. To derive a very simple picture, assume that marginal and average yields are equal and that rates of interest are also constant, so that N and R are constant, given /. Then the marginal net yield to Fs ethnic capital is N, R, and total net profits are, N, R, K13. Because ethnic capital is a sunk investment which cannot be sold or transferred whose value is specific to ethnic networks, the gross yield on this capital is a quasi-rent, in the sense of Klein, Crawford, and Alchin 1978. Its main value is to permit trade with other members of the ethnic group. Consequently, the yield on this capital, N, will be high when other mechanisms which can enforce trade, such as legal enforcement, are weak, and vice versa. Space prohibits consideration of all the possibilities, but one interesting case is that in which, 1. K is relatively high 2. N is low 3. P is high so that 7I, are 0 and, since K is high, the individual is incurring substantial losses. Is compounded if exit is difficult. What can the individual do? I suggest that individuals in this position are particularly likely to develop prejudices against members of other ethnic groups, and they thus have the potential to engage in conflict with them, to encourage anti-democratic forces, in order to raise the yield on ethnic capital, and to display the characteristic personality traits described in the authoritarian personality syndrome. Thus, one item on the scale, to which respondents were asked to express agreement or disagreement, was, he is indeed contemptible who does not feel an undying love, gratitude, and respect for his parents. Because of the way it was expressed, agreement with this statement was held to mask an underlying or unconscious hostility toward the parents. The overt glorification and unconscious hostility toward one's parents, other evidence of which became apparent during the interviews, was held to be a distinguishing feature of the highly ethnocentric person. A second characteristic was an exaggerated, emotional need to submit to authority, again springing, according to theory, from an underlying hostility to in-group authorities, originally the parents, Sanford, 1973, p. 144. Other characteristics were superstition, a tendency to shift responsibility from within the individual to forces outside his or her control; stereotyping, a tendency to think in rigid, oversimplified categories, and a narrow range of consciousness. Adorno, Fenkell-Brunswick, Levinson, and Sanford found no specific relationship between the scales and socio-economic factors. But they did find that people who scored high on the pound scale tended to express political and religious preferences that were similar to those of their parents. Subsequent work on the correlates of the F scale found a correlation between an emphasis in upbringing on obedience and strict control, on the one hand, and low education, on the other. Although some believe 298. That subsequent work has discredited much of the original psychoanalytical framework, new and similar scales have been developed and intensively tested for their reliability, notably the right-wing authoritarianism scale developed by A.L.D.E. Meyer, 1981-1988-1996. The term right-wing is not used in the political or economic sense, but in a psychological one. The right-wing authoritarian is one who aggressively defends the established authorities in his or her life. So, for example, defenders of communism in the former Soviet Union in the late 1980s would tend to score highly on the scale. The scale is a unidimensional measure of three attitude clusters: 1. Submission to established authority; 2. Authoritarian aggression, i.e., aggression which is believed to be sanctioned by established authorities and which is directed at various persons whose activities are frowned upon; 3. Conventionalism, i.e., a high degree of adherence to the social conventions which are perceived to be endorsed by society and its established authorities. High scorers on the scale tend to accept government injustices such as illegal wiretapping, to believe that strong medicine is necessary to straighten out troublemakers, criminals, and perverts, to believe in traditional family structures, obedience and respect for authority, and so on. And they are highly prejudiced against minority groups. One explanation of authoritarian aggression offered by the Adorno group was the one advanced by Fenkell-Brunswick, which postulated that authoritarianism arose in people raised by rigid, threatening, rule-driven, and status-conscious parents who had only recently ascended to the middle class and who punished unconventional responses heavily. A.L.D.E. Meyer, 1988, contends, although not everyone agrees 14, that there is little evidence for this. He prefers a social learning explanation. People acquire these attitudes, he believes, from their parents and peer groups during adolescence. Scores are lowered as a result of education, raised from having children, and raised during social crises, especially if a violent left-wing movement appears. The foregoing is a very brief summary of some of the main themes of the authoritarian personality and subsequent work in that vein. Its purpose is to illuminate my conjecture that hostility toward other ethnic groups can be predicted on the basis of a particular constellation of returns to ethnic capital, that is, relatively high K and P combined with 299 low net yield, or N, R. Thus, consider the likely attitudes of a person in such a position, who is rational in every respect save one: he or she must follow the norm of honoring one's parents. So the person is unlike Homo economicus because he or she is capable of repressing unpleasant emotions. I assume that the more the parents have invested, the more unpleasant it would be to think negative thoughts about them. Now suppose that the investments are low yielding and that K and P are high. Individuals in this position are awash in debt to their parents, and possibly to other ethnic group members, but the yield on the capital investments that the parents have sacrificed so hard to give to their children is low, too low to cover the debts to them. Because the children have substantial ethnic capital, they venerate their parents and forefathers, and these ancestors cannot be overtly blamed for the pickle they are in. But unconsciously, they know that these ancestors have plied them with excess ethnic capital. The children have very little space to exercise their own choices in life, because in order to repay the debts, their behavior is largely dictated by the parents' wishes and the norms of the ethnic group. So the children's political and religious choices are the parents' choices, and the children's range of consciousness and capacity for conscious choice is narrow. In a sense, the children are quite rightly superstitious. Their behavior is largely outside their control, given their adherence to the norm. Thus the authoritarian personality can be made sense of as a response to this constellation of returns to ethnic capital. I do not claim that this is the only way the syndrome can arise. No doubt other sets of circumstances can generate it. However, this is one account which springs naturally from the theoretical approach used here. Why is the child prejudiced? To the individual in question, his or her problem is not that the parents invested too much in his or her well-being, but that through no fault of theirs, the yield on this capital is low. Whose fault is that? In Nazi Germany it was the Jews, of course, with their tight, high-yielding international network and their connections with the state and to international markets. 15, the development of which lowered the yield on other ethnic capital. What to do about it? 1. Get rid of them. 2. Engage in other collective actions to raise the yield on ethnic capital. The Nazi ideology of blood and ethnic purity as a means of organizing society was certainly an extreme response, but it is one which fits this pattern. Why can't the individuals simply renegotiate their debts with their parents? Because the assets they bequeathed their children are low-yielding, the simplest solution would appear to be to renegotiate the debts downward. In this context it is worthwhile to recall the original, psychoanalytic explanation of authoritarian aggression, the one advanced by Fenkel-Brunswick, in Adorno et al. 1950, which postulated that authoritarianism arose in people raised by rigid, threatening, rule-driven, status-conscious parents, who had only recently ascended to the middle class and who punished unconventional responses heavily. In our terminology, what this suggests is simply that a contributing factor is the inability to bargain or renegotiate matters within the family, i.e., that authoritarian aggression is more likely to arise in family structures in which transactions costs are high. Why can't the individuals affected act collectively to exert political pressure to change the norms or to solve the problems created directly? If the family is unresponsive to their demands, the children could still be accommodated through the political system if it were responsive to them. However, under some circumstances, the political system may be unwilling to act, as discussed in detail in the preceding chapter. In summary, individuals find themselves in a position of conflict with their parents, that is, in a conflict generated by the difference between the yield on the assets they have bequeathed their children and the size of the debts which have to be repaid. The conflict could, in principle, be resolved through renegotiation, within the family, of the debts owed or through political action to increase the yield on the assets. When all these avenues of trade are foreclosed, the individuals involved in such conflicts are likely to develop a tendency toward authoritarian aggression. Note that the analysis developed here draws on both the classic work of the Adorno, 1950, group and the more recent work of Alde Meyer and others. Like the Adorno group, it emphasizes, what I refer to as, transactions costs within the family and a repressed hostility toward one's parents as the generating factor of authoritarian attitudes. But it differs from the Adorno group's analysis in emphasizing ethnic capital, a factor which does not appear in that group's analysis, or in Alde Meyer's, in seeing adolescence as the main period during which these attitudes are crystallized, as does Alde Meyer, and in visualizing a role for social learning. Its main contribution is to try to generate these attitudes with the minimum possible departure from rationality, not a typical concern of psychology, as well as with more precise modeling which makes the drawing of comparative static implications possible, again, not typical in psychology. Thus, Alde Meyer, 1996, has data on the recent evolution of authoritarianism. It has been going up. But the social learning explana. 301. Shin adapted from the work of Bandura, example 1977, which he favors, does not lend itself easily to explaining changes in the level of authoritarianism over time or across countries. Of course, the theory advanced here is itself primitive and could be greatly refined and extended. but the main point is to show that models incorporating variables such as those discussed here, transactions costs within the family and the yield on investments made by parents for their children, are capable of yielding insight into and predictions about psychosocial human behavior in a way that can complement the research of social psychologists. The next section expands the model in another way by applying it to the historical experience of the decline of the Weimar Republic. For Weimar and the decline in the yield on ethnic capital to apply our analysis of ethnic conflict to the rise of Nazism, let us note first that a number of historical factors that are often cited to explain the collapse of the Weimar Republic can be interpreted as lowering and threatening to lower further the yield on German ethnic capital. However, what James Coleman, 1990, might have called the micro-foundations of the explanation are usually missing. I claim that the concepts of ethnic capital and equilibrium political inaction provide the missing links. The preceding chapter showed how political inaction on unemployment and violence in the streets caused the population to turn away from Weimar. Here, we focus on the fall in the yield of ethnic capital and the resulting intergenerational conflict, a conflict which, again, the paralyzed political system was incapable of resolving. The fall in the yield of ethnic capital was the result of several factors. First, the hyperinflation of the 1920s largely destroyed the savings of the German middle class, Kienl, in Larsen, Hagvit, and Michael Bust 1980. In terms of our model, this means that middle-class German parents lacked the power to enforce repayment of their children's debts which strategic bequests typically confer. And it also implies a considerable reduction in the level of financial assets ultimately passed on to their children, thus reducing the children's capacity to repay. In this context, perhaps, it is worth digressing to note that according to Martin Paldam's, 1987, study of the causes of dictatorship in Latin American countries, few regimes survived the hyperinflation. Second, the youth of the 1930s inherited substantial debts, further magnified by the reduction in its capacity to repay caused by the Great Depression. These debts included the substantial reparations payments. 302. Imposed on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles at the end of World War I. In addition, the so-called war guilt clause of the treaty required Germany to turn over its war criminals, including the former emperor, for trial for atrocities, to accept responsibility for causing losses and damages, to cap the German army at 100,000, and to put an end to the General Staff, Gay 1968/1974, p. 157. The effect of these provisions was that in post-war Germany the sons were forced to accept a position of permanent weakness in return for the sins of the fathers in leading Europe into war. Third, although Germany had surpassed the other European countries both in GNP and in population by 1913, after the war German capital was prevented from investing in African, Asian, and Australian colonies, Dinel, in Larsen, Hagvit, and Michael Bust 1980, pages 127-8. The treaty deprived Germany of what few colonies it had, as well as of other territories such as Alsace-Lorraine, which was returned to France, and Upper Silesia, West Prussia, and Posen, which were turned over to Poland, Gay 1974, p. 157. By depriving Germany of Lebensraum, the victors ensured that the ratio of ethnic capital to land was raised, hence lowering the yield to ethnic capital. Fourth, a constellation of factors further threatened, or appeared to threaten, the usefulness of German ethnic capital in the future: the Jews, international socialism, and international capitalism. Thus, the rapid development of markets, modernization, and bureaucratization, and the enormous growth of trusts over this period meant that, on the one hand, impersonal bureaucratic criteria were increasingly replacing ethnic connections and background as criteria by which loans might be granted, promotions decided, and so on. In this sense, the Fascism as modernization school can be given a rational interpretation within the context of our model. The threat posed by scientific socialism can, at least in part, be interpreted similarly. On the other hand, the Jewish threat can be interpreted as meaning that underneath the rationalist face, in which jobs, privileges and promotions were lost, lurked another ethnic group with powerful connections to both international capitalism and international socialism, a group which was secretly monopolizing all the rents which good Germans were being deprived of in the name of one or the other of these abstract principles. The two were nicely combined in the resonating Nazi propaganda theme of the chain stores, a theme which was discussed by the historian Michael Cater, 1983, who suggests that to the small craftsman and shopkeeper the Jew was the instigator, and owner, of a system of factories and chain stores that threatened their livelihood, p. 26. Arendt, 1951-1973, points out the Jews were historically involved in 303. Financing the wars of the European states, a role which the development of modern capital markets had rendered obsolete. She suggests that this involvement left them particularly vulnerable when they were believed to be no longer needed. An alternative point of view is that this historical involvement made them an especially appropriate target under circumstances in which the two institutions that had failed most badly were the state and the financial system. Trust in them had collapsed as a result of the war and the Versailles peace settlement, the 1920s hyperinflation, and the weakness or the unwillingness of Weimar to deal with the Depression, which hit Germany particularly hard. Although the evidence on various theses concerning Nazi membership is still muddled, see Larson, Hagtvit, and Michael Bust 1980, Cater 1983, there do seem to be matters on which there is a consensus and which are relevant to the model proposed here. One concerns the thesis of classes into masses or the atomization of German society originally propounded by Arendt in her book The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951, which gave rise to a vast literature. To simplify drastically, we can say that the basic idea was that totalitarian dictatorships arose because of the rise in the 20th century of atomized masses, that is, individuals with few or no social ties, who were unorganized in interest groups. In democracies, these interest groups served as intermediary links between individuals and political parties, as de Tocqueville emphasized, and they helped to promote responsive government and democratic stability. In modern guise, a related thesis has been put forward by Robert Putnam, 1993, who argues that differences in social capital, essentially, the density of interest group association, among the various regions of Italy account for the variations in effective government to be found there. As mentioned in Chapter 6, he also argues that these differences are amazingly stable, but that controversial contention does not concern us here. If the thesis that it was the atomization of the German people which effectively left them vulnerable to the Nazi propaganda machine and helped to account for the rise of Hitler were true, it would suggest that there are serious problems with the model in this chapter, which is based on the idea that it is those with high levels of ethnic capital, a form of social capital, who are likely to engage in authoritarian aggression. However, Bernd Hagtvit, 1980, provides convincing evidence that 1. There was no paucity of intermediary links between individuals and political parties. On the contrary, Weimar Germany appeared to be densely permeated by a network of intermediary organizations. 304. 2. The Nazis' most conspicuous success came in the regions with the greatest cohesion. As Hagtvit says, it was not the people with the fewest social ties who were most receptive to mass appeals, as Kornhauser asserted, but those most thoroughly integrated, in Larson, Hagtvit, and Michael Bust 1980, p. 90. 3. The interest groups themselves facilitated the rise of Nazism. For example, as Hagtvit says, when the rural producers joined the Nazi Party, they did so as members of precisely the same intermediary network which, in theory, is presumed to establish social defense against extremism, p. 91. On this line of analysis, the mass society theorists simply confuse cause and effect. The mass society was not the cause of the Nazis' rise to power but an outcome of it. See, example Broschett 1981 on the systematic destruction of alternative centers of power once the Nazis took over. The model developed here also suggests an alternative interpretation of much of the atomization literature, one which is consistent with the evidence presented by Hagtvit and others. It was not that the level of social or ethnic capital was low, but that it was low yielding. This result would naturally give rise either to atomization, as people would drift away from networks that yielded little return, to a demand for radical new leadership, or to a shift to alternative political groupings by the leaders of the existing networks. The second piece of evidence, which is now, I believe, well established, is that the Nazis were disproportionately young. Thus, for example, approximately half of the 1933 Nazis and the vast majority of the stormtroopers were born after 1901. Peter Merkel, 1980, summarizes the evidence comparing fascist movements in a large number of countries. He concludes that, pending further research, the evidence for generational revolt as the one great motivating force all these diverse fascist movements have in common appears to be strong and persuasive indeed, quoted in Larson, Hackvitt, and Michael Bust 1980, p. 781. Gay's well-known book, Weimar Culture, 1968-1974, describes the central theme of expressionist culture as the son's revolt against the father, p. 119. And he describes the change in the atmosphere as Weimar crumbled. From 1918 to 1924. Expressionism dominated politics as much as painting or the stage. Between 1929 and 1933, the years of disastrously rising unemployment, government by decree, decay of middle-class parties and resumption of violence, culture became less the critic than the mirror of events. The newspaper and film industries ground out right-wing propaganda. 305. Ganda, the best among architects, novelists, or playwrights were subdued or silent, and the country was inundated by the rising tide of kitsch, much of it politically inspired, p. 126, whence the title of this chapter. Note that the revolt against the parents and the desire to raise the yield on ethnicity can be made sense of in perfectly rational terms as a response to the decline in the yield on ethnic capital, which was instigated by defeat, by inflation, and by the secularism of the Weimar Republic, which was too weak to deal with the depression and organized violence. Moreover, the Nazi movement appealed to the young in many other ways, in its futuristic outlook, the Thousand-Year Reich, in its programs, which promised to deal with problems that no other party was willing to address directly, unemployment, reparations, and in the structure of the party, which by its fluidity and dynamism offered unusual scope and opportunity to those among the young who were willing to swear allegiance to its goals. 16. Finally, the totalitarian solution was appealing not least because of its claim, as Karl Bracher, 1995, puts it, that there is total trust and complete agreement, that the people and the leader, rulers and ruled, the party and the state are identical, p. 73. Consequently, what Gay, 1968-1974, for example, refers to as the strange connection among the young in revolutionary mutiny, toward their parents as well as the Weimar regime, combined with blind obedience toward the Führer, p. 31, is not, on this interpretation, necessarily irrational, but it is in part a simple instance of what Coleman, 1990, would call a transfer of authority from one group to the other, motivated, on the present analysis, by the fall in the yield on ethnic or trust capital. 17. Indeed, the only irrational element in the present approach is the upsurge in prejudice and ethnic hatred, the projection of blame onto minority groups for problems which even the elimination of these groups will obviously not do much, if anything, to resolve. Antisemitism was common in Germany, as well as in much of the rest of Europe, in the 19th century, Bracher 1970, Goldhagen 1996. The phenomenon to be explained here is not the existence of antisemitism and other racial animosities, but their violent upsurge in the 1930s. I attribute this to a single irrational element: the children could not break with the norm of honoring their parents, and so they therefore transferred their anger elsewhere for the problems their parents bequeathed to them, including the consequences of defeat in World War I, the Versailles Treaty and reparations agreements, and many of the costs of 13. The simple economics of criminal bureaucratic responsibility. 1. Should Adolf Eichmann have been found guilty of the crimes with which he was charged and for which he was condemned in 1962 by the court in Jerusalem, 1. Were the 18 Nazi leaders condemned by the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg similarly guilty? Were the 3 defendants, Friedrich von Papen and Schacht, who were acquitted by that tribunal, innocent? 17 minor subordinates from Auschwitz were pronounced guilty at the Frankfurt trial, while others were acquitted. On what logical or legal principle were those and other verdicts based? This question persists because in every case the accused made and continue to make what appears to be a perfectly sound defense. They are not guilty because they were merely subordinates in large organizations, bureaucracies, cogs in a machine, who were obeying superior orders. In all the trials noted above, the defendants repeatedly made this point. Perhaps even more interesting, the bureaucratic status of the defendants has often been acknowledged by the judges presiding over the trials, by the prosecuting and defense lawyers, by the jurors, when they were used, as well as by the scholars and reporters writing on the trials. All these people struggled with the problem they thought was posed by that subordinate status. They did so because they all more or less explicitly based their reasoning on a common theory of bureaucracy. That theory states that in large organizations, orders typically emanate from the top and are implemented through a chain of command by subordinates at lower echelons of the organization. In such a context, even though the crimes perpetrated by the organization itself may be enormous, it is deemed difficult to assign individual responsibility for the crimes to anyone except the one or the few at the very top. Everyone else, it is assumed, simply obeyed orders. The classic and perhaps the most provocative analysis of this issue is the one presented by Hannah Arendt, 1976, in her famous book on Adolf Eichmann's trial and on the Nazi bureaucracy, Eichmann in Jerusalem. In it, she so forcefully addressed the question of guilt within the framework of the commonly accepted theory of bureaucracy that the book can be used as the basic reference point on the subject. But the question has arisen repeatedly since then. Who is responsible for the deeds committed by the Stasi in East Germany and by secret police everywhere in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet republics? Who should be prosecuted for the disappearances in Argentina or for the killings in Chile? Should the government of the newly enfranchised majority in South Africa prosecute the perpetrators of government violence under apartheid? If so, is the defense "I only acted under orders" credible? In all these cases the issue is identical to the one which arose in the Eichmann case: who in the regime is and should be held responsible for the crimes against humanity committed under the dictatorship? To recall that case, we know from Arendt and from others that for a good part of his career, Eichmann was chief of Jewish affairs who occupied Desk 4B4 in the SS, Schutzstaffel, or Guard Detachment. From 1933 to 1939, he organized the expulsion of Jews from Germany and Austria. After that, he had the administrative responsibility for organizing their deportation to the concentration camps. He was the transport coordinator of the final solution to the Jewish question. Arendt portrayed him as the perfect bureaucrat, and indeed he presented himself that way at his trial. His basic defense was that he only acted under superior orders. At one point, in what according to Harold Rosenberg, 1961, was one of the climactic moments of the trial, he stepped out of his glass cage to defend himself with an organization chart, P380N*. He would say things like "Officialese is my only language." He argued that he could not be responsible for the deaths of the Jews because his office did not deliver the Zyklon B cyanide gas to the camps. He said that he was not an anti-Semite and that he would send his own father to death if ordered to do so. The prosecution tried to paint him as an arch-fiend, a sadistic and vicious Jew-hater who enjoyed sending millions to their deaths. The problem, at least as Arendt saw it, was that he simply did not appear that. Economics of Criminal Bureaucratic Responsibility 309 way, not at the trial, not at his interrogations, and not in the historical record. He appeared to be normal and was pronounced normal by 6 psychiatrists. As one of them put it, "He is more normal than I am after examining him." Arendt coined the phrase "the banality of evil" to describe a system in which normal people could be induced to perform hideous acts under orders. This idea was subsequently taken up by the social psychologist Stanley Milgram, 1974, in his famous obedience experiments. These experiments offered compelling scientific evidence that a high percentage of normal people would in fact become agents in a destructive process, even when the consequences of their actions were entirely apparent and even when they had nothing to gain by doing so. Was Eichmann guilty? Arendt argued that he was. She argued that it was true, broadly speaking, that he only followed orders, that he was, indeed, a mere cog in a wheel, but that a cog in a machine that is perpetrating monstrous acts is responsible for those acts. In her view, it was essentially the monstrosity of the acts that produced the responsibility. A not dissimilar argument was developed by the judges at Nuremberg, although the criterion of guilt in their case was derived from a knowledge test. This can be appreciated, to some extent, by reference to a fragment of the final verdict read to the International Military Tribunal by Judge Francis Biddle. 3. Hitler could not make aggressive war by himself. He had to have the cooperation of statesmen, military leaders, diplomats, and businessmen. When they, with knowledge of his aims, gave him their cooperation, they made themselves party to the plan he had initiated. They are not to be deemed innocent because Hitler made use of them / they knew what they were doing. Conant 1983, p. 493, emphasis added. It is therefore not much of a surprise that all the defendants, in addition to claiming that they were obeying superior orders, asserted that they were ignorant of anything going on in Germany and in the East, in their bureaucratic organizations, or even in their own bureaus. For they obeyed orders blindly, as the saying goes. Ignorance, in turn, tends to be accepted by all who are involved in these matters, judges, lawyers, writers, and so on, to be a natural outcome of the formal hierarchical character of bureaucracies in which a subordinate's behavior and activity are formally defined only within the confines of his or her department or bureau. This belief is succinctly encapsulated in the archetypal exchange between Avner Less, a captain in the Israeli police appointed to conduct the pretrial interrogation, and Eichmann. Less, very well, but in all your statements you keep hiding behind "it wasn't in my department, it wasn't in my province, the regulations." Eichmann, yes, Herr Hauptmann, I have to do that, because as head of Bureau 4B4 I was really not answerable for everything, but only for my rather narrowly circumscribed department. Von Lang 1983, p. 105, a profound difficulty with either of these lines of reasoning, that of Arendt and that of the Nuremberg judges, is that they cannot draw a line between the perpetrators of the crime and their victims. As is well known and was pointed out by Arendt, in every country they occupied, the Germans set up Jewish councils. These councils, under orders backed by threats, actively participated in rounding up and selecting Jews for deportation. Moreover, in the camps, some of the actual killing was done by Jews. Although Arendt, 1976, absolved the Jews of any guilt in their own destruction, noting the extreme threats to which they were subjected and claiming that no non-Jewish group or people had behaved differently, p. 11, the problem remains that, given her conception of how the Nazi regime functioned, there simply is no obvious criterion on which to distinguish the behavior of Eichmann and other criminals from that of their victims. Both acted under orders. At this point the reader should note that this dilemma arises only because the Nazi bureaucracy is modeled as an authoritarian or command system. So the question must be asked, does the authoritarian model provide a good explanation for the behavior of the SS? Is this conception of Nazi Germany useful? And, by extension, are such intellectual constructions as Orwell's 1984 or Japan Incorporated helpful in understanding how these and other societies actually operated? In the command model, superiors are assumed to give all orders and to direct, coordinate, all operations, whereas subordinates are assumed to obey. It may be objected that this conception of authority is too simple. So the next section presents two more sophisticated analyses of authority, those of James Coleman, 1990, and George Akerlof, 1991. I then suggest that Economics of Criminal Bureaucratic Responsibility 311. The model of bureaucracy used in this book 5 provides a simple and attractive alternative to these analyses based on authority. Sections 3 and 4 of this chapter then show, on the basis both of evidence presented by Arendt, 1976, herself in Eichmann in Jerusalem, and of evidence from standard historical sources, that the conundrums of responsibility which have arisen around the Nazi regime, the Nazi bureaucracy of murder in Arendt's words, p. 172, are easily resolved using this model of bureaucracy. To authority and power. We can begin a discussion of recent developments in the analysis of authority relationships by examining Coleman's, 1990, work on this subject. In Coleman's model, authority is defined as the right to control another's actions, p. 66, over a limited domain and possibly restricted in various other ways. An individual could acquire authority over B either because B vests or transfers that control over to A, or because A holds these rights at the outset in the way that either a parent holds them over a child or the state holds them over its citizenry with respect to the obedience of laws. This definition of authority is standard. R.H. Coase, 1937, for example, defined the employer-employee relationship, which he viewed as an authority relationship, as a contract in which the employer acquires the right to direct, order, the actions of the employee in exchange for which he or she agrees to pay the employee an agreed upon wage. The difference between authority and power is not clearly drawn. For example, in the behaviorist view of power, see, example Coleman 1990, A has power over B to the extent to which the former can get the latter to do something that he or she would not otherwise do. Presumably, the difference is that power is broader than authority, because it may be exercised by A over B even where A has not acquired the right to do so. Coleman's analysis of authority is most illuminating when he turns to the description of different kinds of authority systems. One useful distinction is between simple and complex authority systems. In a simple authority system, A transfers the right to control his or her actions to B. In the complex system, A transfers the right of control and also the right to transfer, delegate, that right, example to a lieutenant. In short, in a simple authority system, authority is and can only be exercised by the actor in whom it has been vested. One example is charismatic authority. At the other extreme is the authority relationship typical in modern society, in which authority is identified not with a person but with the office or position from which it is to be exercised. Coleman suggests that this development of transferability of authority is similar to the change which occurred in economic transactions when personal notes came to be acceptable as transferable. One difficulty with Coleman's approach is that he does not draw a clear line between authority and exchange. Indeed, authority relations are often seen in exchange terms. For example, he suggests that even coercion can be regarded as a transaction. If a despot accompanies an order by a threat of punishment or an offer of reward, this indicates that the despot is willing to be bound by the results. 1990, p. 71. Again, he suggests that the concept of exchange can also be used to characterize phenomena that are ordinarily conceived of as coercion, for example, a parent threatening a child with spanking, p. 38. Coleman's attempt to encapsulate authority into exchange is reminiscent of Armin Alchian and Harold Domset's, 1972, discussion of authority relations within the firm. They asserted that the firm has no power of fiat, no authority, no disciplinary action any different in the slightest degree from ordinary market contracting between any two people. To escalate American intervention in Vietnam by a series of small steps, or the bizarre collective behavior of youth gangs and cults. In these cases there is an additional factor at work, one which contributes to group irrationality. Some of those who are least committed to the course of action tend to drop out as the action proceeds, leaving further escalation in the hands of a more and more radical group. One way to interpret Akerlof's paper is to say that it shows how it is possible for normal, near-rational, people to get drawn into a system in which they end up behaving in an entirely pathological way. but it is worth pointing out that the process he models need not always be pathological at all in its results. Thus, one could model the decision of many. Economics of Criminal Bureaucratic Responsibility. 315 people who choose to stay in a university and complete a PhD along similar lines. Before each academic year, a student calculates that the benefits of a PhD are not worth its costs. However, the disutility of quitting and looking for a job may acquire undue salience. The student compares this result with the disutility of suffering through one more year of lectures, exams, and so forth, and he or she decides to continue, vowing that next year he or she will get a job. But next year, the student makes exactly the same, near rational, calculation. In the end, he or she gets a PhD, becomes a successful academic, instead of a bank teller, and rationalizes that this was his or her plan all along. From this angle, the contribution of Akerlof's analysis is different. Basically, he shows that there is an alternative way to interpret a lot of human behavior that is similar to rational behavior. This alternative method allows us to understand and empathize with the process by which decisions are made, but which is totally unlike the rationality criterion because it does not imply that the outcome of individual choices is always what was intended and desired to begin with. To summarize, I have outlined two new approaches to understanding authority in terms of rational choice. Coleman sees authority in terms of an exchange of rights. A man gives B the right to control his actions in exchange for some, unspecified, price. Akerlof sees the individual as being embedded in a process by which he or she is induced, in a series of small steps, to surrender more power over his or her actions than he or she intended. In Coleman's analysis, responsibility clearly remains in the hands of the individual, because authority is voluntarily given up. In Akerlof's analysis, the responsibility for one's actions is not at all clear. In contrast to both of these interpretations, the analysis of Breton and Wintrobe, 1986, emphasized that any model of authority is inappropriate for analyzing the operation of one archetypal illustration of authority, the Eichmann case. We employed the same model of bureaucracy outlined in Chapter 9 on the Soviet system. The bureaucracy in a dictatorship is composed of competing bureaus as well as competition among individual bureaucrats and bureaucratic networks. This competition for rewards will benefit the system when vertical trust is maintained at a high level, as it will tend to be when the organization is expanding and prospering. In that case, the actions of individuals in the organization are best understood in terms of vertical trust-based exchange rather than in terms of the authority model. On the other hand, the relationship of the organization's agents of destruction, Eichmann and other SS officers, heads of concentration camps, and other participants, to their victims is entirely different. Here is pure authority, orders backed by threats, enforced by the repeated application of the ultimate sanction. 316. Note that Breton and Wintrobe's analysis in terms of trust instead of authority is also applicable to the Milgram experiments. After all, it is a fact that the subject tends to trust the scientist's expertise, which leads him or her to cooperate, and it is the disutility of the loss of trust which makes the subject reluctant to cease cooperating. No sanction is imposed on the subject who discontinues the experiment. And the accumulation of trust is usually slow and takes place in small, sequential steps, as noted by both Breton and Wintrobe, 1982, and Coleman, 1990. Which interpretation, trust or authority, of Eichmann's behavior is correct? Let us consult the evidence. 3. Competition in the Nazi state. It must be remembered that all these organs, wielding enormous power, were in fierce competition with one another, which was no help to their victims, since their ambition was always the same, to kill as many Jews as possible. This competitive spirit inspired in each man a great loyalty to his own outfit. Arendt, 1976, p. 71. How did the bureaucracy of murder work? It is true that Eichmann carried the formal responsibility for Jewish affairs, as his title implied, but that did not mean that his desk had a monopoly in the area. In fact, there was fierce competition on the part of many to deal with the Jewish question. The reason is simple: it was widely appreciated throughout the Nazi bureaucracy that in the eyes of the political leadership, solving the Jewish question had a priority that was second only to the war, and possibly not even second to that. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the fact that as late as 1942-43, when trains were desperately needed to transport materials to the various fronts, the final solution, rather than being scaled down, was speeded up. Davidovich 1975, pages 191-6. One reason why it was so well known that the Jewish question was a priority of the leaders is that abundant resources were put at the disposal of those who chose to take the initiative and to show enterprise in the pursuit of the final solution. In particular, they were put at the disposal of the SS. The fact that the political demand on the part of the top echelons in the hierarchy was strong and that a number of agencies competed for a larger role in the Nazi solution to the Jewish question is explicitly recognized by Arendt, 1976, herself. Chief competitors were the higher SS and police leaders, who were under the direct command of Himmler, had economics of criminal bureaucratic responsibility 317 easy access to him, and always outranked Eichmann. There was also the Foreign Office, which, under its new Undersecretary of State, Dr. Martin Luther, a protégé of Ribbentrop, had become very active in Jewish affairs. It occasionally issued deportation orders to be carried out by its representatives abroad, who for reasons of prestige preferred to work through the higher SS and police leaders. There were, furthermore, the army commanders in the eastern occupied territories, who liked to solve problems on the spot, which meant shooting. The military men in western countries were, on the other hand, always reluctant to cooperate and to lend their troops for the rounding up and seizure of Jews. Finally, there were the Gauleiters, the regional leaders, each of whom wanted to be the first to declare his territory Judenrein, and who occasionally started deportation proceedings on their own. Pages 151-2. The competition among the many agencies and bureaus reflected the general operation of the Nazi bureaucracy. Schemes were constantly being put forward by rival power centers or rival entrepreneurs, and Hitler would choose among them. Some were successful, others not. The latter included Gottfried Feder, the economics ideologue, who was given a post as undersecretary in the Ministry of Economics but who was rapidly ejected by the more orthodox Schacht. Shire 1960, p. 261, Alfred Rosenberg, Commissioner for the Central Control of Questions Connected with the East European Region, who was given the responsibility for the East, but who found himself unable to compete with Himmler's SS and other agencies in the area and who was eventually ridiculed by Hitler himself. Holborn 1969, p. 809, Bracher 1970, p. 411, Davidovich 1975, p. 19, and Hans Frank, Reich Commissar for the Coordination of Justice in the States and for the Renewal of Jurisprudence, who was not successful in persuading Hitler to draw up a new legal code, Broschett 1981. These failures, and many others like them, are one measure of the existence and strength of competition. Organizational charts are unable to tell us much, at least at first blush, about the networks of trust in bureaucracies. As a rule, they are not capable of telling much about the extent of competition between bureaus and bureaucrats because, by their very nature, they are designed to show the orderly lines of authority. But in the case of the Nazi bureaucracy of murder, the overlapping lines of command, the confusion of jurisdictions, and the duplication of responsibilities are, to some extent, apparent only in formal organizational charts, which, it must be insisted, were not produced by the Nazi authorities but by historians and 318 analysts. 6. If the reader consults such a chart, example in Konot 1983, p. 223, the overlapping jurisdictions of Himmler, Goering, Heydrich, and, after Heydrich's assassination, Kaltenbrunner and Müller will be readily apparent. Even those who, like Eugen Kogon, 1980, appear to place considerable importance on the formal structure of the bureaucracy, which he would most surely have called the bureaucracy of hell, acknowledge that the many diversified branches of enjoyed considerable degrees of independence, p. 7. The independence of the various bureaus and bureaucrats is also recognized by Broschett, 1981. Conant, 1983, remarks that Himmler was free to undertake whatever tasks he saw fit and that, even though Heydrich was accountable to both Himmler and Göring, neither took an active interest in his operations. He could play them off against each other when necessary, and in practice act virtually independently, p. 131. The lines of command were so imprecise that contradictory testimony as to who was responsible for what could easily be given. For example, one of the witnesses at Nuremberg declared that even in Heydrich's lifetime, Eichmann occupied a dominant, not to say absolute, position, which increased steadily in scope. At Reich Security he handled the whole Jewish sector independently. From Heydrich's death to the end, he was directly responsible to Himmler. This was generally known at Reich Security, von Lang 1983, p. 120. Eichmann, who was not at Nuremberg, vehemently protested this description, arguing that it was surely self-serving on the part of the witness because by placing the responsibility for crimes on an absentee, it was hoped that the person present could be exonerated. The overlapping competitive structure of the Nazi state is well described by Scheier, 1960. Old party comrades such as Göring, Goebbels, Himmler, Ley, and Skyrick were given free rein to carve out their own empires of power, and usually profit. Schacht was given a free hand at first to raise the money for expanding government expenditures by whatever sleight of hand he could think up. Whenever these men clashed over the division of power or spoils, Hitler intervened. He did not mind these quarrels. Thus he seemed to take delight at the spectacle of three men competing with each. That description of foreign policy formulation and implementation could be repeated for many other areas of policy, including the one involving the final solution to the Jewish question. In addition to the loose formal organizational lines of command, about which more evidence could easily be cited if space permitted, see, example the discussion in Bracher 1970, pages 277-8, another indicator of competition among bureaus in the Nazi state is the imprecision of the orders emanating from the top. When orders do not have specific content and when they are not directed at anyone in particular, they will elicit a large response from diverse quarters. In other words, they will lead to competitive behavior. At his trial in Jerusalem, Eichmann explained how things were done in the Third Reich. He stated, whenever Hitler made a speech in which he was particularly violent about the Jews, we knew something would come from Himmler, von Lang 1983, p. 98. Or also, he said, no sooner had Hitler made a speech, and he invariably touched on the Jewish question, than every party or government department felt that it was up to them to do something, p. 59. The imprecision in the orders is one of the reasons why, as time went on, the number of bureaus that wanted and sought to participate in the final solution grew almost without bound. Arendt, 1976, writes descriptively that the inexhaustible source of trouble, as he saw it, was that he and his men were never left alone, that all these other state and party offices wanted their share in the solution, with the result that a veritable army of Jewish experts had cropped up everywhere and were falling over themselves in their efforts to be first in a field of which they knew nothing, pages 72-3. Eichmann himself declared to Avner Less, "You can't imagine the difficulties I ran into, the tedious, tooth-and-nail negotiations, the thousands of objections raised by the various agencies. They all felt it was their business." Von Lang 1983, p. 67. The duplication and overlap of responsibility characteristic of Nazi policy in this area are well summarized in Gordon, 1984. How did Hitler delegate authority over racial issues? He did not authorize one central agency to handle the Jewish question. Instead, he encouraged a multitude of agencies in both party and state to dabble in racial politics. This structural fragmentation, 320, created anarchy among competing agencies and resulted in contradictory policies. Hitler chose from among these contradictory policies, his choices depended on his estimate of domestic opinion, party unity, and foreign affairs. He then allowed his many agencies to compete in implementing the approved policy. This resulted in further power struggles, after which Hitler acknowledged the emerging victor as the primary authority in racial matters. Between 1933 and 1938 party agencies were primary authorities. Between 1938 and 1939 the SS and party contested for power, and after 1939 the SS was the primary authority. Agencies that lost out in these struggles for power were not eliminated, however, they were allowed to meddle in their role as second and third-rate powers, pages 144-5. Another indicator of competition is provided by historical evidence of entrepreneurship within the bureaucracy on the racial issue. Suggestions for a final solution to the Jewish question were often voiced in the bureaucracy. For example, a top civilian official, Friedrich Abelhor, in the district of Lodz in 1939 suggested that the ghetto being planned there should be only a temporary measure toward a more permanent solution. Governor Hans Frank also put this same idea forward a year later in 1940. In July 1941, another official by the name of Hoppner sent Eichmann the official minutes of a discussion on the Jewish question in the Warthelane that proposed extermination. Hoppner asked Eichmann for his comments, adding, "These things sound to some extent fantastic, but in my view absolutely practicable." Davidovich 1975, p. 218. Eichmann himself had, for a time, played a fairly prominent role in the bureaucracy, especially with respect to the deportation of Jews from Germany and from the Western occupied countries. He obtained that position not because he was good at following orders, but through entrepreneurship. He accumulated more power into his hands in the same way that a competitive firm accumulates more customers, by being better than his competitors. In the very early years of his career, Eichmann was in charge of the Jewish desk in the SS office in Munich, but there was another desk for Jewish affairs in the Berlin Gestapo, Davidovich 1975, p. 107. Eichmann learned a little Hebrew and read books by Zionist leaders. He was commended for this initiative. In 1938, the authorities decided on the policy of forced emigration for the Jews. Eichmann was sent to Vienna to organize their expulsion from Austria. Many of the Jews there were eager to leave. Most of the prominent ones had already been put in prison, but a bottleneck was created by the number of papers every emigrant had to assemble to get out. Eichmann invented an Economics of Criminal Bureaucratic Responsibility 321 assembly line system that integrated all the offices concerned, the Ministry of Finance, the income tax people, the police, and the Jewish leaders were all housed under one roof. He also sent Jewish functionaries abroad to solicit foreign exchange from Jewish organizations so that the Jews could buy the visas needed for emigration. As Arendt, 1976, put it, in the end it was like an automatic factory. At one end you put in a Jew who still has some property, a factory, or a shop, or a bank account, and he goes through the building from counter to counter, from office to office, and comes out at the other end without any money, without any rights, with only a passport on which it says, "You must leave the country within a fortnight. Otherwise you will go to a concentration camp," pages 44-5. As a result of the assembly line system, in 8 months 45,000 Jews left Austria, whereas no more than 16,000 left Germany. Eichmann was promoted to the rank of Obersturmbannführer, lieutenant colonel. Later, when the war broke out, forced emigration was no longer possible, and it looked to Eichmann as if he might be out of a job. He hatched or resurrected a number of schemes, including the establishment of separate Jewish states in Madagascar and in German-occupied Poland, where he went on his own initiative to reconnoiter the territory. Despite this impressive entrepreneurship, events moved too fast for him, and in 1941 Hitler ordered the final solution, in which Eichmann was to act only as a transportation man. Although this was a big assignment, it was not as important as Eichmann had hoped for. A bureau different from Eichmann's was put in charge. The final solution was officially given not to Heydrich's Office for Reich Security, the RSHA, which included Eichmann's Jewish Affairs Desk, but to a rival agency within the SS, the Economics and Administration Affairs Office, the WVHA, under Oswald Pohl. Eichmann was never to rise as high in the hierarchy as he felt he deserved. But as discussed in the next section, he continued to behave as an energetic bureaucratic entrepreneur. For the efficiency of competition in the bureaucracy of murder, on the other hand, he remained loyal to his old comrades from the fighting days of the party. To be sure, whoever opposed him could be certain of the dictator's ruthless vengeance. But if a man merely proved ineffective in his job, Hitler was unlikely to remove him. In general, Hitler cherished faith more than expertness. Holborn 1969, p. 750. 322. Earlier, see Section 2 of this chapter or Chapter 9, Section 3, it was suggested that from the point of view of superiors, competition between bureaus and bureaucrats is efficient, that is, it furthers and promotes their interests and objectives, if loyalty or trust between superiors and subordinates is such that subordinates feel that they can supply informal services, non-codified, non-contractual or informal services, and, as a result, be rewarded for them. In the absence of such loyalty, subordinates would presumably perform the tasks they are formally required to do, but they would, especially if there exists considerable trust between them, engage in actions that, even if they were not outright sabotage, would be geared to the direct interests of subordinates and not to those of superiors. From the point of view of the latter, then, competition would be inefficient, that is, the initiative and enterprise instigated by competition would be counterproductive. The preceding section sought to demonstrate that the Nazi state was intensely competitive. What to many appeared to be confusion, duplication, overlap, and even disorder was the outward manifestation of an extremely competitive social structure. In this section, evidence is presented to show that the rank and file of the bureaucracy of murder was very loyal to the Nazi leadership, that, in other words, the SS slogan "My honor is my loyalty," Cogone 1980, p. 199, was not an empty one but, at least to some extent, a reflection of a true state of affairs. It must be insisted at the outset that it is not easy to document the existence of loyalty or trust from standard historical sources. One reason for this is surely the fascination of students of the regime for the formal relationship between members of the organization. It is true that one sometimes encounters affirmations such as the following, emphasis added throughout this close confidant of Goering, or his closest intimate, Reinhard Heydrich, Cogone 1980, p. 9, or he, quickly proved his devotion to him, Holborn 1969, p. 773, or his career was that of a follower, with well-nigh religious faith in the Führer, Bracher 1970, p. 280, or again Wilhelm Frick, the Minister of the Interior and one of Hitler's most faithful followers, Scheier 1960, p. 219. There are many others, such as the quotation at the beginning of this section, all of which suggest the existence of loyalty. But reasonable knowledge of the full network of trust relationships in the Nazi regime does not, to our knowledge, exist. Because of this state of affairs, one is left with the necessity of inferring the existence of trust networks indirectly from particular behavior and activities. In the case of Hitler's Germany, it is widely known that the building of trust assumed enormous importance. Indeed, according to Economics of Criminal Bureaucratic Responsibility 323 Arendt, 1951-1973, herself, the central characteristic of totalitarian movements, compared with all other parties and movements, is their demand for total, unrestricted, unconditional, and unalterable loyalty of the individual member, 1951-1973, p. 323. She also describes one organizational device by which the movement created loyalty, its carefully graduated and fluctuating hierarchy of militancy. Thus, the masses who were part of the movement were divided into two categories, sympathizers and members. Moreover, Hitler was the first to devise a conscious policy of constantly enlarging the ranks of sympathizers while at the same time keeping the number of party members strictly limited, p. 366. And this relationship is repeated on different levels within the movement itself. As party members are related to and separated from the fellow travelers, so are the elite formations of the movement related to and separated from the ordinary members, p. 367. This pattern is analyzed with particular reference to the SS. Arendt writes, another advantage of the totalitarian pattern is that it can be repeated indefinitely and keeps the organization in a state of fluidity which permits it constantly to insert new layers and define new degrees of militancy. The whole history of the Nazi Party can be told in terms of new formations within the Nazi movement. The SA, the Stormtroopers, founded in 1922, the first Nazi formation which was supposed to be more militant than the party itself. In 1926, the SS was founded as the elite formation of the SA. After 3 years, the SS was separated from the SA and put under Himmler's command. It took Himmler only a few more years to repeat the same game within the SS. One after the other, and each more militant than its predecessor, there now came into being, first, the shock troops, then the death head units, the guard units for the concentration camps, which later were merged to form the armed SS, Waffen-SS, finally the security service, the ideological intelligence service of the party, and its executive arm for the negative population policy, and the Office for Questions of Race and Resettlement, Rasse- und Siedlungswesen, whose tasks were of a positive kind, all of them developing out of the General SS, whose members, except for the higher Führer Corps, remained in their civilian occupations. To all these new formations the member of the General SS now stood in the same relationship as the SA man to the SS man, or the party member to the SA man, or the member of a front organization to a party member, p. 368. 324. The incentives that this system gives to accumulate vertical loyalty, and to prevent the accumulation of horizontal trust, are obvious. In contrast to the opportunities provided by a conventional hierarchy, the possibilities of advancement in this system are almost never-ending, and a paramount criterion for advancement is loyalty. Arendt writes that the fluctuating hierarchy, similar to that of secret services, makes it possible, even without actual power, to degrade any rank or group that wavers or shows signs of decreasing radicalism by the mere insertion of a new more radical layer, hence driving the older group automatically in the direction of the front organization and away from the center of the movement, p. 369. How much more sophisticated is this analysis from the origins of totalitarianism, compared with the simple-minded command image of the Nazi hierarchy to be found in her later book, Eichmann in Jerusalem. Indeed, in the earlier, 1951, book, Arendt explicitly disavows the command model. She wrote, "The organization of an army and the military dictatorship established after its model, absolute power of command from the top down and absolute obedience from the bottom up correspond to the situation of extreme danger in combat, which is precisely why they are not totalitarian. Every hierarchy, no matter how authoritarian in its direction, and every chain of command, no matter how arbitrary or dictatorial the content of orders, tends to stabilize and would have restricted the total power of the leader of a totalitarian movement." Pages 364-5, emphasis added, the leaders, in this case, the Führer's, power in the totalitarian movement is analyzed in terms of his capacity to keep his subordinates from trusting each other. His position within this intimate circle depends upon his ability to spin intrigues among its members and upon his skill in constantly changing its personnel. He owes his rise to leadership to an extreme ability to handle inter-party struggles for power, p. 373. The other major device used by the Nazis to encourage loyalty to the regime was the systematic neutralization or destruction of alternative centers of power, competing organizations, such as the Länder, regional governments, the unions, other horizontal associations, and, of course, the other political parties. The facts are well known, see, Example Broschett 1981, chaps 3-5, it would serve no purpose to recount them anew here. Of particular interest, however, was the policy of the Nazis toward the civil service. After Hitler's accession to power in 1933, he had to govern as well as Economics of Criminal Bureaucratic Responsibility 325 to hold onto power. He could have governed through the existing bureaucratic machinery of the German state which he had inherited from the Weimar Republic, and indeed, if the conventional theory of bureaucracy, which assumes that subordinates in large organizations are neutral individuals obeying orders from above, is correct, then Hitler would simply have had to take that bureaucracy over, issue orders, and observe them being carried out. But the evidence goes in the opposite direction. Indeed, it shows that in many bureaus and, more particularly, in the bureaus that were the most important for the implementation of Nazi objectives, Hitler and the National Socialist leadership proceeded to displace the established civil service, see Broschett 1981. The general drift is well described in a sad letter to Hitler from Wilhelm Frick around 1940. Frick wrote, "I have, my Führer, always seen it as my duty as your civil service minister since 1933. To make available to you for the great tasks of state policy a highly qualified professional civil service and to develop in it the old Prussian conception of duty as well as the National Socialist character, as is the case with the German armed forces. The course of the last years makes me doubt, however, whether my efforts can in any way be regarded as successful. To an ever-growing degree, according to the agreed observations of my department and all other departments, bitter feelings are spreading in the professional civil service about the lack of appreciation of their abilities and services as well as of unjustified neglect. The feeling of being left defenseless is beginning to cripple the best creative forces. There can no longer be any talk whatever of the professional civil service being preferred as a body enjoying the special trust of the state leadership. The civil service is also suffering badly from the fact that new tasks are not being entrusted to it, but to the party organizations, although this often concerns genuine administrative duties." Quoted in Broschett 1981, pages 257-8, emphasis added, "What seems to have been the case throughout the bureaucracy was particularly marked in respect to the War Ministry, the conduct of diplomacy and foreign affairs, the police, and, of course, the extermination of the Jews, for which there was, obviously, no pre-Hitler bureaucratic organization." A final measure of the extent of the trust between the Nazi leadership and subordinates in the organization is provided by what happened when it became obvious that the Third Reich was collapsing. This episode, 326, provides a good illustration of one of the basic contentions about trust in the Breton-Wintrobe model. However extreme, large, it might be, such trust is not necessarily blind and it is never, as Arendt, 1951-1973, suggests, the kind of total, unrestricted, unconditional, and unalterable, p. 323, trust that the regime demanded and, as Arendt sometimes implies, that its members supplied. Instead, we suggested that loyalty rises or falls depending on a number of things, especially the anticipated future prospects of the regime. What happened was that competition within the bureaucracy continued, but now it was inefficient because it was not geared to the objectives of superiors. As early as 1944, Himmler had come to the view that the war was lost, and in defiance of Hitler's wishes, he asked Eichmann to stop killing Jews. He assumed that the Allies, in their gratitude for this act, would make him Prime Minister of post-war Germany. According to Arendt, Eichmann sabotaged his orders as much as he felt he could. When there were no trains available for transporting Jews from Hungary in 1944, Eichmann organized foot marches, and when Himmler ordered him to desist, he threatened to obtain a decision from Hitler himself. As a result, in January 1945, Eichmann's old enemy Kurt Becker, who was cooperating with Himmler's plan to sell Jews, was promoted to colonel and Eichmann was transferred out of his desk on Jewish affairs to the insignificant one dealing with the fight against churches. Later, Himmler deserted the sinking ship of state. The Reuter dispatch told of his secret negotiations with Count Bernadotte and his offer to surrender the German armies in the West to Eisenhower. To Hitler, who had never doubted Himmler's absolute loyalty, this was the heaviest blow of all. Shire 1960, p. 1122. When Göring, in April 1945, sought to reactivate the 1941 decree that made him Deputy Führer by sending a telegram to Hitler that was signed "Your loyal, Hermann Göring," Hitler sighed, "Göring has betrayed and deserted both me and his fatherland," and then he added, "No allegiances are kept, no honor lived up to, no disappointments that I have not had, no betrayals that I have not experienced," p. 1119. In addition to the Himmler and Göring actions, there were others, such as the ones by Ribbentrop, who was negotiating in Sweden, and Speer, who was urging commanders such as Manteuffel to disobey orders to destroy bridges, dams and factories rather than leave them to the enemy. Toland 1976, p. 1174. Bormann was right to declare that treachery seems to have replaced loyalty. Shire 1960, p. 1121. And Hitler was also right to say that I am lied on all sides, and to add that those arrogant, tedious, indecisive SS are no good to me anymore. Toland 1976, pages 1172-1198. Economics of Criminal Bureaucratic Responsibility 327. 5. Bureaucratic responsibility in a bureaucracy which was characterized by rigorous and unflagging competition between its personnel and agencies, and in which, at least until the closing days of the war, that competition furthered the interests of the rulers, because trust between these rulers and their subordinates was strong. What can be said about the responsibilities of the subordinates for the actions of the regime? More specifically, what responsibility does an individual SS officer like Eichmann bear for the crimes perpetrated by the regime and by the agency he was heading? To answer these questions, let us consider two hypothetical situations. Suppose first that Eichmann, rather than being employed by the SS, had been self-employed, that is, he had owned a transportation company, and rather than a rank, a salary, and a prospect for promotions within the system, he had been an outsider who was given the opportunity to bid against other companies for a contract that involved transporting millions of people to their deaths. If he had been the lowest bidder or the one who promised to move the maximum number of persons to their deaths for a fixed sum, he would have been given the contract. If he had lost out in the bidding, he might have received other contracts or nothing at all. Nothing else would have happened to him. In such a circumstance, we suggest that no one would have any difficulty in assigning responsibility and that everybody would convict Eichmann of guilt. Indeed, on canonical principles of responsibility, whether as a principal or as an accessory, no new issue is raised by that case. We suggest that the incentives facing Eichmann, and other subordinates like him, were no different from those assumed in our hypothetical situation. Eichmann did not obey orders any more than a self-employed entrepreneur does when he or she responds to the demands of the marketplace in order to make money. His rewards took the form of promotions, perquisites, and power rather than negotiated contractual sums, but that fact makes no difference when it comes to the question of his guilt or innocence. Furthermore, as successful entrepreneurs in a competitive environment, Eichmann and all others like him must be assumed to have had knowledge of existing opportunities as well as of the possibilities of new opportunities. Aggressive entrepreneurs are always on the lookout for ways to improve their positions. Guilt and responsibility derive from entrepreneurship in a criminal venture, not from a claimed bureaucratic ignorance of the facts. Turning to the second hypothetical situation, let us suppose instead that a gun had been held to Eichmann's head and that he had been told 328 to carry out orders or face execution for disobedience. In that case it would appear to be hard to hold him responsible for carrying out the orders he received. There is considerable evidence, Robinson 1965, Davidovich 1975, 1981, that these were in fact the incentives facing members of the Judenrat, the Jewish councils, and the Jewish commandos in the concentration camps. The argument of Arendt that it was undeniable that he had always acted upon superior orders, 1976, p. 294, but that all the cogs in the machinery, no matter how insignificant, are in court forthwith transformed back into perpetrators, that is to say, into human beings, p. 289, is logically invalid and raises a false issue. It is invalid for the following reason: if Eichmann merely followed orders because they were backed by possible sanctions, he could not be found guilty for the reasons already indicated. It is a false issue because Eichmann did not merely follow orders and, furthermore, would in all likelihood not even have been sanctioned, let alone executed, if he had pursued the Nazi solution to the Jewish question with less zeal. He would simply have participated less in the informal rewards that would then have gone to the more ardent entrepreneurs. Eichmann, like innumerable other Nazi subordinates, was a competitive entrepreneurial bureaucrat in a very competitive bureaucracy. It was this fact, combined with his loyalty, that explains his efficiency. And it is the fact that there were thousands of Eichmanns, all entrepreneurial and competitive and all fiercely loyal to their superiors, that explains the terrible efficiency of the Nazi bureaucracy of murder. There is little to be feared from the standard picture of a totalitarian society in which cogs, who are watched by Big Brother or his equivalent, carry out orders emanating from the top. Such a society would collapse in inefficiency. What is infinitely more fearsome is the capacity of a dictatorship to use the principle of competition to organize terror and murder. 6. Conclusion. The question addressed in this chapter is one that was posed with particular force by the events that took place in Nazi Germany: should subordinates in large organizations be held responsible for criminal acts that they do not deny having committed but that they claim to have perpetrated under orders? A number of answers have been provided to this question, but all, to our knowledge, accept the defense as reflecting reality in an exact way. So many find this defense compelling simply because the image or theory of bureaucracy that is almost universally held is one that is developed from the idea that in large organizations subordinates are given economics of criminal bureaucratic responsibility 329 orders from above and, as long as they remain subordinates, have no choice but to obey. Saddled with such a theory, serious people, convinced of the guilt of the subordinates, have sought rationales for their conviction in different directions. The rationales of Hannah Arendt and the Nuremberg judges were outlined earlier. They do not appear very robust. The basic point of this chapter is that subordinates in large organizations do not obey orders. They are placed in a competitive framework in which they are rewarded for entrepreneurial initiatives that promote the interests and objectives of their superiors. The more useful they are to their superiors, the larger the rewards. The bureaucratic structure of Nazi Germany itself was extremely competitive, and the bureaucrats, the SS officers, the heads of concentration camps, and so forth, who were active in the bureaucracy were energetic, entrepreneurial, and competitive, and, except toward the end, they were intensely loyal to their superiors. If, as the evidence presented in this chapter suggests, that model of bureaucracy, which is based on competition and exchange, describes well the Nazi regime, then the question with which we began this chapter is easily answered, and that answer is, guilty. Part B. Conclusion. 14. The machinery of dictatorship. 1. Much of the world still lives, today, as always, under dictatorship. 1. Yet we know very little about the behavior of these regimes. One reason for our ignorance is simply that dictatorships tend to be closed societies, and information on them is hard to obtain. Another reason is that they are typically feared and disliked, so that most research on them has focused on how they arise, with the view that once this is understood we can prevent further instances, and comparatively little work has been done trying to understand how these regimes actually function. Finally, when their behavior has been researched, the point of view taken has often been that they operate by repression and command. Policies are decided at the top, by the dictator, with the help of a small group of advisors, and then imposed on a hapless population. The population acquiesces either as a result of fear, on the one hand, or brainwashing, indoctrination, and thought control, on the other. However, the explanatory power of these concepts, their capacity to explain changes in the level of repression, for example, or to explain why regimes rise and fall, is not very large. In this study I have tried to understand and explain the working of dictatorship from a different point of view, namely, that of an economist. This means that I assume that the people within such systems, the ruler and the ruled, operate no differently from people in democratic societies. They are self-interested and rational in the economic sense, that is, whatever their goals are, they try to achieve them as best they can, and they are always alert to opportunities to do better. Although I have assumed that dictators are rational, I have not assumed they are exclusively materialistic, their quest for power, either for itself or for instrumental reasons, example the capacity to impose their own preferences on society, has been a central theme of this book. In general, dictators are interested in both consumption and power, and the relative weights of these factors in the dictator's utility function are important in the classification of dictatorships and in understanding their behavior. This gives us two dimensions of the behavior of dictatorship. In total, 5 dimensions of behavior have been modeled formally: the dictator's personal consumption, c. Power, 71, level of repression, r. Extent of loyal support, l. And the size of the government as measured by its budget, b. I derived them all as functions of more basic aspects of the political and economic structure of the regimes, as well as of the dictator's preferences. Other aspects of the behavior of dictatorships have been discussed less formally: their proclivity for nationalism and war, their tendency to redistribute wealth, their emphasis on ideology, and their implementation of a competitive social and bureaucratic structure. Apart from the intrinsic interest and importance of studying dictatorship itself, there are a couple of byproducts of this study that are worth mentioning. One is that once the reader understands a bit more about dictatorship, he or she will see that democracy, despite all of its flaws, looks more attractive than before, because a number of the alleged flaws of democratic politics are even more characteristic of dictatorship. Another is a more nuanced view of democracy. Observing the conditions under which democracy breaks down and slides into dictatorship makes us aware of the fact that democracy comes in all kinds of forms: strong and weak, corrupt or not, representative or not, and so on. Consideration of these conditions leads naturally to the question of how to improve the workings of democratic institutions and of how to modify economic prescriptions to take account of the goal of better governance as well as goals like economic efficiency. In this conclusion, I won't try to summarize everything in the book, but I will try to highlight some of its major themes with this point of view in mind. I will look at a number of issues, and I will try to summarize the arguments on them in this book in simple English. 1. How do dictators stay in power? 2. Is dictatorship good for economic growth and efficiency? 3. What foreign policies should the democracies adopt to deal with dictatorships if they are interested in promoting freedom? 4. Who inside the dictatorship is responsible for the crimes committed by the regime? At the end I offer a brief speculation about the future of dictatorship. 2. The dictator's dilemma and the machinery of dictatorship. Our starting point was what I like to call the dictator's dilemma, the problem facing any ruler, who wants to know how much support he or she has among the general population, as well as among those smaller groups with the power to depose him or her. It is true that dictators have power over their subjects, much more so than do democratic rulers. But this very power over them breeds a reluctance among the citizenry to signal displeasure with the dictator's policies. Is magnified when the dictator rules by the most basic instrument in the dictator's arsenal, political repression. The more the repressive apparatus stifles dissent and criticism, the less the dictator knows about how much support he or she really has among the people. Another way to see this point is to compare the situation of the dictator with that of a leader in a democratic country. Democratic institutions, such as freedom of speech, freedom of information, elections, a free press, organized opposition parties, and an independent judiciary, all provide means whereby dissatisfaction with public policies may be communicated between citizens and their political leaders. The dictator typically dispenses with these institutions and thus gains a freedom of action unknown in democracy. But there is a cost, the loss of the capacity to find out just how popular the ruler's policies are, and therefore how safe he or she really is. The Chinese communists found out how unpopular the collectivization of agriculture was only when they abandoned it. The Chilean dictator Pinochet was assured by his advisors that he could win the free, more or less, 1988 referendum on his rule, and he was deeply shocked when he lost it. As a consequence, the most likely personality characteristic possessed by dictators is paranoia, and many of the great dictators of human history have in fact been consumed by this form of anxiety, including the Roman emperors Tiberius and Commodus, and, in our own time, Stalin and Mao Zedong. Many lesser dictators are afflicted as well. The diaries of Ferdinand Marcos, for example, are shot through with these symptoms, see Rempel 1993. The point is that there is a real basis for the paranoia. Ironically, the typical dictator is less secure in office than is a democratic leader. From a theoretical point of view, the dictator's dilemma originates in the lack of a mechanism in politics that permits rulers to enforce promises or commitments. It would be advantageous for dictators to buy off some of their constituents, especially both those who may be too powerful to repress and those whose demands are easily satisfied. So a simple trade of rents or policies in exchange for support would solve the dicta. 336 Conclusion Tours dilemma, and it would also allow the subjects to rest easy. But there is no mechanism that is analogous to legal contractual enforcement which would enforce this trade. The dictator's dilemma is not insoluble. Dictatorships with any permanence are those that discover and institutionalize programs or mechanisms 1. That promote competition among the agencies of the bureaucracy and among other powerful groups in the country. 2. That automatically both reward their supporters and monitor their support. 3. That fund these reward and monitoring programs through taxation and systematic repression of the opposition. These institutions of repression, competition, and redistribution, the machinery of dictatorship, solve the dilemma in one way or another and define the character of the dictatorship. A number of such systems were examined in the book, including Caesarism, in which the machinery functions by virtue of gifts and external conquest, communism, party direction and control of the economic system, apartheid, job reservations and the pass system, and Nazism, war and ethnic cleansing. Other dictatorships are more temporary. In this category, generally called tin pots, I have placed military dictatorships, kleptocrats, and other regimes with more limited purposes. From an economic point of view, the essence of the problem of obtaining support is to overpay supporters, that is, to distribute rents in the form of a wage, price, or capital value premium. Dictators buy the loyalty of a group when they give those who belong to that group more than they can expect to obtain under a different regime. The support of workers can be obtained by paying them excessive wages, of capitalists by giving them monopoly privileges, of particular regions by locating manufacturing facilities in places where they don't really belong but where they are politically valuable, of ethnic groups by giving them special privileges, and so on. Similar practices are widely practiced in democracy. In the United States, the word invented to describe them is pork barrel politics. These practices are often decried as a failure of democracy. But if democracy may be likened to a pork barrel, the typical dictatorship is a warehouse or temple of pork. These practices appear to be much more widespread under dictatorship than under democracy. So although there is always a class of people who are repressed under a dictatorship, there is also always another class, the overpaid. As far as the people in the middle are concerned, the sad thing is that they can side the machinery of dictatorship 337 with either group. The general population may be repressed, insofar as its civil liberties may be taken away, but other policies of the regime may compensate for this loss as far as the people are concerned. Indeed, as has been emphasized throughout this study, the use of repression doesn't mean that dictators aren't popular. Indeed, it sometimes appears from the historical record that the more repressive they were, the more popular they became. All the evidence indicates that Hitler was very popular. Communism's current comeback in Eastern Europe is an illustration of how popular it was at one time. When it became unpopular, the regimes fell. The other tool used by dictators to stay in power is repression, the use of which is the hallmark of dictatorships of all stripes. However, although repression is a constant under autocratic regimes, its level is not, and explaining changes in the level of repression is fundamental to any explanation regarding the behavior of dictatorship. To do this, it is necessary to distinguish between different kinds of regimes, and I defined 4 types in the book: tin pots, low repression and loyalty; tyrants, high repression, low loyalty; totalitarians, high levels of both; and timocrats, low repression, high loyalty. The regimes differ in their response to economic change. Suppose, for example, that there is an increase in economic growth which raises the dictator's popularity. Tinpots and timocrats both respond to an increase in popularity by lowering the level of repression, tyrants and totalitarians, by raising it. This fact also provides the key to establishing a policy toward these regimes, as described in section 4 below. But before turning to policy issues, let us briefly summarize our results with respect to an important question. 3. Is dictatorship good for the economy? A lot of research has been conducted that has tried to answer the question, which is better for the economy, democracy or dictatorship? One reason for the interest in this question is the fact that there always seem to be some autocratic regimes which appear to outperform the democracies. In the 1930s, Hitler's Germany and Stalin's Russia; in our own time, Pinochet's Chile, South Korea under the generals, and, most spectacularly, China and its free market communism. However, the answer is complex, mainly because the economic systems under autocracies vary so much. Those who believe there is some simple formula for distinguishing the economy of dictatorship from that of democracy should compare, for example, the economies of Nazi Germany, apartheid South Africa, Papa Doc Duvalier's Haiti, Pinochet's Chile, and the former Soviet Union. One thing, however, does seem clear, and it provides our starting point in addressing this question, that is, dictators have a greater capacity for action, good or bad. Dictators who wish to raise taxes, declare war, or take tough measures against crime may have to deal with some opposition to these policies among their advisors, but by and large they can do so. Democracies, on the other hand, are often mired in inaction. The basic reason is that democratic leaders can only act when they can build support for their policies, but there may be no consensus as to what to do. Even on problems on which there is agreement that something should be done, there may be no agreement on what should be done. In extreme cases, the political system of a democratic country may become paralyzed by conflicts or opposing viewpoints. In these circumstances, politicians often prefer to do nothing, to shroud their positions in ambiguity, or to pretend to be on all sides of an issue. The result is that the population can become cynical and lose trust in the promises of any politician, and this in turn can set in motion a downward spiral, because the more this happens and trust is lost, the harder it becomes for politicians to do something by forging a compromise. This result is more likely when the pressures for political action on an issue are particularly conflicting, when positions are far apart, when issues are particularly divisive, when the population is divided along racial or ethnic lines, and when there is relatively little trust in politicians by the citizens. To put it another way, although there may be freedom to speak in democracies, sometimes no one is listening. And, in general, there is a trade-off: the more points of view that are represented by the political system, the smaller the system's capacity for action. This is one source of the allure of dictatorship. Dictators possess the capacity to repress opposition to their policies, and this means they can act in circumstances in which democratic rulers cannot. The classic example is the Weimar Republic, in which the democratic leadership did nothing about political violence in the streets or about the unemployment problem caused by the Great Depression. Hitler promised to do something about unauthorized political violence, he promised a job for every German, and he promised a way for the young to rid themselves of the sins of the old, for both groups to rid themselves of the menace of communism, and for many Germans to become proud of being German again. But if dictators are more capable of action than democracies, who benefits from these actions? This question leads naturally to a second proposition: there tends to be greater redistribution of income, wealth, or the means to earn it, under dictatorship than under democracy. To see why, let us ask the following question: in a democracy, what is it that stops the majority, or a minority which gains hold of the reins of government, from picking out some minority and expropriating all its wealth? This is an old question, and many things could be mentioned to answer it, but certainly among the most important is the resistance which the taxed group will put up against such treatment. Now dictators have ways to deal with that resistance, there are far fewer constraints on their ability to stamp it out, and they are much more capable of hiding what they do while the operation is in progress and after it is over. So, the dictator's capacity for repression also entails a greater tendency to redistribute income or wealth, in contrast to democracies. The benefits to the group that wins power are a second, more obvious, source of the allure of dictatorship. Who the redistribution is for, and what the consequences for economic growth and efficiency are, depends partly on who controls the regime. In this book I considered a few different possibilities. For example, some historical regimes can be thought of as serving labor's interests. Many think the apartheid regime in South Africa was a regime which exploited black labor for the benefit of white labor, and some institutions of the regime, job reservation in particular, undoubtedly worked this way. Another possibility is communism in the former Soviet Union, which removed private property from the productive system and took power in the name of workers. The party substituted for legally enforceable property rights by rewarding those who worked for the system's goals and by punishing those who didn't. However, without markets there was no way of finding out what people's wants or economic needs were. In addition, there was the question of who would manage enterprises if capital's rights were expropriated. The solution adopted under communist regimes was the substitution of a massive central bureaucracy for management by capital owners or their agents. Bureaucracies are not inherently inefficient, after all, there have been and are today many giant firms and other organizations which are superbly managed. But they have a central flaw: over time loyalty to the top tends to deteriorate and to be replaced by alliances among the bureaucrats themselves, alliances which bureaucrats use to line their own pockets, to do favors for friends, to distort information traveling up the hierarchy to make themselves look better, and in other ways to benefit themselves at the expense of the goals of the organization. So to remain effective, bureaucracies need to be shaken up periodically, as happens in businesses when they are taken over and in democratic governments when a new party takes office. The only mechanism possessed by the Communist Party for this purpose was the party purge, most famously employed by Stalin to gain dominance over the party and to ensure loyalty from the bureaucracy. However, it turned out that this technique was itself flawed. Its flaw lay in its uncertainty. For example, under Stalin and under Mao during the Great Cultural Revolution, the process was only completed when those who did the purging were themselves purged, so that the perpetrators of the process ended up being counted among its victims, something which is not uncommon in societies that operate without the rule of law. After the death of Stalin, no successor arose with the same confidence and with the same capacity for ruthlessness needed to carry out this operation, resulting in a generation of bureaucrats who were to grow old in their posts until Gorbachev came along and tried to shake up the system with glasnost and perestroika. In the end, Gorbachev too had to count himself among the victims of the process he initiated, along with the communist system itself. So although communism was capable of substituting for private property rights in underpinning the economy in some ways, it lacked the self-renewing capacity provided by democratic elections, in the political sphere, and by the capital market, by takeover bids, and by other institutions associated with transferable, legally enforceable property rights, in private markets. The alliance or networks among bureaucrats which contributed to the ossification of the Soviet regime also possessed implications for the transition. In Russia, for example, enterprise managers had become so powerful that even after the Soviet Union collapsed, it was felt that their interests had to be taken into account in the design of the privatization program under Yeltsin, and the upshot was that they acquired those firms at rock-bottom prices, sale of the century, according to The Economist magazine, both effectively consolidating huge rents in their hands more firmly than had been the case under communism and hobbling the transition to a genuine market economy. 3. In general, labor-dominated regimes appear to be at a disadvantage from the economic point of view, because they tend to raise the price of labor, hence driving away capital investment in one way or another and therefore reducing the capacity of the system for economic growth. It is not obvious how a future, labor-oriented dictatorship would be able to solve this problem, which can only be expected to become increasingly important as capital becomes more mobile. On the other hand, a dictatorship which serves the interests of capital owners faces no such difficulty. Moreover, the reduction in the price of labor and the imposition of labor discipline devices which are the hallmarks of these regimes serve to attract capital, raising the productivity of labor and, therefore, real wages in the long run. Real wages tripled in South Korea in the 1970–86 period, Dornbusch and Park 1987. So the system may be bad for the workers politically, but it has been good for them economically. 4. A third interest group which may and often has controlled dictatorship is the military. The strange thing about military governments is that they tend to be short-lived and that they often end when the military voluntarily hands over power to a civilian regime. This seems odd for 2 reasons. 1. If the military is good at anything, it should be good at repression too. If this is the primary instrument used by dictatorships to stay in power, one would expect military regimes to be relatively successful, that is, stable and long-lasting. I explain this puzzle with the idea that the military is self-interested, its main objective in seizing power is to raise the pay and budget of the military. There is nothing unusual about this. Labor-dominated governments raise the price of labor, capitalist dictatorships raise the return to capital, privatization is a nice way to do this, and so forth. One additional point is that the members of the military tend to be a closed elite and to dislike the anarchy of political parties and other political organizations. As a result, they are not particularly good at buying the loyalty of other groups, which is a subtle process. Their comparative advantage is in repression, and they tend to use this instrument to stay in power. The dilemma facing military governments, then, is easily demonstrated. In the process of rewarding their supporters, they tend to raise the costs of repression, the primary instrument used to stay in power. If, for example, they doubled the pay scales of the military personnel, it will cost twice as much to stay in power as before. So the peculiar thing about military dictatorships is that in the process of rewarding their supporters, they tend to weaken rather than strengthen their own capacity to govern. It is therefore no surprise that military governments often hand the reins of government over to a civilian authority after some period of time. Having raised their pay scales, the chief objective of their rule, they realize that the rational strategy is to exit with suitable guarantees of immunity from prosecution for the crimes committed by the regime and with constitutional protection for their increased pay scales and budgets. Finally, of all of the systems examined, dictatorship approaches its purest form in the role of a single individual, someone who is beholden to no interest group and who is not motivated by economic concerns. And as dictatorship approaches this form, it becomes progressively more dangerous and more interested in controlling a wider fraction of the economy and society. One reason for this is that the smaller the number of people in the governing coalition, the less need there is to compromise on the objectives of the government. Another reason is that the fewer people in the governing coalition, the greater the capacity of that coalition to divert the costs of government onto others. It follows that the most dangerous dictatorships are those in which power is personal, that is, either when the leader is charismatic or when he or she is clever enough to shift the coalitions required to deliver the necessary support. This brings us to the general question of the limits to the power of a dictator over his or her people, a question which has been pursued throughout the book. The self-proclaimed aim of many regimes has been perfect domination, and some, the Nazis, for example, claim to have achieved this goal. Other regimes have been much more modest in their ambitions. What limits a dictator's power? One limit comes from the use of repression. While a little bit of repression can actually increase loyalty, once the average level of repression is high, further repression can be counterproductive in terms of power building. One reason is that, at very high levels of repression, fear and obedience tend to replace loyalty, because even loyal supporters of the regime become increasingly afraid to act independently, lest their actions are misinterpreted and mistaken for disloyalty. Ultimately, a point is reached at which more repression would reduce support by so much that it reduces power. However, although this constrains the dictator's use of repression, it still does not limit his or her power, not as long as more power can be obtained by simply buying more loyalty. The true limit on power arises from the interaction between power and money. To glimpse this fact, let us note that dictators can always obtain more power if they can obtain more resources, which can be used to buy more loyalty. On the other hand, power can be converted into resources by the imposition of new tax bases, by war, or by selling rents or regulations like monopoly privileges, licenses, tariffs or quotas, and so on. Each of these processes is probably subject to diminishing, but not negative, returns. But the fact that the returns from both converting power into money and money into power are both ultimately diminishing means that an equilibrium exists which provides the limit to both the dictator's resources and his or her power simultaneously. Another interesting implication can be drawn, one concerning the relationship between power and the economy. In the regime studied here, there was typically a central institution which applied the power of dictatorship to the economy, the apartheid laws, the 7 modernizations of Pinochet, the 5-year plans of communism, and so on. In each case the book argues that if one wants to understand how the economy worked, how much government intervention there was, and so forth, the question is not is the application of power to the economic system good for the economy, i.e., for economic growth, efficiency, or the size of the government's budget, but what is the marginal effect of the application of power on the economy. For example, it seems clear, particularly with hindsight, that central planning, the application of power to the economy under communism, was economically inefficient. But at least in its heyday, at the margin, an increase in the power of the Communist Party increased, rather than decreased, growth and efficiency. The absolute level of economic efficiency is relevant only insofar as the international competition among regimes is concerned. Indeed, one reason why dictators often promote nationalism and autarkic economic policies is precisely to avoid this competition. The equilibrium level of power itself is determined by 3 factors: 1. The dictator's preferences, his or her tastes for power or consumption; 2. His or her capacity to turn money into power as determined by the regime's political organization; 3. The effects of his or her power on the economy as determined by the workings of the central economic institutions just mentioned. These 3 factors also decide whether a dictator behaves like a totalitarian, tyrant, or tinpot, a classification system which is useful for policy purposes, that is, for answering the question posed by the title of the next section. For what policies should be followed toward dictatorship by democratic regimes interested in promoting freedom? This sort of question was brought into sharp relief by the analysis of Jean Kirkpatrick, a political scientist who became ambassador to the United Nations under Ronald Reagan. She classified dictators into 2 types: totalitarians and traditional autocrats. In her way of thinking, dictators rule by repression alone, and so the main difference between the 2 types is in the level of repression. The first type, totalitarianism, is characterized by massive government intervention in the economic and social lives of citizens. The second type is what Kirkpatrick, following the political scientists Carl Friedrich and Zbigniew Brzezinski, calls traditional autocracies and what I called tin-pot dictatorships, denoting their small-scale ambitions. In these regimes the level of repression is low. In Kirkpatrick's model, dictators rule by repression alone, so what differentiates the two types is just the level of repression. She recommended that the United States and other countries interested in promoting democracy follow a double standard toward the different types, taking a relatively relaxed attitude toward tinpots and imposing sanctions on totalitarians. However, in my analysis there are two instruments for building power, repression and loyalty. Her framework can be translated into mine by simply assuming that tinpots are characterized by low levels of these variables, totalitarians by high levels. But then it becomes immediately obvious that there is a category which is ignored, what I called tyrants, regimes with high repression but little support or loyalty. Many of the regimes that were labeled traditional autocracies turned out, on measures of repression like numbers jailed or tortured, to be no less repressive than totalitarian regimes. So the world didn't divide up as neatly as Friedrich and Brzezinski and Kirkpatrick might have liked. What policies should be followed toward dictatorship? Suppose, idealistically, that the only goal of Western policy is to reduce repression. The weapons in our arsenal are sanctions, trade agreements, imposing human rights constraints, and aid packages. Should we aid or trade with a tinpot like Ferdinand Marcos? Suppose Marcos's only goal is to consume as much as possible. In Marcos's case, this meant buying shoes for his wife, Imelda. What limits his consumption? Why doesn't he spend all of the GNP of the Philippines on shoes for her? The constraint is that he has to stay in office, so he cannot allow his power to fall so low that he is in danger of being deposed. So the levels of both repression and loyalty under his regime are just high enough to stay in office. Suppose that he is safely in office, which at one point, according to accounts of the regime, Werfel 1988, as well as his own diaries, Renpel 1993, he felt he was. Then there is no point in giving him aid, because all he will do with the money is to buy more shoes. On the other hand, suppose he is in danger of being deposed. Then the aid simply props up the regime. So in neither case does the aid reduce repression. On the other hand, suppose the aid is tied to human rights observances. In order to keep receiving the aid, he must steadily relax repression over time. Then he has an incentive to use the aid to improve the welfare of his people, because if their welfare improves, loyalty or support for him will tend to increase. As a result, he can afford to relax repression and still buy the same number of shoes for Imelda as before. A trade agreement works in the same way. With trade, it is sometimes argued that loyalty to the regime might fall, either because of the development of power centers in the private sector, which are independent of the government, or because trade tends to increase national income in the target country, thus leading people to demand more liberty as incomes rise. In that case, so the argument goes, the human rights constraint might be superfluous. But note that the increase in national income also tends to raise the revenues of the autocratic government, revenues which can be used to further extend its power. So even if loyalty to the regime does fall, the regime could make up for this loss of support with the extra resources at its disposal. Second, although the desire for freedom does tend to increase with income, the estimated size of the increase is very small, London Reagan and Poole 1996. Finally, if on balance the regime's power and budgetary revenue were to fall as the result of trade or aid, this development implies that the dictator, in pursuing the aid or trade agreement, is either unaware of or deliberately acting contrary to his or her own self-interest, something which appears unlikely. Now look at totalitarian regimes or tyrannies, defined as regimes whose rulers are interested not in consumption, but in power. Should we aid or trade with them? Again, suppose that as the result of the aid or trade agreement, economic growth improves. This growth gives the rulers an opportunity to accumulate more power, and since power is the only thing they care about, they take this opportunity, in the same way that a businessman who is already rich will grab an opportunity to make more money. So for these regimes, aid or trade without human rights constraint is not merely wasted, it is counterproductive, because repression increases when the economy improves. This is what happened under Hitler and Stalin. The more popular they were, the more they took these opportunities to put the screws to all those elements of the population whose absolute loyalty was uncertain. In the same way, the enormous economic growth in China has resulted in not the slightest degree of relaxation in the level of repression. It might seem obvious that we would not aid these regimes, because the aid money would be spent on accumulating more power over the population, including repressing them. But again, if the aid is tied to a human rights constraint, which becomes progressively more stringent, over time, the policy will work in the right direction. If the economy improves as a result of aid or trade, support increases, and the rulers can afford to relax repression and still have the same level of power as before. The human rights observances constraint is absolutely necessary if this is to lead to a fall in repression and not an increase. Of course, many of these regimes are too powerful to be dealt with in this way. In those cases, a policy of sanctions might be recommended. But sanctions are not just the opposite of aid. They give the regime no chance to liberalize and will be resisted by the dictator. Under some circumstances, they will cause a tightening of repression. They may perversely stimulate nationalistic support for the dictator and prop up his or her regime. They isolate the regime from Western influence. And their use requires a coordination of policy among the Western nations, because businessmen and women from other countries will want to move in to pick up the opportunities opened up by the sanctions. Trade or aid agreements are not accompanied by these problems. So we have a very simple guide, a single standard, to the policies which should be pursued by foreign governments interested in reducing repression, to make human rights observance the cornerstone of Western policy. Trade or aid to any type of regime can be expected to produce beneficial effects provided it is accompanied by a long-term human rights constraint, one which becomes progressively more stringent over time. And it doesn't matter whether regimes can be accurately classified or not for policy purposes, because the policy is always the same. Without the human rights standard, the effects of aid or trade may be ineffective, and often perverse. Some other simple implications which bear on how the democracies should deal with dictatorships suggested by the analysis may be worth mentioning. For example, this analysis suggests that democracies should never trust a reforming totalitarian. If the economy does improve, his or her incentive is to increase, not decrease, the level of repression. And they should never put faith in a seemingly benevolent dictator. The only way to tell if he or she is really benevolent is to check the level of repression under the regime. If it is high, he or she is a tyrant masquerading as a timocrat, a not uncommon disguise. Most dictators give gifts to their populations, and many pretend to be the father of their people. And if they really are benevolent, I have shown, they probably won't last long. 5. Who is responsible? It is possible that more has been written on this subject than on any other aspect of dictatorship. The general idea is that dictatorships work by the machinery of dictatorship. 347 Command or indoctrination. So no matter how heinous the crimes committed by the regime, it is difficult to hold anyone morally or criminally responsible for them. The people who committed them were just following orders. The classic and perhaps the most provocative analysis of this issue is the one presented by Hannah Arendt in her famous book on Adolf Eichmann's trial and on the Nazi bureaucracy, Eichmann in Jerusalem, 1976. Her concepts, which have entered common parlance, of bureaucracy as the rule of nobody and the banality of evil were all more or less explicitly based on a common theory of bureaucracy. That theory states that in large organizations, orders typically emanate from the top and are implemented through a chain of command by subordinates at lower echelons of the organization. In such a context, even though the crimes perpetrated by the organization itself may be enormous, it is deemed difficult to assign individual responsibility for the crimes to anyone. Those at the top deny that orders were ever given, and they would seldom be written down, even if they were given. Those at the bottom say they were only following orders. The same question has arisen repeatedly since then. Who is responsible for the deeds committed by the Stasi in East Germany and by secret police everywhere in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet republics? Who should be prosecuted for the disappearances in Argentina or for the killings in Chile? Should the government of the newly enfranchised majority in South Africa prosecute the perpetrators of government violence under apartheid? If so, is the AI only acted under orders defense credible? In all these cases the issue is identical to that which arose in the Eichmann case: who in the regime is and should be held responsible for the crimes against humanity committed under the dictatorship. The odd thing about this conception of dictatorial rule, and of the defense that rests on them, is that there is so little evidence for it. No one, to my knowledge, has produced any scientific evidence of any change in human consciousness as a result of exposure for over half a century to communist propaganda. As far as criminal behavior is concerned, the crucial evidence required to support the command model is simple: we should see evidence that those who refuse to take part in crimes against humanity, such as mass executions, were themselves subjected to severe punishment. No evidence like this has ever been produced. There is a simple alternative explanation for the willingness to take part in such activities, one which has nothing to do with the command or the indoctrination models. This explanation rests on two principles. 1. Bureaucrats, like other people, are rational. 2. Bureaucracies don't run on the basis of orders, but on the basis of loyalty and competition. In order to obtain higher salaries, promotions, perquisites, and other rewards, bureaucrats compete with each other by being entrepreneurial and finding ways to do things that advance the goals of their superiors. In dictatorships, the elimination of political party competition does not eliminate bureaucratic competition; on the contrary, it may enhance it by blocking other, political, avenues of competition. In this book I summarized quite a bit of evidence that the Nazi and Soviet regimes were characterized by intense competition within the system for the rents controlled by the regimes. Bureaucratic competition is an important component in the machinery of dictatorship. Because of the notoriety of his trial, we know a lot about Eichmann, and so it was easy to produce evidence from standard historical sources about the paradigm case of authoritarianism to buttress this theory. Like others, Eichmann was simply an energetic bureaucratic entrepreneur operating in a very competitive environment. He did not follow orders any more than a businessman follows the dictates of the marketplace in order to make money. As a consequence, he and others like him, like any other rational actors, should be held responsible for their actions. What produced that behavior was the force of human rationality operating in a competitive environment in which most of the rewards of success were controlled by a political dictatorship. Perhaps this conception of the banality of evil is even more mundane, and therefore possibly even more frightening, than Arendt's. But, unlike hers, it accords with the evidence. To conclude, let me emphasize that regimes like the Nazi one tend to bring out the worst in people. And to say that Eichmann could have been normal and rational doesn't mean that he is the same as everyone else, or that he was particularly nice. There is a self-selection process operating in dictatorships, in which the worst tend to rise to the top. But the principle that people are rational also means that they are responsible for their actions. As this is written, at the beginning of 1997, we are living through what Samuel Huntington, 1991, has referred to as a wave of democratization. The fall of communism in the former Soviet Union, the end of apartheid in South Africa, and the fall of dictatorships almost everywhere in Latin America have led many to hope, and some to believe, that dictatorship is a thing of the past, that democracy has won out and will eventually triumph everywhere. In certain respects, the analysis and arguments in this book support this prediction. The fears of the 1930s and 1940s, which saw the future in terms of either the triumph of Big Brother and his apparatus of surveillance or the chemical and drug-addicted passivity of an indoctrinated population, have largely proved groundless as the explosion of progress in the technology of communication has turned out to favor individual freedom rather than political mastery. Continued worldwide economic growth has also favored democracy, because the one solid piece of empirical evidence we have is the strong positive correlation between per capita income and political freedom. At the same time, there are reasons to be less sanguine. Although we cannot know the future, we can at least take a good look at the present. What kind of dictatorships are still prominent in the world as the next millennium approaches? Adrian Karatnicki, the president of Freedom House and the coordinator of its annual Survey of Freedom, summarizes the main results of the 1995 survey on this question. He writes, "In recent years, a clear pattern has emerged among the countries that are not free. Of the 54 countries that are not free, 49, over 90%, share one or more of the following characteristics. A. They have a majority Muslim population and frequently confront the pressures of fundamental Islam. B. They are multi-ethnic societies in which power is not held by a dominant ethnic group, i.e., a nation that represents more than 2/3 of the population. C. They are neo-communist or post-communist transitional societies. Frequently, the not-free countries have 2 or 3 of these characteristics." 1995, p. 7, combining this pattern with the analysis and the images of dictatorship presented in this book suggests the following speculations. 1. The continuance of ethnic conflict in many countries throughout much of the world means that democracy will function poorly in those countries, and it leaves ever present the possibility of tyranny, perhaps the oldest and most common form of dictatorship in human history. Tyranny can also be sustained in the contemporary world on economic grounds, as the spectacular economic growth in China under free market communism attests. And, of all of the forms of dictatorship, tyranny carries the most promise of being good for the economy because of its economic machinery. 2. Tin pots will always be around. Except in the most politically advanced countries, where democracy is entrenched, the possibility of a short-lived military, or other form of, takeover for the purpose of looting the country is simply a natural hazard. 3. Timocracy will be as elusive as ever. 4. The totalitarianism of the 1930s variety is gone. But totalitarianism, 1990s style, is very much alive. The two are formally identical, as readers can verify for themselves, for example, by reading Samir Alcott's 5 excellent, 1989, analysis of Ba'athist party propaganda and party structure in Saddam Hussein's Iraq. The principles on which the party survives are identical to those analyzed in this book for the Nazi and Soviet regimes. But perhaps the greatest totalitarian threat in the near future is theocracy, as exemplified by the predominance of Islamic dictatorship in the autocratic world of the 1990s, which has been noted by Karatnicki. Finally, at the most general level, the reason that dictatorship in all its forms can be expected to survive, and possibly prosper in the next millennium, is simply its appeal.